Hello, everyone. Sorry to interrupt you in between, but don't forget to subscribe to Epic Canon for more manga recaps. And if you're waiting for the next part, you can join as a Patreon member and request the next part. Thank you for listening.
Coordinates lower esophagus cardiac defense line. Help I'm being sucked in. Dozens of Dragon War Guild's Divine Guard players. Shield and all wear swept into the giant. Barbed maw of the abyss immediately afterwards. A teeth-grinding, crunching sound rang out. Gluttonous maw LV-23 protruding half of its body. Its pink skin is covered with a thick layer of mucus, which deflects any ranged attack. Physical immunity plus magic resistance. Longzhan Yu Yi cursed. How are we supposed to fight this bull demon? Just then, a whooshing sound came from overhead. Dawn belongs to everyone. The voice of Feng Xing Tianxia resounded throughout the channel. On the folded cliff high in the esophageal wall, 3 phalanxes swooped down like bats, 3 teams. Use grappling hooks to secure the boss's back and establish a foothold. 1 group follow-ups, responsible for close-range armor penetration. The second team, clear out the tentacles on the perimeter and protect the healer. This was the first time the Dawn Guild had launched a full-scale attack. The precise coordination of the 3 regiments seemed to have been rehearsed countless times beforehand. Swish, swish, swish. The 3 groups led by the Thunder King displayed exceptional tactical skill. 300 grappling hooks precisely gripped the edges of the giant insect's spiracles, creating a makeshift insect climbing net within seconds. The road is paved, let's get going. With a roar of miracles happen with great force. He led hundreds of high-level divine guards and charged up the net. Smash it for me. Looking at Dawn Guild's actions from below, Longzhan Yu gritted his teeth. Shall we go too? The vice president asked, go to hell. Do you think we can climb ropes? Longzhan Yu glanced at the balance in his backpack. Feng Xing Tianxia plays with technology. I play with gunpowder. Go. Wipe out all the high-explosive alchemical explosives and acid-neutralizing bombs in the exchange. President can't be defeated instantly. The logistics manager in charge of procurement looked bitter. We just bought out all the stock on the market. Now we can't even buy a single grenade at the exchange. We have money, but we can't spend it. What? Longzhan Yu was stunned. He realized for the first time that productivity was finite in this game. Even tens of thousands of casual players working day and night to craft bombs couldn't sustain this level of attrition warfare. Then use the remaining stock to bomb it hard, Longzhan. His eyes hesitated for a moment before adding, save your throws, throw them at their weak points. The battlefield situation has become extremely tense. Above, the 3 raid groups of the Dawn Guild clung to the boss's back like a persistent leech. The 3 groups were disciplined and coordinated perfectly, responsible for drawing the boss's attention, maintaining aggro and securing their position. The first group, with its higher level and better equipment, was responsible for unleashing massive damage output. The second group was responsible for intercepting harassing mobs to prevent interference with the main battlefield and protecting the healers. Breath hold, Dharma King. Feng Xing Tianxia stood atop the monster's head. Receive. Lei Zhen knelt on the giant insect's back, thrusting his thunder magnetic floating cannon directly into a newly opened air vent. Boom! Purple lightning exploded inside the valve. Who hiccup? The boss's roar was immediately drowned out by a powerful shockwave. Now's the time. Feng Xing Tianxia's origin fang had already absorbed the boss's blood. Seizing the opportunity, he transformed into a black drill and burrowed into the blasted air vent. The hunter's job is to cut the weak points, shadow kill. The outburst from within instantly shattered the boss's fragile organs. A few seconds later, Ayo. The gluttonous maw let out its final, mournful cry before death. Its interior was churned to pieces. Its massive body suddenly stiffened and then, like a collapsing skyscraper, it crashed heavily into the acid pool below. Slay the companion boss, Gluttonous Maw LV-23. The pyloric defense line held. What are you standing there for? Repair the door. Steal the monsters. Battle results constructed Benmen Great Wall No. 1 Dragon War in the Wilds Dragon War Guild. Assessment The Saturation Bombardment secured the victory. No 2 Fencing Tianxia Dawn Guild. Evaluation Perfect tactical execution and a fatal blow. Looking at the rankings, Fengxing Tianxia was not disappointed at Allenstead. He grinned. Longzhan had burned countless resources, so taking first place was only natural. The division of labor and cooperation between the Dawn and Longzhan guilds was textbook perfect. Gene Shop's second round of restocking begins. Titan's Blood Diluted Version Inventory Update, 2,000 units. Eligibility for purchase, top 2,000 players by contribution to this campaign. This time there was no need to compete on speed. The system directly sent confirmation letters for purchase rights to the first 2,000 players. I'm qualified. A random player ranked 1,999th saw the pop-up window and knelt on the ground. Weeping bitterly, ha, I can defy fate too. For players ranked 2,000 or lower, this moment was worse than death. The hunter ranked 2001, rolling on the ground. Do not disturb. A higher dimensional perspective, the body of a titan. Gu Yuan looked at the reclosing defenses at the cardia and the blocked stomach acid, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Gastroesophageal reflux has been suppressed. The lung threat has been eliminated. The stomach problem has been temporarily suppressed. Gu Yuan shook his head as he watched the players who tried to swim in the stomach acid and were then scalded to death. Players these days have terrible gear. They're all focused on physical defense. Their magic resistance and elemental resistance are practically zero. If the resistance problem isn't solved, they won't even get into the stomach, and they'll struggle even deep in the liver. Gu Yuan's mind stirred. The currently available liver and lungs provide a variety of materials. Materials with windfire and poison attributes are already available. It's time to unlock that system. Server-wide system update, the Age of Enchantment and Alchemy. New NPC, Runesmith Dawnhold/Blackrock Keep Detoxification Camp. Unlocked feature, Equipment Attribute Enchantment. In-game, players who participated in the Battle of the Cardiac Gate first returned to the lungs via the Crimson Route. As soon as Fengxing Tianxia returned to Blackrock Fortress, he noticed a strange old NPC next to the blacksmith shop. Young warrior sword is sharp but it has no attributes. The old man pointed at the razor-sharp blade. Want it to burn or want it to be poisoned? A simple speed boost isn't out of the question either. A brand new interface unfolds before your eyes. Enchantment system explained. 1 Weapon enchantment. Flame infusion requires flame demon core fragments obtained from lungs. Attacks deal fire damage, especially effective against plant insect monsters. Poisonous coating requires high purity bile produced by the liver. Attacks inflict continuous corrosion, inhibiting monster health regeneration. 2 Armor enchantments. Anti-acid film requires hardened gallstones plus slime. Significantly reduces damage from acidic environments. Heat-resistant texture requires ember ash. Reduces fire damage. This. Fengxing Tianxia's eyes lit up. This is a classic example of using war to sustain war. Want to cleanse your stomach? Then you'll have to cleanse your liver of antacids like gallstones. Want to get deep into the liver? Then you'll have to farm fire cores in the lungs and sterilize your enchanted equipment with high temperatures. The output of these 3 organs forms a perfect cycle of restraint. Brothers, did you hear that? Fengxing Tianxia shouted in the guild channel. The Battle of the Cardiac Gate was just an unexpected event. The stomach area map is temporarily unsuitable for entry. Some solo players might be tempting fate, but we don't need to follow them. The focus of our work now has to be entirely shifted back to the liver. Lungs and bronchi, we need to farm materials. Everyone change gear. Enchant all your weapons with magical enchantments. When everyone has a set of anti-antacid gear, that's when we'll launch our counterattack against stomach problems. With the opening of the enchanting system, Players who were previously somewhat lost have found their purpose again. The price of gallstones in the liver has skyrocketed, while the supply of lung gallstones cannot meet the demand. In game time shortly after the Battle of Benmen. Coordinates liver H105 hepatic lobule region. In this labyrinth of hexagonal pillars, the battle never ceased compared to H103, which began its advance at the same time but was quickly breached. The environment here was much more rugged, the walls were covered with thick, emerald-like bile salt crystals, and ordinary weapons could only leave a white mark when they struck them. When Fengxing Xiangxia's figure moved like a faint ink mark, and the origin fang in his hand precisely sliced open the joint gap of a crystallized gallstone golem, LV 22 elites, as the enormous golem shattered with a deafening roar. An unprecedented golden beam of light, like a sharp sword piercing the darkness, exploded violently on Fengxing Tianxia. The light was so intense that it even cleared away the poisonous fog within a 100-meter radius. Congratulations! Player Fengxing Tianxia has reached level 20. Server-wide announcement, the first gene lock has been lifted. System update, Titan sequence activated. Reality mapping now enabled. Holy crap, I'm level 20. The powerful figure at the top of the rankings in the distance stopped swinging his armor, looking at the golden light with envy. He was currently only level 19. Still quite a distance from level 20. Brother Feng's leveling speed is ridiculous. I feel like it'll be another day or two before I even reach level 20. At this point, the level gradient within the Dawn core team was no longer very obvious. This was because the experience required for leveling up increased as the game progressed. And the experience gain efficiency was roughly the same for everyone acting as a group. Fengxing Tianxia gained a lot of experience thanks to his high damage to single targets, especially high-level elites with the first kill bonus. He reached level 20 by leaps and bounds. Thunder King and Data Maniac Li Zihan have just surpassed level 19. The Spirit Master's abilities are biased towards area of effect damage, with limited effectiveness against powerful individuals. Meanwhile, Dali Chuki, who was responsible for tanking Monster Sand Yunjingyu, who was responsible for logistics, were stuck in the middle of level 19. Is this what it feels like to be level 20? Fengxing Xiangxia let out a long sigh of relief. In the instant of the upgrade, he could feel that this virtual body was undergoing a qualitative change. No longer just a collection of data, but an evolution at the level of life. It felt like something had broken. He clicked on the shimmering double helix gold icon in the center of his vision, Titan sequence. Talent tree system, Titan sequence. Description, the end of the mortal body. The beginning of divine evolution. Each upgrade will give you the opportunity to modify your character. The starting point of divine evolution. Fengxing Tianxia murmured to himself as he looked at the description on the golden double helix icon. He swallowed hard, suppressing the pounding in his heart as he looked down. Please choose one of the following keystone talents. 1. Flesh and blood sequence, red. Primary muscle fiber remodeling, strength assessment plus 15%. Real-world analogy, increased bone density leads to explosive power reaching the limits of human potential. Early-stage keratinized skin, physical defense plus 10%. Real-world application, increased subcutaneous tissue toughness makes it difficult for small-caliber stray bullets to cause penetrating wounds. 2. Neural sequence, blue. Primary synaptic acceleration, neural reaction speed plus 20%. Reality mapping, dynamic visual capture capabilities are greatly improved. And neural signal transmission is latency-free. Beginner hunting instinct, increased sensitivity to killing intent and line of sight. Reality reflection, activating a subtle crisis intuition. 3. Psionic sequence, purple. Basic bioelectromagnetic field, spell penetration plus 5%. Reality mapping, weak electromagnetic perception. Preliminary control of bioelectricity. Beginner brain development, enhances logical thinking and memory. Real-world manifestation, A surge in computing power and increased mental agility allow one to proactively enter a state of absolute calm. Current synchronization rate 5.1%. Note the strength of real-world feedback is limited by the synchronization rate. Real-world mapping could it be? Fengxing Tianxia didn't hesitate. As the #1 assassin in the entire server, his only belief was speed. He allocated his first talent point to synaptic acceleration within neural sequences. Points earned successfully in that instant. He felt the sounds of the entire game world slow down. The howling poisonous wind turned into a slow murmur. And the actions of the person beside him speaking to him seemed to be in slow motion. Thump thump Fengxing Xianxia closed his eyes, clearly feeling his own heartbeat. A strong and powerful pulse, he felt it. Dolly, punch me. Fengxing Tianxia suddenly spoke up. Huh. Dolly was taken aback for a moment, then grinned well. Here I come, call. The powerful lava fist came hurtling in with a strong gust of wind. But in Fengxing Xianxia's eyes, the trajectory of this punch was crystal clear. He could even see the flickering sparks on Dolly's knuckles. He merely leaned back slightly, narrowly avoiding the heavy blow. I'll log off and verify first. Fengxing Tianxia couldn't even wait for Dolly to speak, and immediately logged off, choosing to leave the game running in place. Blue Star Shanghai. Chen Feng opened his eyes from the life support pod. A sparrow flew by outside the floor-to-ceiling window. In the instant Chen Feng focused his gaze, his brain clearly captured the frequency of the sparrow's wing flapping. Not only that, he subconsciously looked at the desk. A ballpoint pen is sliding toward the edge because of the slight tilt of the table. The moment the pen touches the paper, Chen Feng's figure had already disappeared beside the life support pod. Brushed, his hand firmly held the pen. The whole process was so fast that he didn't even have time to react. It was entirely an instinctive reaction. The whole world became clearer. Perception became incredibly sharp. And speed increased dramatically. Chen Feng looked at his hands. If his body had previously been repaired and greatly enhanced by 2 vials of Titan's blood, then no, it could be said that he had been reforged. At this moment, no one understood the words divine origin better than him. And my synchronization rate is only 5.1%. He took a deep breath and lay back down in the life support capsule. 5 minutes later in the game, Fengxing Xianxia opened his eyes again. His tone filled with an unprecedented fervor. Everyone level up quickly, listen up, after level 20. The talent tree like Titan's blood will have some effects that directly affect your real-world body. It's practically a miracle. After saying that, he paused, then grinned. I feel like I can't even be considered human anymore. Even if I encountered 3 Special Forces members from the 3rd Regiment in real life, all of them unarmed and having consumed Titan's blood, I could probably take on 5 of them. The Thunder King and the Data Maniac exchanged a glance. Their eyes blazing with fury, stopped chatting. Level up, Lei Zhen roared. Bring the 3rd group over here too. Use saturation farming to boost their levels. A higher dimensional perspective, the body of a Titan. As Gu Yuan watched Fengxing Tianxia light up his first talent star, a ripple of emotion stirred within him. The first particle to transcend the mortal realm has been born. Gu Yuan observed for a while, then muttered, first rank. Not bad. I just wonder what their highest rank will be in the future. It seems the player's game level and the universal rank don't quite correlate. Oh well, I can't be bothered with it. My own life is more important. No matter what rank they are, they all have to work for me. Although the increased level made his repair speed faster, he also felt the pressure. The lesions in the liver are not dead tissue. As players rampage through H103 and H105, the dark, hardened mass deep within the liver, the cirrhotic lesion seems to sense the threat. Given the immense scale of a Titan's body, every part of it, once out of control, nearly gave birth to Gaia's consciousness. It began to shrink, forcibly cutting off the nutrients that were originally flowing to the edges, and directing them all to the nearby H124 megatransportation hub. It's actually gathering its defensive forces. Trying to counterattack the players, Gu Yuan looked down. Leaflet H124 there. At the confluence of multiple portal veins and bile ducts, a massive Saroma Fortress formed from the accumulation of dead liver cells is taking shape. If this point isn't removed, players will forever be trapped on the edge of the liver, unable to access the true detoxification center. With a tap of his finger, Gu Yuan created a brand new main quest and sent it to all players. Describing the threat. Server-wide epic battle preview, H124 Nexus. Background: a strong immune rejection response has erupted deep within the liver. A fortress of filth, H124 hub, blocks the only path to the core. Task objective: first, launch an expedition against H124. Second, destroy the tumor fortress. Third, establish a joint camp below Fort H124 award. The first organization to breach the fortress will gain control of the area's purification and management, i.e. a cut of the camp's profits after the battle ends. A third round of Titan's blood purchase slots, 5,000 in total, will be distributed based on contributions. Players who were previously just casually exploring the bronchioles and scavenging for scraps on the edge of the liver went completely crazy when they saw 5,000 vials of potion and purification management rights. 5,000. Holy crap, I'm definitely going to grab one this time. Management rights. Doesn't that mean they can collect tolls? Dawn Dragon War Dynasty. All the guilds are gathering. 100,000 players surged forth like a torrent, pouring out from the deep passages of the bronchi and the labyrinthine folds of the liver lobules, aboard the Crimson ship, and marched in a mighty torrent toward the Forbidden Zone for newborns marked H124. Even wandering players who had no idea where they were headed were no exception. Fengxing Xiangxia stood at the highest point of H105, his gaze sweeping over the red dots jumping on the holographic map. As the only level 20 player currently, the benefits he has gained are unimaginable to others. It can be said that he is currently the most devout Titan familia. The era of Superman has begun, he whispered. And no one can close it now. His fingertips lightly traced the ravenous, restless fang of origin at his waist. The blade seemed to respond to its master's fighting spirit. Humming softly, a smile played on his lips. His voice cold and resolute, go raze that fortress to the ground. Hubs had by then become a bloody grinder. To vie for control of the H124 transportation hub Dawn, Dragon warned other guilds large and small, as well as solo and casual players, flocked from all directions, nearly 80. 0 players gathered in the small area, densely packed like ants on an expedition, fiercely battling the fleshy fortress formed from countless dead cells. Shouts of battle explosions and verbal fights sparked by fighting over monsters made the area as lively as a bustling market. However, in another corner of this world, the style is completely different. Coordinates: Yordic Arch Branch intersection. This is a highway hub where blood surges. Huge crimson ships like busy buses travel to every corner of the body. On a somewhat empty crimson ship stood a player with the ID Anatomy class representative. He wasn't wearing heavy armors, nor was he carrying any weapons, or to put it bluntly, he had hardly participated in any combat, and his entire fortune couldn't even buy him equipment. So he was practically naked, wearing only a white beginner's outfit. He had a pair of goggles given to him by the system perched on his nose. A small notebook in his handand was muttering to himself. According to the 9th edition of Asterisk Systemic Anatomy, the flow rate at that fork in the road was extremely high. It should be the renal artery leading to the kidneys. I won't go there, it smells like urea everywhere. The bright red blood cells in this channel indicate extremely high oxygen levels, and the flow is upward. Most likely the common carotid artery or subclavian artery. The anatomy class representative is a real-life 5th-year medical student, and also a well-known research enthusiast and scenery lover on the forum. After learning not long ago that the game's setting was inside a gigantic creature, the Titan, the anatomy class representative went completely insane. Other players play the game by slaying monsters, leveling up and getting equipment. His game is a one-day tour of the human body, guys. I'm the class representative, and today we're going to do something big. He waved at the image crystal floating beside him and said excitedly, using the recording crystal allows you to capture in-game footage, achieving the effect of recording videos or even live streaming. Right now, the anatomy class representative is live streaming. Based on my deductions over the past few days, and my experience of dying dozens of times, I've discovered a pattern as long as you follow those blood vessels with extremely thin walls, slowing flow and gradually decreasing temperature. You can reach the edge of this world. A few lines of text floated across the screen. Stop sending gifts, streamer. Last time you went to the colon hospital, you almost drowned in poop boundaries. Does this game have invisible walls? No, it's not an invisible wall. The anatomy class representative pushed up his glasses, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Medically, that's called microcirculation. In other words, the skin. I want to see what this giant skin looks like. I want to see the outside world, roar. I will be the first man to reach the end of the world. The journey was long and tedious. The anatomy class representative changed ships 5 times on the Crimson Arc. From the aorta to the arteriole, and then to the microarteriole. The surrounding scenery began to change dramatically. The once wide Crimson Channel gradually narrowed, eventually becoming so narrow that only one Crimson ship could barely pass through. The surrounding walls became extremely thin, exhibiting a translucent texture. More importantly, the temperature has dropped. System notification, ambient temperature is dropping. Please keep warm, we're here, this is it. The anatomy class representative excitedly jumped off the Crimson ship. There was no road ahead. The blood vessels branched into countless fine capillaries. The Crimson ship could not pass normally and could only squeeze through by queuing and deforming itself. Next, a hiking trip. He took out a bone pickaxe and began digging into the tissue outside the blood vessel wall. The tissues here are no longer moist muscles or mucous membranes, but are becoming increasingly dry and hard. He struggled through layers of grayish-white, rock-like cuticles. This is the basal layer. This is the spinous layer. This is the granular layer. The geological structure here perfectly matches dermal histology. The planning was simply brilliant, finally. After breaking through the last layer of hard rock, a deep darkness came into his view. They've gone out. The anatomy class representative crawled out of the hole using both hands and feet. Coordinates Titan skin back wasteland. The moment the anatomy class representative stood up straight and saw the scene before him, the bone pickaxe in his hand clattered to the ground. The chat in the live stream also came to a complete halt at that moment. This is a vast, limbless, grayish-white Gobi Desert. The earth is cracked and riddled with enormous canyons. This is the texture of a Titan's skin. At the edge of the horizon stood towering black pillars that seemed to pierce the clouds. Their tops were invisible, and their surfaces were covered with black scales. Those were body hairs. But what's most breathtaking is the sky. There is no longer a ceiling, there is no fleshy wall. There was only an endless deep darkness. And within that darkness, billions of stars that appeared and disappeared. System notification, you have arrived at the end of the world, Titan skin. Achievement obtained, gazing at the stars, holy crap. The anatomy class representative couldn't help but kneel on the ground, gazing up at the starry skyders streaming down his face. The sheer power of that moment sent a jolt through him. We really are inside the body of a giant outside. Is the universe, this is outrageous. This game even includes this. Could it really be a game launched by some advanced civilization? However, this romantic notion of the stars and the sea did not last long. Boom, the earth suddenly trembled violently. In the distance, a meteorite trailing a green flame, carrying an aura of destruction, crashed heavily onto this wasteland. The shockwave whipped up a cloud of keratinous dust, nearly blowing the anatomy class representative away. Meteorite impact? No, that's not right. He got up and zoomed in on the lens to its maximum. That wasn't a meteorite at all. That was a void devourer as big as an aircraft carrier. The anatomy class representative was unaware that this was a cosmic-level parasite, enormous in size and possessing extremely powerful physical attributes. When their swarms migrate, they can easily devour entire planetary systems. When they move in large numbers, they can even inflict severe damage on the ecosystem of a star system. It had ferocious mouthparts and a thick carapace. As soon as it landed, it stretched out countless tentacles, which dug deep into the earth and frantically gnawed at the Titan's cuticle. On its back, countless smaller void fleas, each about the size of a tank, jumped down like a landing force and began to spread outwards. Warning: external intrusion detected. Entity: void parasite race. Description: they roam the universe, greedily feeding on the flesh and blood of the ancient gods. Holy crap, they got the Star Wars script. The anatomy class representative was trembling with fear. The atmosphere here was extremely thin, and his health was rapidly depleting due to lack of oxygen and radiation. He couldn't stay any longer, took a few photos from afar, recorded a short video, and immediately retreated back into the Titan's body. For players whose highest level is only LV20 at this stage, the combat power of those monsters is simply a matter of being outmatched. Higher dimensions Titan body. Gu Yuan watched all of this with indifference. Has it finally been discovered? He wasn't surprised. Players' desire to explore is boundless. Someone will always find the path to the outside world. But these damn mites. Gu Yuan felt a sudden itch and stinging sensation on his back. The void-devouring insects swarm had been biting his skin for who knows how long. At first there were only a few scattered ones, but later they all came with their families, which was extremely annoying. He didn't have the strength to deal with them before. But now these things were trying to take advantage of his body's recovery to burrow through his dermis and suck his blood. System: prepare to issue a task for players to clean up. Driving simulation. Conclusion: current player strength is insufficient. They lack survival gear and heavy firepower for armor penetration. Sending them directly would be tantamount to suicide. Gu Yuan shook his head helplessly. He wanted to use the players, but he didn't want them to die meaninglessly. Without equipment, players can't even breathe while outside the body, let alone fight monsters. If you want to go to the stars and the sea, you first need a ship and a spacesuit. Ancient Abyss can't directly give players cheat codes and equipment. They have to find another way and let players work hard for themselves. Give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. Moreover, he was poor. Manufacturing that kind of advanced bioarmor required a massive amount of energy, and he needed to conserve that energy to repair his internal organs. Now that a new map has been discovered, let's give them a preparation period. Consider it a promise from the developers for a game update. With a light tap of his finger, Gu Yuan caused an unfinished void obelisk to rise simultaneously in the central plaza of several important fortresses densely populated with players. A server-wide announcement. Player Anatomy Class Representative discovers the boundary of the world, the Starry Wasteland. A new threat is approaching. Cosmic predators are devouring our home. Server-wide quest chain unlocked, Titan's Arsenal Phase 1. Description: to combat the powerful foes in the void, we need more advanced equipment. The ancient genetic blueprints have been unlocked, but we need the materials to forge them. Task objective. Resources to be collected: high-strength materials such as high-purity alloy skeletons, and high-energy substances such as high-energy fuel. Unlock the tech tree when the total bioenergy collected across the server reaches 1 billion. The bio-powered armor mech technology and research line will be unlocked. Hint: as a member of the Titans camp, you must help the Titans overcome their troubles and confront both internal and external threats. It's time to prepare for war against our enemies. In the live stream, the anatomy class representative was enthusiastically chatting with the audience when suddenly, the chat exploded with comments like "Watch out. Then turn around. He whirled around and saw a gigantic monster crawling into the Titan's body through the path he had dug. Its gaping maw charging towards him. In his last second before dying, he shouted into the camera, "Guys, get ready to pilot the Gundams." The screen went black, but the entire Titan's world was in an uproar. The battle for H-124. Faced with the allure of the dazzling starry sky and the Mecca. Suddenly it all lost its appeal. I'm going to mine. Nobody can stop me. Where is the thickest layer of fat? I need to have my fat removed. Mech, mech, mech. Gu Yuan watched as the players frantically gathered resources and completed quests to unlock the new version. And closed his eyes in satisfaction. Very good. Full of energy. As long as you give up your liver and obediently hand over your bioenergy, you'll have everything you need. Tilde. Whether it's the real body or the technology in a game. That's right, as a Titan. Gu Yuan's mind is filled with countless cutting-edge technologies. The bio-powered armor that has been unveiled this time is real technology. Coordinates detoxification camp. The newly erected void obelisk was currently emitting a faint blue light. And at the very top of the obelisk, a massive progress bar floated, filling all players with both despair and excitement. Server-wide Titan Armory donation progress, 8. 55 million 1 billion 1 billion. A casual player passing by craned his neck. Has the game planner gone mad? There are 100. 0 players on the server. Each person would have to donate 10. 0 to reach the goal. I need 800 points to repair my equipment each time. Where am I going to find the spare money to donate this? This is the economic recycling system designed by Gu Yuan. Although the monster output is higher, the player's consumption also increases exponentially with the increase in map difficulty. In particular, the loss of equipment durability and the large variety of consumables make it impossible for most players to save up any working capital. Amid the crowd, the data enthusiast hurried past with several logistics personnel. Their backpacks stuffed with supplies just brought back from the front lines. In the Dawn Guild's management channel, the data maniac made a calm assessment. Brother Feng. Even if we rely on casual players saving every penny, this progress bar won't be finished in 6 months. The system is forcing us to launch a war. He pointed to the bright red coordinates on the map, Hub H-124. There are no other major battles at the moment. So our best course of action is to launch a full-scale attack on H-124 to speed things up. Based on the advanced team's research, we have obtained the detailed production coordinates of H-124's specialty high-purity bile salt crystals. One of these crystals can offset a significant amount of bioenergy. This is the only shortcut if we don't take down H-124. We'll probably never be able to unlock the mech technology tree. Feng Xing Tianxia stood on the high ground at the front, looking at the assembled army. Pass the order down. Dawn Guild's main force. Prepare for the assault. Coordinates: Liver H-124 Saroma Fortress. This is currently the largest meat grinder in the liver area. A colossal fortress built from dead liver cells, sclerotic nodules, and countless remnants of blood vessels stands before all players. The city walls were teeming with crystallized gallstone guardians, whose crystalline spears with each hurled could take down a group of fragile players. Around the fortress, a highly toxic bile moat deterred countless melee players. Dragon war guilds fill in the road. A furious roar echoed across the flank of the battlefield. Longzhan Yuyi was dressed in a set of top-quality armor that shimmered with gold, made of the finest material, heavily reinforced, and enchanted with the highest level of luxury, truly extravagant. A dazzling golden light suddenly burst forth from him. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Dragon Warrior in the Wilds for reaching level 20. A genetic lock unlocked. Titan sequence activated. Ha, I've reached the threshold too. Longzhan Yuyi roared with laughter. LV 20 is the watershed between mortals and the extraordinary. From now on, every improvement in the game will have a huge impact on reality. He directly accessed the talent tree on the battlefield. He only had one precious foundational talent point. as a wealthy guild leader who loved to charge into battle. His greatest fear was death without any hesitation. He allocated the point to the first tier of flesh and blood sequence, red. Talent selection, primary keratinized skin reality mapping, enhanced survivability. Open up for me, Longzhan roared. Not dodging the flying crystal spear, but instead straightening his chest and using his top-grade plate armor to take the hit head-on. Clang sparks flew the spear, powerful enough to instantly kill a level 15 player. Was deflected by him, with only a pitifully small damage number appearing above his head. Is this level 20 defense? Long Zhanyu looked at his armor, which was only slightly dented, and felt the illusion that his skin had become as tough as a tire. Gaga, he burst into unrestrained laughter. Then swung his large hand dramatically. Brothers, the guild leader will tank the monsters for you. Even if we have to pay. We'll smash this section of the wall down, morale soared. Thousands of Dragon War Guild members roared and charged forward. With Dragon War's reputation among players, he could command a huge following. As long as he was at the forefront, even casual players were willing to follow and share in the spoils. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, an army clad in black battle robes sliced into the flank like a scalpel. It was the leader of another top guild, the Dynasty Guild. ID Tianxi, this person is a typical strategy player. In real life, he is a PhD in mathematics from a prestigious university. He doesn't usually show off his skills, but he always stays close to the top tier during the leveling frenzy. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Tianxi for reaching level 20. A golden light shone. Tianxi stood on high ground and also opened the talent tree. He chose Psionic Sequence Purple. Talent selection, beginner brain overclocking, reality mapping, improves logical thinking and calculation speed. Tianxi couldn't help but frown. The surge in data processing power made his head spin. He took several deep breaths to calm down. Everyone listen up. Tianxi's voice rang out in the guild channel, chillingly calm in his view. The chaotic situation on the battlefield was instantly deconstructed into countless clear data lines. The monster's aggro ranged catapult's trajectory. Even their own healer's mana regeneration rate. Everything was as clear as a chessboard as the commander. His decisions were more precise, and the team's progress was greatly improved. Under his micromanagement, the Imperial Dynasty Guild's progress was in no way inferior to that of the Dawn and Dragon War Guilds. Blue Star, the real world. As the top players in the first tier successively broke through to LV20, the real world was once again shaken. Location Daxia, a top-tier private gym, Long Zhanyue, who had just logged off, climbed out of the life support pod. Longzhan Yuyuho's real name is Zhao Qiuo, is an extremely wealthy young man to excel in this game. He has already invested tens of millions of yuan in the early stages to acquire equipment and materials, purchase bioenergy and various materials from many players, pay full-time players, and convert all game resources into combat power. Rumors online suggest that this rich guy has invested as much as 500 million yuan. While the reality is not that exaggerated, he is definitely the biggest spender in the entire server. Gu Yuan was pleased with this. The existence of these wealthy players actually promoted the circulation and consumption of currency in the game, significantly increasing their rate of acquiring bioenergy. Zhao Qiuo, shirtless, walked to the mirror. He picked up a small, delicate knife he usually used to cut cigars, hesitated for a moment and then lightly made a cut on his arm. There was no blood, only a white mark remained on his skin, as if it had been scratched on cowhide. Only when he pressed hard did a tiny bead of blood seep out. Keratinized skin. A glint of ambitious fervor flashed in Zhao Qiuo's eyes. This money was well spent if I maxed out this talent tree. Could I even withstand bullets? He picked up the phone. Hello, finance department. Give me another 10 million in budget. What for? I'll explain to my dad myself. Just transfer the money to me first. Location Shenzhen Daxia, a cybersecurity center. Li Zihan had also reached LV20 at this time. He had just assisted Fengxing Tianxia in completing a precise tactical deployment in the game. Now he was forced offline to handle his work, Brother Li. This algorithm model is stuck. The server load is too high. Li Zihan stared at the dense code on the screen, then closed her eyes. Talent mapping, brain overclockings. Synchronization rate, 4.9% when I opened my eyes again. Those monotonous symbols seemed to come alive. My brain became faster as if it had upgraded its CPU. Calculations that were previously sluggish were now completed instantly. There's a logical conflict. Optimize the redundant data. Li Zihan's fingers flew across the keyboard a few times. Done. Holy crap, that's it. The supervisor was dumbfounded. Is your brain made of a quantum computer? Li Zihan adjusted his glasses. A slight smile playing on his lips. No, it's just. The version has been updated in the game. The siege of H124 Fortress has reached a stalemate. Although the three major guilds already have LV20 leaders, and the player base is enormous, H124 is still one of the core hubs of the game. Monsters are constantly spawning here. In addition to the guards on the walls, a large number of level 21 elite units Venomous Aberrant have also poured out of the fortress. They explode when they die, releasing a large area of poisonous mist, making advance extremely difficult. We can't advance any further. Dolly, in a miraculous retreat, returned to his position. His shield's durability was already low. The monsters inside are too dense, and they even self-destruct. Melee combat is impossible. Feng Xingxian wiped the venom off his dagger and looked at the still majestic fortress ahead. Tusk, another tug of war, even Feng Xingxian, with his calm and collected nature, couldn't help but purse his lips. This scene seemed familiar. He recalled several previous battles. We're not just fighting monsters. We're competing for resources. Even if we can't push through, the crystals dropped by monsters on the outskirts will be enough to slowly fill that billion-point progress bar. He turned to the Dawn Guild members behind him. Take turns. First raid group logs off to rest. Second raid group takes over. Remember, our main objective is the crystal. The frontal battle is too difficult. We'll use positioning. A higher dimensional perspective, the body of a titan. Gu Yuan gazed at the meat grinder-like battlefield surrounding Fort H124. Every second players deed every second. Monsters were dismembered. Countless bioenergy and resources were flowing back into his system through this brutal process. Server-wide donation progress, 12,500,000/100 million. Although the progress bar is still slow, it is steadily increasing. Very good. The current players still need time to mature. They need to hone their skills and upgrade their equipment during this long siege battle, so that more people can reach LV20. The Lord of H124 is still asleep. Gu Yuan glanced at the massive reactor deep within the fortress. Wait until you've cleared the outer perimeter and leveled up before facing that behemoth. Uadinits outside H124 of the liver area, Dawn Guild frontline bunker. Acid rain outside the bunker corroded the rocks, making a hissing sound. The core 5 members of the Dawn Guild were making the most of their time to prepare, and the air was thick with the tension of an impending battle. With the first batch of players across the entire server reaching the LV20 mark, the Titan sequence has finally revealed just the tip of the iceberg. The data maniac projected the talent tree to the center of the bunker. At this moment, most of the tree's branches and leaves were locked in a dark state, with only the very roots shimmering with a faint light. The threshold for second-tier talents is ridiculously high, Li Zihan said seriously, pointing to the eye-catching high-level icons. Starting from level 20, you only get 1 potential point per level. But unlocking a second-tier talent requires 2 potential points per attempt. And you also need to have invested at least 2 points in that talent sequence. However, we are not forced to choose only one talent tree. We can allocate points to the flesh and blood sequence, the neural sequence, and the psionic sequence simultaneously. In other words, To unlock the second-tier ultimate skill, you need to be at least LV23 or even higher. The Thunder King wiped the floating cannon in his hand, glancing regretfully at the depths of the purple abyss. It seems that for the time being, we can only rely on our first-tier talents to tough it out. Everyone turned their attention to the 3 currently available Tier 1 options. Although they were only basic, the improvements they brought were enough to change the course of the battle. Talent Tree System Titan Sequence. Description: the end of the mortal body. The beginning of divine evolution. Each upgrade will give you the opportunity to modify your character. Levels 20-29, 1 potential point awarded for each level gained. Flesh and Blood Sequence Red. Corresponding attributes: Constitution Strength. Recovery Tier 1 consumes 1 potential point. Primary Muscle Fiber Remodeling, Strength Assessment plus 15%. Real-world analogy. Increased bone density leads to explosive power reaching the limits of human potential. Early-stage keratinized skin, Physical Defense plus 10%. Real-world application. Increased subcutaneous tissue toughness makes it difficult for small-caliber stray bullets to cause penetrating wounds. Tier 2 locked. Requires at least 2 potential points in the Flesh and Blood sequence to unlock. Requires 2 potential points. Mid-order Muscle Fiber Remodeling. Intermediate level of keratinized skin. Unyielding bones increases the level of invincibility. Real-world correlation, bone density further increases, resulting in improved toughness. Life Forge doubles the effects of regeneration and healing. Reality Reflection, self-healing ability greatly enhanced. Possessing preliminary regenerative capabilities. Neural Sequence Blue. Corresponding attributes: Agility Perception. Precision Tier 1 consumes 1 potential point. Primary Synaptic Acceleration, Neural Reaction Speed plus 20%. Reality Mapping, Dynamic Visual Capture capabilities are greatly improved. And Neural Signal Transmission is latency-free. Beginner Hunting Instinct, increased sensitivity to killing intent and line of sight. Reality Reflection, activating a subtle crisis intuition. Tier 2 locked. Requires at least 2 potential points invested in the neural sequence to unlock. Requires 2 potential points. Intermediate Synaptic Acceleration. Intermediate Hunting Instinct. Bullet time thoughts accelerate. The world relatively stands still. Reality Mapping active ability. Instantaneous Acceleration. Micrometer level control, absolutely precise. Real-world implications, significantly improved body control. Flexibility and muscle engagement. Psionic Sequence Purple. Corresponding attributes: Intelligence Spirit Control. Tier 1 consumes 1 potential point. Basic Bioelectromagnetic Field, Spell Penetration plus 5%. Reality Mapping Weak Electromagnetic Perception. Preliminary Control of Bioelectricity. Beginner Brain Development, enhances logical thinking and memory. Real-world Manifestation. A surge in computing power and increased mental agility allow one to proactively enter a state of absolute calm. Tier 2 locked. Requires at least 2 potential points invested in the psionic sequence to unlock. Requires 2 potential points. Intermediate level bioelectromagnetic field. Intermediate brainwave overclocking. Mental threshold lock, immunity to control and mental pressure. Reality reflection, increased mental resistance and enhanced spiritual resilience. Energy resonance, a qualitative change in the spell's range. Reality mapping, energy perception resonance. Manifested as the ability to cast spells easily. At this moment Tevrion is level 20. And everyone has already unlocked their first-tier talent. As the main tank, he didn't hesitate to choose the keratinized skin perk from the flesh tree. His skin developed a faint grayish sheen and now, even without armors, he could withstand the bites of monsters of the same level. Both the Thunder King and the Data Maniac, as magic-based damage dealers and crowd control users, opted for the mental magic tree. The Thunder King chose bioelectromagnetic field, while the Data Maniac chose brain overclocking. maximizing their respective strengths. The most unique one is the Cloudborn Pomelo. The Fate Weaver is a unique profession. Their healing abilities appear to lean towards magic and mental skills, but are actually a hybrid of physical and mental abilities. The higher their own healths, the stronger their healing capabilities for teammates. Besides, you can only heal if you're alive. Facing her teammates' gazes, Yun Zhongyu raised her chin. Of course you should choose muscle fiber remodeling first. The flesh and blood talent has a hidden bonus to maximum health. Finally, everyone's eyes turned to the person in the corner. Chen Feng, the valiant warrior, has just reached level 21, ranking first on the server's level leaderboard. Brother Feng, how did you get this? The data enthusiast asked. Chen Feng spread his hands, and on his personal panel, 2 blue neural circuits were glowing. As the only person in the entire server with 2 potential points, he chose to go all in on the neural system, preparing for the second tier later. Synaptic acceleration plus hunting instinct. Extreme speed coupled with deadly intuition. Since we're playing games, of course I want to maximize my strengths, after all. I'm not a lone wolf player, so you guys will naturally help me make up for my weaknesses. It feels amazing, Chen Feng said softly, his pupils slightly contracting. The trails of dust particles floating in the air became clearly visible to him. The world has slowed down and I know where to strike for maximum pain. I can mark weaknesses. He stood up, and Fang of Origin twirled in his hand in an indistinct arc. All right, know that the extra points are done. It's time to get back to work. Chen Feng pointed to the massive, fleshy fortress in the distance. The hardened gallstones inside H124 are very valuable. Although we can't defeat the final boss, it's entirely feasible to use our current advantage to create an opening on the perimeter. Grab the resources and run. Our 5 individual combat strengths are outstanding. We can operate independently of the 1st and 2nd regiments, serving as mobile positions on the battlefield. Action. High-dimensional perspective. Titan a bit. The frigid winds howled from the depths of the universe. Gu Yuan stared at the few cells within his body that had suddenly brightened. Although it is only the most basic sublimation of life, it is a qualitative change. The originally fragile, ordinary carbon-based organisms are taking the first step towards a higher dimensional life form. Hurry up. Gu Yuan could sense that the toxins covering the surface of his liver were rapidly penetrating. The players had performed admirably, but compared to the speed at which their bodies were collapsing, it was still insignificant. Another expansion is on the agenda. Adding more creatures will allow my neural network to recover and handle even more players. Coordinates: periphery of liver H124. The battlefield was like a boiling pot of oil. The main force of the Dawn Guild is making a difficult advance here. Their opponent is a gatekeeper mini-boss blocking their path, Crystallized Centurion. This is a giant stitched monster standing 5 meters tall, covered in purple hardened gallstone armor. Every swing of its greatsword unleashes a wave of poisonous energy. Shieldbearer hold the lines. Healers keep the group heals going. The dozen or so ordinary warrior players in the front row gritted their teeth and raised their shields, their health bars jumping wildly under the boss's cleave attacks. If it weren't for the dozens of priests in the back row frantically healing them, the defensive line would have collapsed long ago. This boss's armor is too thick. Physical attacks are useless and magic is reflected. The raid leader yelled in the chat. We need penetration attacks. Just as the battle reached a stalemate, a comm command entered the team battle channel. Hold the aggro and clear the middle lanes. It's President Feng Xing Tianxia at that moment. The chaotic formation seemed to find its backbone and quickly split to both sides. The core 5 members of the Dawn Guild, like a sharp scalpel, plunged straight into the boss's front. Level 20 is a game changer. They no longer need to rely on sheer numbers to defeat bosses like before. They can now stand on their own. Dakyang engaged the monster, okay. Miracles happen with sheer force without any fancy moves. He directly bypassed a defensive line. facing the Centurion's massive sword crashing down upon him. He didn't even raise his shield, but instead took the hit head-on with his bare body clang. A sickening metallic clang rang out. There was no bloody scene as expected. Thanks to the flesh sequence, Skill-High's skin had a matte, grayish-white sheen. The greatsword, powerful enough to cut an ordinary player in half, struck his shoulder as if it had hit a solid tire, leaving only a white mark, reduced dead skin cells. Pure numbers, pure beauty this time. It's simply that its body's hardness is beyond the standard. It's already harder than a regular shield. That's too tanky. The priests in the back row were dumbfounded. At that rate of health loss, I can heal him back up with a single heal. Seeing that its attack had failed, the boss raised its head and roared. And the crystal core on its chest began to flash with a blinding light. This was its ultimate move, Crystal Resonance. A full-screen AoE attack. Want to read the progress bar? The data enthusiast pushed up his glasses, his eyes flashing with countless blue streams of data. As a mind hacker, after activating the purple element brain overclock skill, his brain's processing speed was able to keep up with the boss's energy flow frequency, allowing him to precisely interfere with the mind. Mind blockade. He launched an invisible mental spike, which precisely pierced the boss's core. ZZZ. The Centurion's roar abruptly ceased. Like a duck being choked, his massive body froze in place. His charged skill abruptly interrupted, and he entered a force-stunned state. Great. We've got it under control. Meanwhile, several cunning minions, venomous hounds, took advantage of the boss's momentary stun to attempt a sneak attack from behind on the fragile characters. They targeted the seemingly most vulnerable Cloud Pomelo. Protect Sister Yuzu. Several guards from the same group tried to rush over. Need not. Yun Zhongyu remained calm, facing the oncoming stench. The Nani merely shifted slightly, her heavy bone staff whistling through the air as she swept it out with extreme violence. The incredible strength brought about by muscle fiber remodeling made her strike feel like 1,000 pounds. Bang! The attacking hound had its spine snapped by a single blow and flew out like a rag doll. Physical debridement is also part of the treatment. Yun Zhongyu calmly put away her staff and cast Life Echo on Dali Chukaji. The healing amount was frighteningly large due to her own vigorous vitality. Zona. The group of divine guards stood frozen in place. Oh my god, I'm a melee healer. The output environment is excellent. Fengxing Xiangxia's voice remained steady. Mage King used armor penetration at the same time. Fengxing Xiangxia's figure gradually blurred as he moved at high speed, searching for the best angle to attack and the enemy's weaknesses. Try this. The Thunder Magnetic Levitation Cannon on the Thunder King's shoulder was already fully charged. Under the passive enhancement of the bioelectromagnetic field, the Raging Lightning element was compressed into a highly penetrating stream of particles. Boom! The lightning struck the Centurion's crystalline armor with pinpoint accuracy. The once indestructible crystal crumbled instantly under the intense heat and penetration of the lightning, revealing a core of rotting flesh beneath. Weaknesses exposed. The moment the armor shattered, Chen Feng moved, driven by his dual talents in neural sequences. Combined with his professional skill, became a blur. Under the passive effect of synaptic acceleration, the boss's slow falling motion appeared to him as if it were playing frame by frame. In the perception of hunting instinct, the exposed core of flesh and blood is emitting a deadly red light. He transformed into a black afterimage, leaping into the air by stepping on the boss's falling knee, the Fang of Origin in his hand drawing a poignant arc in the air. No unnecessary movements, concise and efficient. The blade pierced precisely into the core, shredded it, and was then pulled out. All actions were completed within 0.1 seconds. The Centurion's massive body crashed to the ground. His long health bar instantly reduced to 0. Critical hit exploit. The weakness bled a fatal blow. Before the surrounding players could even react, the battle was over. This was the dominance of the core 5-man team after their talents were awakened, a qualitative leap in tank durability. Precise control and interruption. A healer who could both withstand damage and deal damage. And an instant burst of output as the boss fell. A fist-sized crystal emitting a faint blue light rolled out. High-purity gallstones, rare Lysihan stepped forward, picked up the crystal, and directly opened the system shop interface. High-purity gallstones. Market purchase price, 5W bioenergy. He clicked on sell the next second. The crystal turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the void. While on the server-wide task panel, the huge progress bar flickered very faintly. Titan Arsenal bioenergy progress, plus 50000 points. Not bad, Chen Feng flicked the blood off his blade. One elite monster provides 50,000 bioenergy. If we kill a few more, or if the rest of the group clears out the smaller monsters on the perimeter, we can achieve the first phase's objective. He turned around and looked at the Dawn Guild members behind him. Their morale greatly boosted. All personnel listen to my command. Advance the battle lines. If you encounter something you can't beat, wait for us. High-dimensional perspective, Titan abyss in space. Gu Yuan's eyes bright as nebulae flickered slightly. He watched as the high-purity gallstone inside his body, which had been sold to the system, was instantly decomposed along the divine body network, transforming into the purest biological energy, which was then injected into his already desiccated body. Although it is still far from the total of 1 billion, the energy cycle established through killing monsters, dropping items, recycling, has already shown initial results. Level 20 is a huge upgrade. Elite cells are dozens of times more efficient at killing viruses than ordinary cells. Gu Yuan felt the energy feedback from the core 5-person group. However, the number is still too small. The enemy inside H124 numbers in the millions. He glanced at the energy accumulated in the backstage area. It was only a drop in the ocean compared to the point of repairing his body. But it was enough to support a larger-scale consciousness projection summoning. Now that the qualitative change has begun, let's trigger another quantitative change. Gu Yuan's Grand will issue new instructions through the system, preparing to release a server-wide announcement. The 5th large-scale closed beta recruitment is now open. This time I want an army of 100,000 to become 200. 0 natural disasters, Blue Star, a system announcement. Like a depth charge dropped into a calm lake, instantly ignited the entire real-world network. Titan Genesis Preview, 5th closed beta recruitment begins. To combat the increasingly severe threat from the abyss, we need more immune guardians. Additional slots 100,000. Eligibility method, random selection from across the entire network. Slots will be distributed 24 hours later. Only 100,000 places available. For the billions of people around the world who aspire to change their fate. This is a 1 in 10,000 chance in this era. The latest VR gaming pods are readily available to anyone with money. And major e-commerce platforms have ample stock, however. The activation qualification that powers the device and connects to the game Titan Genesis is priceless. Location, capital of the Dragon Kingdom, headquarters of the Breaking the Barrier project. Ban Jiangguo stared at the glaring countdown on the big screen, his cigarette already burning down to the butt. 100,000 slots. Random selection across the entire network. His voice was hoarse, his brow furrowed. This means we can't just buy them out like we would with supplies. The team leader, the technical department, has tried to analyze the lottery algorithm. But it's a black box, completely random, with no backdoors to exploit, the staff officer reported. Ban Jiangguo stubbed out his cigarette, his gaze hard as iron. Since there's no backdoor, let's use quantity to create probability. He pointed to a top-secret document on the table, the formation plan for the 1st Titan Special Forces Division. Notify all military regions to ensure that the selected 3. 0 Elite Special Operations soldiers log in and register within the specified time. Additionally, mobilize all off-duty civilian and logistics personnel, totaling 50,000 people, to participate in a unified registration and lottery. Even if there's only a 1 in 1,000 chance, we'll still send them in. Furthermore, Ban Jiangguo paused, contact Lei Zhen. The Dawn Guild is the top guild in the game, with a very strong following. If the official team is unlucky and selects too few players, we need their assistance in recruiting retired players from the casual player pool and reorganizing them. Oh yes. Location, Shenzhen office building of a major internet company. Li Zihan, the data enthusiast, took off his glasses and rubbed his throbbing temples. His desk was piled high with project requirement documents, and his supervisor was still yelling and spitting as he urged for faster progress in the distance. Li Zihan, what are you daydreaming about? This algorithm model must run tonight. Li Zihan closed her eyes. Talent mapping, brain overclocking in that instant. The noisy office seemed to slow down and quiet down. The supervisor's angry and distorted face was broken down into countless micro-expression parameters in his eyes. And even the endocrine disorders caused by the supervisor's long-term sleep deprivation were clearly visible. This kind of inefficient code is no longer worth writing. Li Zihan opened his eyes, his gaze frighteningly clear. He took a pre-printed letter from the drawer and gently placed it in front of his supervisor. Resignation letter, are you crazy? Where are you going? To another world. Li Zihan picked up her coat and walked towards the elevator without looking back. As he walked out of the buildings, he took out his phone and sent a message to the private group called Code Utopia, which contained the top geniuses he had met in the coding community. Old friends, stop patching up the firewall for capitalists. Remember that game I mentioned last time? A new closed beta test has started. If you get selected, remember to contact me. I'll show you another side of the world. Location, a large construction site. At the bustling construction site, workers are struggling to carry cement that has just been unloaded from the truck. Ouch, damn it, this bag is soaked and incredibly heavy. Two burly men work together to lift a bag of damp cement. Their faces red and necks bulging from exhaustion. Move aside, I'll take over. Wang Daqiang, whose name means great strength brings miracles, walked over wearing a safety helmet. Without saying much, he reached out and grabbed the bag of damp cement, then, in full view of everyone, he casually picked up 2 more bags of dry cement and slung them over his shoulder. The total weight is close to 300 jin, 150 kg. Amidst the horrified gazes of his coworkers, Wang Daqiang not only didn't collapse under the weight, but instead walked steadily, even managing to free one hand to hold his hat, effortlessly making his way up to the second floor as if carrying a sack of cotton. My goodness! Did Daqiang take some kind of super powerful drug? After unloading the goods, Wang Daqiang dusted himself off and looked at the group of dumbfounded coworkers who had gathered around him. I won't hide it from you all anymore. Wang Daqiang CHUCK LED Chinese letter LY. I've been doing quite well in that game, Titans, lately. That's where I built up this strength. Daqiang, what game is that? Can we play it? The worker's eyes lit up. It's possible, but this game is free, it's all about luck. Wang Daqiang scratched his head. Those lottery spots are really hard to get. Everyone should register and try their luck these next few days if you have some free time. A game helmet is enough and it's not expensive. His gaze was sincere, we're manual laborers. Physically strong. Even if we're just meat shields, will be in high demand. If any of you are lucky enough to get selected, remember to look me up, I'll help you level up. It's better than spending your whole life as a laborer. Location, a high-end shooting club. The gate was tightly closed, and only a few staff members were dismantling the sign. Inside the club, Lei Zhen Thunder King was polishing his beloved sniper rifle model. 7 or 8 men in plain clothes sat on the sofa, each with an unopened gaming helmet in front of them. Captain, is this thing really as amazing as you say? A man with a buzz cut asked, even though we're retired. Our marksmanship hasn't declined. If we can't get into the games, wouldn't all our skills be wasted? As long as we can get in, it won't be a waste. Lei Zhen put down the model, his eyes sharp. The bullet impact feedback and bullet drop in this game are even more realistic than in simulation training. However, Lejeune looked at the helmets. These helmets are for you, but account eligibility will be determined by a system lottery. Everyone register at midnight tonight. This is both luck and an order. What if I don't win? Then go buy them, go exchange them, Lejeune said coldly. Even if we have to use our overseas connections. We must get these accounts. This is extremely important. Although we may expand further in the future. The sooner we start, the sooner we'll be ahead. Coordinates: Yun Zhongyu's home. Liu Yun Zhongyu sat beside the wheelchair, which had now been folded up and thrown into a corner. She is teaching her parents how to use the iris recognition feature on the gaming helmet. Dad, Mom, the game qualification is randomly drawn. Liu said with some worry. Although I want you to come in, the odds are. It's all right, daughter. The father chuckled as he put on his helmet. Your mother and I have done a lot of good deeds in our lives. So our luck should be pretty good. If we win, we'll go in and cook for you. If we don't, we'll just watch the house for you. Looking at her parents' graying temples, Liu silently prayed. Online meeting rooms, Dawn Guild Core Group. 5 screens lit up, indicating that everyone had resolved their real-world entanglements. The video call screen was divided into 5 sections. Scene 1, Li Zihen stands downstairs at an office building. The wind blowing the hem of his clothes. I quit my job. I've made enough money. It's time to do something more exciting. I also called up a few good buddies I met on GitHub. Scene 2, at a construction site. A man named Dolly is sitting on a pile of steel bars. I quit too, Wang Dakying said with a simple, honest smile. The foreman was trying to deduct my wages. So I lifted the forklift and changed a tire right in front of him. He was so scared that he immediately paid me 3 times my wages and begged me to live. What? Wang Dakying grinned at the camera. I told a bunch of my fellow villagers about this. They used to be manual laborers. They're strong and obedient this time. For the registration process, I had them all register to try and grab a spot. Scene 3, in a cozy bedroom. Liu turns the camera to her 2 elderly parents. My parents said that although they're old and not as good at the game, they can help us with logistics in the game. Scene 4, a private shooting club. My retirement application has been approved, and I'll be transferred to the position of special consultant. Lei Zhen said with a smile. From now on, I'll be a full-time player also. The assault team members I used to lead will be joining the game this time. They're all excellent with guns, and they'll pick up the hunter or spiritual envoy classes very quickly. Scene 5, Feng Xing Tianxia's home. Chen Feng looked at his teammates on the screen. His eyes filled with satisfaction. Very good. Feng Xing Xiangxia looked at everyone with a mysterious smile on his face. Judging from everyone's expressions, it seems like they're all worried about qualifying for that random lottery. Afraid that their relatives or friends won't get a spot. Isn't that right? Li Zihen frowned. Statistically speaking, the probability of us bringing in all our relatives and friends is almost 0. That applies to ordinary people. Chen Feng shared a system email he had just received on the public screen. System mail: Titan's gift. Recipient: Feng Xing Tianxia, LV21. Content: in recognition of your outstanding performance as a pioneer. Your genetic sequence has been recognized by the Titans. 5 family extradition beacons are hereby issued. Description: real-world users holding a beacon will be exempt from the lottery process and directly qualify for the 5th closed beta test. Spawning near your current coordinates. Holy crap. Wang Dakying jumped up from the ground. Isn't this a referral code? That's right. Chen Feng nodded. Every player who reaches LV 20 and unlocks the talent tree receives 3 slots. This is a privilege the system gives to elite players. You guys were busy dealing with real-world matters and weren't online. Right, remember to claim them later. Great. Liu quickly left the video conference and immediately reappeared. She had just logged on to check the availability of spots. I have 3 spots perfect for my parents. Lei Zhen breathed a sigh of relief. 5 spots are enough to bring in the core of my assault team. Let the old man deal with the rest. Chen Feng's smile faded, and his expression became serious. Spots are limited. They must be given to the most trustworthy and capable individuals. He stood up, his gaze seemingly piercing through the screen, looking into that vast abyss. This game is the ticket to a new era and evolution. We must seize the initiative. Everyone assemble tomorrow. Let's grab people. Let's grab monsters every corner of the earth. The fallen former esports champion looked at the announcement on the screen, and a long-extinguished flame rekindled in his eyes. In a university dormitory building, a group of graduating students, feeling lost about their future, are frantically refreshing the page to grab a spot. Outside the hospital's intensive care unit, a desperate patient listened to rumors from fellow patients, his hands trembling as he watched the game slots being distributed. Countdown 000000. Titan Genesis 5th closed beta test servers open. Welcome back to the embrace of the Titans, my kin. Erver status online 5th test begins. 100,000 new student units are being offered. At this moment, the global torrent of data converged into a silent thunderclap, shattering the silence of the abyss. Coordinates Core Temple. This is a magnificent, breathtaking crimson palace. Huge cardiac pillars support the dome, and the vibration of each heartbeat echoes like an ancient war drum in the eardrums of every new player. In the center of the hall hovered the guiding NPC clad in silver-white fluid armor, Zero. He's now at the newbie spawn point as a tutorial character. Beside him stood 2 rows of towering silverwing sentinels, each several meters tall, holding light spears and standing solemnly. These were high-level guards that players could only look up to at the moment. Whoosh! Countless beams of white light poured down like a torrential rain. 100,000 new players have arrived. They were dressed in white novice robes and held in their hands longswords made of cartilage that were not yet fully calcified. Thorny staffs are horny round shields. The square was instantly packed with people, my god. The picture quality, the feel, is that a heart. The ground is shaking, so much blood. The commotion instantly drowned out the temple. At the very center of the crowd, a line of over 1,000 people stood out. Although there were tens of millions of people making reservations, and the odds of winning were extremely low, the organizers still managed to send in over 1,000 people through various means. Although they were also dressed in basic equipment, their positioning was extremely sophisticated, quickly clearing a vacuum in the chaotic crowd. The leader, a man with the ID Great Wall No. 1, had a stern face. He opened the guild panel and attempted to create a guild. System prompt: creating a guild requires the item Titan's Oath token, guild token X1. This item is not currently in your inventory. As expected, there are requirements. Great Wall 1 frowned slightly. As one of the first regular troops to enter, it would be too disgraceful if they couldn't even raise a flag. Just then an urgent system email sounded, accompanied by a special notification tone. From Fengxing Tianxia LV21. Attachment: Titan Oath Order X1. Message: a welcome gift for the new comrade. This isn't expensive for a high-level player. You're welcome. Consider it a debt Dawn Guild owes the nation Chenfeng. Great Wall 1 paused for a moment, then looked into the distance, a smile appearing on its lips. That's a quick way to use this favor. He clicked to use it without hesitation. Server-wide announcement: congratulations to player Great Wall No. 1 for successfully establishing the guild Great Wall Watch. This announcement signifies the formal intervention of the official forces in Titan Genesis. At the same time, in addition to the official recruitment efforts, branch leaders of the Dragon War Guild and the Dynasty Guild also posted recruitment notices in the square. Dragon Wars Guild is recruiting. Join now and receive free bioenergy strategy guides and leveling assistance. The Royal Dynasty Guild is recruiting technically skilled individuals, with preference given to candidates holding bachelor's degrees or higher in mathematics or physics. The entire Heartcore Temple instantly transformed into a bustling job fair. So meanwhile, The liver portal vein inlet detoxification camp. Compared to the bustling activity in the heart area, this place is only filled with thick acidic mist and distant, faint roars as one of the few safe zones in the liver area. This is the headquarters of the Dawn Guild. To ensure the safety of the new recruits, the 5 core members of Dawn temporarily withdrew from the H-124 assault and returned here. A white light flickered beside the campfire in the center of the camp. Unlike the massive army of the Heart Core Temple, only a dozen or so figures appeared precisely beside the 5-person core group of Dawn. System notification: the Summon clan you invited has arrived. Oh my god, why is this place so smoky? A gasp thick with local dialect rang out. 5 men dressed in novices' clothes, but with physiques as strong as calves, appeared beside the miracle of sheer strength, Taiju. Ergu Dalichuji laughed heartily, then punched the leader of the group. How about that? I didn't lie to you, did I? Brother Qiang, this looks so real. The man named Taiju touched the horny shield the system had given him. It's just that we're only level 1. And looking at this environment, it's giving me the creeps. It's all right, this is a safe zone. Dolly patted his chest confidently. I've given you all 5 of my spots. Our construction site's brick-moving commando team is now complete. On the other side, 5 sharp-eyed men stood in front of Lei Zhen. Unlike Dakyang's coworkers who looked around curiously, they instinctively observed their surroundings the moment they landed. Captain, the man codenamed Falcon, saluted. 2 more brothers have gotten accounts too. They should be joining the Great Wall Watchers to explore the bronchioles of the lungs. 5 is enough, Lei Zhen looked at his old subordinates. This is the liver area, level 10 and above. Going out now would be suicide, but that's perfect. I brought you here to be instructors, not cannon fodder. In the warmest corners, Yun Zhongyu's parents and a relative also curiously looked around. This is where Yuzi fought. Looking at the river flowing with green bile in the distance, Li's father's eyes were filled with shock and heartache. Such a harsh environment. Dad, things will get better here. Yun Zhongyu smiled and handed out a set of gas masks to everyone. Although they weren't needed in the safe zone, they would reduce discomfort and the strong, strange smell. The data enthusiasts, on the other hand, looked every bit the academic types, each of them resembling a standard answer key on an exam. Dawn Guild temporary meetings. After settling this special group of relatives and friends, Fengxing Tianxia gathered everyone together. The situation is very clear. Chen Feng pointed to the holographic map. At the hardcore Templian army of 100, 0 has already arrived. As the top guild in the entire server, Dawn Guild cannot remain silent. We previously focused too much on elite formation, neglecting the influx of new, lower-level players and maintaining a level gradient. Although we're a bit late, our reputation among players isn't too far behind. Madman, assign a few peripheral members still doing quests in the lung area to represent the Dawn Guild and recruit in the plaza. The requirements aren't high, obedient to commands and strong execution skills. We need fresh blood, we can't always rely on the first, second, and third raid groups, understood? The data enthusiast nodded. I've already drafted the recruitment post, focusing on the server's fastest progress, the server's top player, the server's strongest high-end team, and strategy sharing. It's sure to be attractive enough. Chen Feng then turned his gaze to the few level 1 relatives and friends beside him. As for you all, Chen Feng looked at them, his tone serious. You are special, utilizing your clan privileges. You have directly traversed the long blood vessel route to reach the front lines. But this also means extreme danger. For the next 3 days, don't go anywhere. Going out will likely result in instant death. Stay here at the detoxification camp and do logistical tasks. There's plenty of work to be done here. Once you're a bit higher level, you can learn to do ranged combat like the other players. In the next few days, we'll be pushing hard against Fort H-124 to gain experience and resources. Once you reach level 10 and advance your class through logistics missions, You can go to the front lines and fight in the main campaign with the main force. At this moment, the data enthusiast brought up the server-wide task panel. Titan Arsenal Bioenergy Collection Progress. Current progress 18.2%. Writing a bunch of numbers every time would seem like filler. So I'll just use percentages instead. Or you can see 182,100,000,000 if you prefer. The progress is faster than expected. The data analyst explained. These past few days we've been grinding monsters like crazy. And with the contributions from solo players, we've already reached 18%. But we're still quite a ways from 100% unlocking of the bio-powered armor. With new players entering the games, the rate at which bioenergy is acquired will increase exponentially. Chen Feng asserted, however, what we need to do is not wait for them to slowly accumulate it, but rather to seize a big opportunity. Fortress H124 is like a huge ugly tumor, lying across the main artery of the city. Its thick calcified shell and flowing acid moat deter countless players. The boss has not shown up yet. Feng Xiangxia's gaze was cold as he pointed to the area on the map that was almost black with red. A fortress of this caliber must have a high-level boss unit stationed there. If it doesn't come out, we'll never get our hands on the core resources inside. He turned to the data enthusiast. What did Dragon War and the Dynasty say? Everything's been arranged. The madman adjusted his glasses, and two more massive marching routes appeared on the holographic map. The Dragon War Guild will feign an attack on the left side of the city wall. They're tough and willing to bear most of the firepower. The Dynasty Guild will handle ranged suppression and equipment destruction on the right. And our Dawn Guild will attack the main gates. Since it won't come out, let's smash its lair and force it to come out and fight. Now let's go to the front line and assemble with the 1st 2 and 3rd regiments. The objective is to breach and capture H124. The Fleshy Fortress. This will be the first time the 3 major guilds have joined forces in a server-wide assault. Set off if someone were looking down, they would see 3 forces converging in the same direction. Tai Zhehu remained at the camps, watched the group of fully armed workers' backs with envy, then turned to his fellow workers and said, "See that? That's what Brother Qiang looks like now. Not only can he fight, but he can also lead thousands of people to hunt down the monster leader there. Brothers, let's not slack off, let's get to work and level up. In a few days, we'll have to step up in this big scene too." Coordinates Liver H124. With the 3 major guilds leading the way, numerous smaller guilds following closely behind, and countless casual players observing from the sidelines. Tens of thousands of players were gathered, all of them level 10 or higher, booms. After 10 minutes of continuous bombardment by the Royal Dynasty Guild's mage group, the calcified outer wallung corroded by acid finally succumbed to the pressure and collapsed with a loud bang, creating a gap 50 meters wide. Amidst the billowing smoke and dust, the interior of Fort H124 was revealed to the players for the first time. It was a terrifying labyrinth built from countless blood vessels, hardened nodules and the remains of unknown creatures. Behind the gap, countless red lights shone like will-o'-the-wisps. Roar! Without giving the players any chance to catch their breath. As the city walls collapsed, the elite guards stationed inside poured out like a flood. Leading the charge were 3 entire square formations of crystallized executioners, LV. 22 elite, they were over 3 meters tall, covered in thick purple crystalline armor, and dragged 2-meter-long decapitation axes in their hands. Every step they took made the ground tremble behind them. Dozens of the corrupted mother bodies that had once wiped out Dawn's 2nd Regiment, bloated like fleshy balls, were writhing wildly. Countless fist-sized blood-sucking lizards spewed out from the holes on their backs, instantly forming a green cloud of insects. Prepare for engagement, Long Zhan Yuyi, clad in gleaming golden armors, stood at the forefront of the battle lines, his greatsword raised high. This armor set was deed by Long Zhan Yuyi using a large amount of top-quality materials, and he named it the Lava Beast King Armor. He spent a fortune having high-level flesh-crafting artisans and NPCs who provide crafting services help him process and refine the materials. It has been strengthened and enchanted multiple times, making it resistant to fire poison. An acid truly terrifying Dragon War Guild. Let's show these monsters what an impregnable fortress looks like. In an instant, the battlefield became a blood and flesh grinder. The two collided violently. Dragon War Guild's tactical awareness is average, although they have started hiring professionals for training. The results are not yet apparent, and they still lack a coherent strategy, however. What does technique matter when faced with absolute numerical superiority? The top 100 players all switched to the advanced class of Divine Guardian, Iron Barrier. They activated their professional skill immovable as a mountain, planting their tower shields side by side into the ground, instantly constructing a defensive line gleaming with metallic luster. Clangs, clangs, clang. Dozens of giant axes slammed into the shield formation, sparks flying everywhere. The immense impact cracked the hands of many frontline players, instantly reducing their health by a third. But the defensive line didn't budge an inch. Well done. Second row take the lead, third row provide support. From the gaps in the shield formation, hundreds of berserkers wielding heavy two-handed weapons and burly men breathing fire suddenly leaped out. These were the other main class advancement path for the Divine Guardians. Berserker and the well-known hidden paths. Infernal Guardians. The rampaging beasts sacrifice some of the Divine Guard's tankiness in pursuit of maximum damage output through blood exchange. They roared and activated Blood Frenzy, their greatswords glowing red, slamming into the executioner's crystal knees. Sparks flew, smash it for me, bang. Someone was sent flying, but it wasn't the crystallized executioner. It's so hard to guess who it was on the flanks. The Imperial Dynasty Guild's formation displayed an outrageous level of control. Thunder Lord Squad Chain Lightning. Target front row knees activates. Tianxi calmly waved his hand, sizzle. Hundreds of blue arcs of electricity intertwined to form a giant net. And the executioners who were about to swing their axes a second time froze. Momentarily paralyzed, Poisonous Ranger Squad. Corrosive Arrow Rain. Cover the back row of the Mother Corpse, release. Poison Ranger is another main class advancement for the Hunter. But not many players choose this class. This is because the top player on the server, Fengxing Tianxia, was the first to advance to the Ghost Blade class, and also because this class relies on sustained damage and traps, making it more suitable for battles where players need to establish a strong presence early on. A barrage of green arrows shot out, landing precisely on the monster horde behind them. The corrosive toxins quickly softened the mother monster's thick layer of fat, greatly reducing the frequency with which it spewed venomous insects. Even poisonous creatures are afraid of poison. But the monster was, after all, an elite-level monster. Watch out for leeches, one of the elusive, corrupted entities suddenly contracted its body, spewing out more than a dozen venomous insects that flew directly over the shield array and landed in the back row of the Dragon War Guild. Booms, booms, booms. This batch of leeches can not only suck blood, but they can also self-destruct. The violent acid explosion instantly cleared an area. More than a dozen mages who were casting spells didn't even have time to scream before turning into white light. The breach is about to be broken. There are too many monsters, someone shouted in terror. Who dares to retreat? All of you get to the front. Long Jianyu's eyes were bloodshot. He used his keratinized skin to withstand the acid, cleaving a leech in two with a single sword strike. Where are the Dawn's men? If they don't cut down the backlines, we're going to be wiped out, looking for an opportunity. A calm voice switched into the battlefield channel. The core members of the Dawn Guild, who had been teetering on the edge of the battlefield, finally revealed their true colors. Dawn Guild had always followed an elite route, with a relatively small number of members but high levels, and top-notch equipment and skills. After discussions among the three parties, it was decided that they would find an opportunity to attack the back row. With the enhancement of his dual talents, Fengxing Tianxia transformed into a black phantom, completely ignoring the meat grinder in front of him. Utilizing the elevation differences of the ruins, he charged forward at high speed, stepping on the monsters' heads. The crystallized executioner could hardly even touch him. Behind him, a force of nature engulfed in flames, charged forward like a bulldozer. Experienced the passionate and wild spirit of the server's #1 infernal guardian. Unlike ordinary guardians who defend with shields, he used the tower shield as a battering ram. And like a burning meteorite, he crashed into the area where monsters were most concentrated. Make way for May's booms. This savage charge directly knocked over 2 crystallized executioners, tearing a gap in the impenetrable monster defenses. A great opportunity, the Thunder King, who had been poised to strike, knelt on a high place, his magnetic levitation cannon on his shoulder already overloaded and charged. Whoosh! A blinding bolt of lightning pierced straight through the gaping hole and struck precisely the mouthparts of a rotting, bloodied mother organism in the back row. The mother body exploded instantly, and the liquid that filled the air was evaporated by lightning before it even hit the ground. Holy crap! Are DPS classes really that powerful at level 20? Is this the damage output of the top tier across the entire server? The surrounding casual players were stunned. Only the guild leaders of Dragon War and Dynasty had reached level 20, allowing them to operate relatively easily on the battlefield, while ordinary players were still struggling. These few from Dawn were cutting through like butter. Don't stand still, keep up, Yun Zhongyu waved her staff, and chains of life connected the assault team members. The group healing never stopped, and they managed to hold up a lifeline in the acid rain. The battle reached its climax. The 3 major guilds suffered nearly 50% casualties, but finally managed to wipe out this wave of elite gatekeeper monsters. He's fallen, the last executioner has fallen. As the last giant beast crashed to the ground, the players couldn't help but cheer with joy at this moment. The player alliance had advanced into the interior of the fortress, to a spacious plaza. The place was filled with eerily glowing pipes and massive reactors, and thick dark green liquid flowed across the ground. Although the external obstacles had been successfully cleared, an inexplicable sense of oppression lingered in everyone's hearts. It's too quiet, why are there no monsters inside? Moreover, logically speaking, with so many underlings dead, the boss should have already come out to fight back. Something's not right, the data enthusiast frowned. Then suddenly his expression changed. Tianxi, the guild leader of the Dynasty Guild, reacted at the same time. They were both mind hackers, highly sensitive to anomalous energy reaction. Exceeds the limit, revert immediately. Before anyone could react, buzz without warning. The ground of the entire plaza cracked open. 3 beams of green light shot out from the ground, instantly blocking all escape routes. A suffocating, terrifying pressure pressed down on the shoulders of all the players, as if it were a tangible force. The feeling was not just the numerical suppression brought about by their level, but an instinctive tremor from the level of life itself, like an ant that had stumbled into the feeding ground of a giant elephant. A series of piercing whispers, like countless bones rubbing against each other, rang out, followed by the hissing sound of liquid boiling at high temperatures, finally culminating in a muffled echoing roar. A withered figure floating in midair tilted its head slightly, remaining silent, its gaze carrying a cold scrutiny. Immediately afterwards, a gigantic figure appeared on the ground, uttering incoherent mutterings, pure irrational greed. Meat, more high-quality meat, 3 distinct, yet equally malevolent wills echoed and overlapped in the empty square, like the death knell of hell. Server-wide warning, Lord-level units have awakened. Warning, level 28, high-risk biological reaction detected. Extremely dangerous, the beam of light dissipated. 3 enormous figures standing in a triangle slowly emerged from the shadows. On the left is a moving mountain of flesh tons of meters tall, its entire body stitched together from rotting fat and hardened gallstones, dragging a rusty, still dripping blood-stained meat cleaver in its hand. On the right is a hydra-like creature half buried in the ground, its body fused with the fortress's bile ducts. Its 9 ferocious heads constantly dripping deadly poison capable of corroding steel. In the air behind them floated a withered humanoid monster, clad in tattered priestly robes and wielding a bone staff inlaid with a purple evil eye. Visible chains of soul energy extended from its body, connecting it to the 2 colossal beasts below. Gluttonous Mountain of Flesh, LV-28 Lord. Hydra with venomous tentacles, LV-28 Lord. Plague Priest, LV-28 Lord, A-level 28 Boss 3 Still. Tank Mage Healer, a perfect trio. Unlike the previous encounter with the blazing sky demon in area A7 of the lungs, this time there are no high-level Silverwing Sentinels to help, nor are there any buffs that reduce all of the boss's attributes. 3 bosses. Long Jianyu stared at the seemingly endless health bars, his greatsword clattering to the ground. His throat was dry, and these guys can even coordinate. The Plague Priest gently waved his bone staff. 2 green chains of light instantly connected the 2 enormous objects below. System notification, symbiotic link activated. Health shared, recovery ability tripled shared health. And triple health regeneration. Dragon Battle in the Wild struck the mountain of flesh with his sword, but the damage barely scratching its surface was instantly healed to full health in the next second. How the hell are we supposed to fight this? This is equivalent to dealing with the combined health of 3 bosses at the same time, while also suffering from triple health regeneration. In the instant the player was stunned, the Plague Priest retaliated. Although it just used a support skill, it's not a healer in the traditional sense. It's a turret with the highest damage output. It raised its bone staff high, and a purplish-black void rift opened above the player's ranks. Countless shadow race like lasers fell indiscriminately. Sizzle, there's no logic to it, players hit by the ray, whether full health divine guardians or fragile mages, will have their health bars instantly evaporated. Only top-tier divine guardians can withstand a few more hits. Azia the healer can't keep up with the healing at all. This is real damage, scatter quickly. Its rays will refract with just 1 wave of skills. Nearly 100 frontline soldiers fell. The 1 sorterly formation was instantly torn apart. Hold on, don't back down amidst the chaos. Fengxing Tianxia roared those who died. Hurry up and resurrect. As long as we don't get wiped out, we can wear them down. This is the player's biggest advantage, they are not afraid to die. The respawn points of various player bases, such as the Antidote Camp, were flashing white light rapidly. The player who had just been instantly killed by the ray rushed out of the respawn point cursing and ran back barefoot. Holy crap, my newly bought armor exploded. Guys, hold on, I'm coming right back. Don't just stand there when the Divine Guard dies. Get back to the map. If the front line gets wiped out, we're all doomed. Soldier, this is your mission. Relying on this shameless tactic, the 3 major guilds managed to create a defensive line using corpses, effectively blocking the mountain of flesh and the Hydra outside the plaza. We're both elite players. If I can't beat you, can't I at least try to outmaneuver you? However, this war of attrition is not a sustainable strategy. The boss's damage is too high. Each area of effect attack can clear an entire region, and the rate of resurrection can hardly keep up with the rate of death. Moreover, as players' equipment is continuously destroyed. Even if they resurrect, it's difficult for them to be of any use. On a high point on the flank of the battlefield, 2 figures stood side by side. The only 2 level 20 mind hackers in the entire server, Data Maniac and Tianxi. Can you see it? The Data Maniac pushed up his glasses. In his field of vision, the data flow between the 3 bosses was as clear as a waterfall. Tianxi's expression was grave. That symbiotic link isn't just about shared health. It's a vast energy circulation network. The Plague Priest is the network's central hub, drawing life force from the wall of flesh and the Hydra to unleash high-damage spells, while simultaneously distributing the damage received to them. In other words, The three of them are bound together by life and death. Logically speaking, we simply don't have the ability to withstand three bosses and reduce their health to tripled. To break this deadlock, we must sever this network. The madman pointed to the air. Pure physical or magical attacks will be diluted and ineffective. Only mental interference can sever this link. But its level is too high. Tianxi shook his head. ALV 28 Lord has extremely high mental resistance. With just the two of us LV 20 mind hackers, our interference skills will be immune. 2 won't do, then 200 will do. The data maniac turned to look at Tianxi. Because of your influence, your dynasty guild must have recruited quite a few players who have changed their class to mind hacker. Right, even if they've just reached level 10, it'll be fine. I ask you, what is the most straightforward and unpretentious hacking attack in the field of cybersecurity? Tianxi's eyes lit up, and he instantly understood his intention. You mean a DDoS attack? That's right. The data maniac's lips curled into a maniacal smile. We currently have very few ways to break this deadlock. One of them is to use a massive stream of garbage data to instantly overwhelm its mental network. Just break the connection for a few seconds. Look at that priest's health bar. It's probably only a fraction of Roshan's. The rest can be handled by the DPS. Good idea. Tianxi immediately issued an order in the guild channel. All members who have switched to Mind Hacker, regardless of level, immediately assemble at coordinates XXXXXXXX. Prepare to unleash mental shock, Dawn's dragons, and the rest of the Mind Hacker charge. The guild leader of Dynasty, Tianxi, marked a location. Dragon Warrior, stop wasting your skills. Get your people in and keep the aggro on the wall of Roshan and the Hydra stable. Pull them to both sides, clear a space for me. In the center of the battlefield, upon receiving the signal, Longjian spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. Damn it, finally a solution, brothers, did you hear that? Push those 2 lumps of rotten flesh aside. Don't let them interfere with the mage group, roar. The remaining warriors of the Dragon War Guild unleashed their final ferocity. They charged forward without regard for the cost. Even if it means losing all your gear and going naked. You have to use your body to block Roshan's attacks to create space for the backline. On the high ground, hundreds of mind hackers were already in position. Data Maniac and Tianxi stood at the forefront, their mental energy acting like 2 sharp guide needles, locking onto the Plague Priest in midair. Follow my command. Tianxi took a deep breath and activated brain overclocking to its maximum. 3, 2, 1, explode buzz. Invisible mental ripples converged into a visible, transparent torrent, slamming violently into the Plague Priest's brain. The Plague Priest, who was chanting a forbidden incantation, suddenly froze in its mental vision. The originally clear energy link was suddenly overwhelmed by countless chaotic noises, gibberish and shrieks. Moreover, this interference comes wave after wave. A deadly chain of control sizzle, snap. The light chain connecting the 3 bosses snapped after flickering violently. System notification under intense mental interference. The symbiotic link has been forcibly severed, chance. The instant the priest fell, the flesh and blood craftsmen unleashed their power. Countless scarlet, vine-like objects shot out from the ground, binding him completely. Fengxing Tianxia, which has been lurking in the shadows all along, has been waiting for this moment. Dakyang, take me there. Already prepared, the mighty Forcevine's bulging, lifted his arms with a running star, took a step, leaped, and soared into the sky like a black cruise missile. At the same time, the Thunder King in the distance waved his hand. All mages have, I'll beat that old dang, boom. A bolt of lightning several times thicker than before struck the Plague Priest's magical shield with pinpoint accuracy. Without the symbiotic link to share the damage, the shield shattered like glass under the relentless, vast sea of lightning. Chen Feng's figure passed through the shattered shield and instantly approached the Plague Priest's withered body. The Plague Priest was in a state of mental shock and dizziness. Its eyes filled with terror. Its prized life-sharing ability was broken. Its prized shield shattered right now. It's just a fragile mage with several times the health of a normal elite monster. Fang of Origin drew a chilling black line through the air. Dive Shadow Dance swish 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 swish. 16 cuts per second, every strike is a critical hit. Every strike deals true damage. The Plague Priest's health bar was dwindling like a waterfall. But it was simply impossible to kill him instantly by one person. It looked like the priest was about to break free of his restraints and re-establish the link. Feng Xiangxia plunged his short sword deep into the energy core of its chest. Twisting it forcefully, he then turned and roared at the mage group, "Mages. What the hell are you all hesitating for? Am I supposed to just stop attacking? My life isn't important, don't worry about it, fire at me." Fire at me, with a roar that shook the entire arena. All the spirit masters in the arena no longer hesitated and unleashed their full power. The sky was filled with lightning forming a dense, impenetrable net that poured down on that small patch of air like divine punishment. Boom, a dazzling energy storm engulfed everything. At the epicenter of the explosion, in his final moments before being submerged, Feng Tianxia grinned maliciously as he plunged the Fang of Origin deep into the Plague Priest's energy core. System notification, you have died. Server-wide announcement, Lord Plague Priest has been slain. As the priest's withered body exploded into dust amidst a sky full of lightning. The green light chain that was about to reconnect instantly collapsed. Wow, the symbiotic link buff is gone, charge. Charge. All the players were invigorated and their morale soared. They all turned their attention to the remaining two behemoths, the Mountain of Flesh and the Hydra. The battle is far from over, roar, hiss. Having lost the protection of the symbiotic link, the remaining two behemoths, while no longer enjoying life-sharing and triple regeneration, have completely gone berserk. The eyes of Gluttonous Mountain of Flesh turned blood red, and its rotting flesh began to tremble violently. Its originally grayish-white skin took on a dark red sheen. Like a red-hot irons, the 9 heads of venomous tentacle Hydra hissed wildly, and its rhythmic venom spitting turned into indiscriminate scattering, instantly turning the entire square into a sea of venom. The nanny is dead, the connection is broken. Longzhan Yui crawled out of the ruins, wiping the blood from his face. Looking at the still despairingly long health bar of the Flesh Mountain, he gritted his teeth. This thing's normal health regeneration speed is absurd, and its defense is insanely high. What do you do when you encounter this kind of boss? As exemplary young people of the new era, and seasoned gamers who have played since childhood, we all know there's only one way to proceed right now. Gua Sha Pedicure. To avoid the combined attacks of the two bosses, a large number of divine guards stepped forward, drawing aggro in different directions. The battlefield was quickly divided into two parts. One side was Dragon War, and the other was Dynasty, while the Dawn Guild spread out to provide support everywhere. The Toxification Camp Resurrection Point. A flash of white light. Feng Tianxia emerged from the resurrection altar. His weapon Fang of Origin was bound to his soul and did not drop, however. His excellent armor had its durability completely reduced to 0. That lightning really hurts. Feng Xingshan rubbed his chest, still feeling a tightness in his chest from the pain. Even with his pain level at its lowest, being struck by lightning wasn't pleasant, however. He didn't hesitate and hurriedly ran towards the battlefield. When he ran back to H124 panting, he saw not the dawn of victory, but an even more brutal war of attrition. The two bosses remained standing, their health bars dropping by less than 10%. The left side battlefield is currently fighting against the Gluttonous Mountain of Flesh. This behemoth-driven mad was like a runaway biological steamroller, wielding a massive cleaver. Each sweep cleaved players in half within a fan-shaped area, turning them into white flashes. Even the iron barrier couldn't withstand many hits under the level advantage. We can't hold on, we simply can't hold on, miraculously. Despite holding the tower shield, he was kicked more than 10 meters away. But he immediately rolled over and got up. Yelling in the channel, don't tank it, lure it back. Use the terrain to block it. Don't let it get close to the backlines. How do we lure them in? Whoever goes up there will die. So what if I die? What's there to be afraid of? Longzhan made a tough decision. Stripped off his heavy plate armor and charged forward with only a two-handed greatsword in hand. Shirtless, all divine guards, remove your armor. We need speed. Lure it towards the collapsed corridor in Area B. Keep the taunting going. Hundreds of warrior players actually took off their armor and scurried around at the foot of the mountain of flesh. Like a swarm of annoying flies, Pustul's monster. Look this way. Come and chase after Grandpa, you fat pig with a tumor. Enraged by the flea-like horde of players, the mountain of flesh roared and wriggled as it chased after the player with the highest aggro, charging thunderously toward the edge of the plaza. Every step it took shook the ground. Flesh and blood craftsmen build walls. Dozens of fate weavers, who had been lying in ambush above the ruins, simultaneously cast spells. Countless walls of bone and flesh rose from the ground while unable to completely control the thick-skinned monster, successfully disrupted its movements. Boom. The massive body of the mountain of flesh lost its footing and sank into the filthy ruins. Unable to move for the time being, stuck guys. The pedicurist is online. Hundreds of melee players swarmed in. Due to level disadvantage, most of the Divine Guard's attacks only result in a forced -1 or -2 damage when they hit the wall of flesh. Fortunately, there are still quite a few skillful hunters who have survived to this point and can deal higher damage. But that's okay. The players here may have lost their gear and their formations may be in disarray. But they certainly don't lack numbers. A relentless coordinated attack, a brutal group brawl. The players swarmed over the mountain of flesh like army ants. Some were frantically slashing at its ankle tendons. Some were climbing on its back and stabbing its abscesses with longswords. And some were specifically targeting its eyes. The mountain of flesh struggled frantically, crushing several players hanging on it with each twist of its body. The white light at the respawn point almost formed a continuous line. Brothers, hold on, wait for me to respawn, hurrah. Don't let him out, block the road with his corpse. What are you doing? What are you doing? Don't splatter pus on my face, damn it, get away from me. Use your corpses to block the boss. Ouch, pus is spraying on my face, get away, get away. The flesh and blood craftsmen were overjoyed, because using readily available corpses as materials to alter the terrain consumed relatively little of their mana. They could even craft hand grenades from flesh and blood. This was a brutal execution by slow slicing, but also a battle of wills. The main force on the right side of the battlefield is the Dynasty Guild, with a completely different art style, and they are fighting against venomous tentacle Hydra. The battles here require even more skillful maneuvering. The Hydra is a stationary turret, although it cannot move. Its venomous spit that covers the entire area is a nightmare. The ground is covered in poison. Standing on it causes you to lose health rapidly every second. Spread out, everyone spread out. Maintain at least 5 meters apart. The data maniac stood at a high point in the safe zone. At this moment was the brain of the entire arena. Brain Overclock was running at full power. His brain like a sophisticated computer, predicting the attack point of each of the Hydra's heads. Tianxi was also assisting him from the side. The 3 heads on the left are charging up, expected to cover Area B. Everyone in Area B roll to the right. The central leader has run out of venom, leaving a few seconds of vulnerability. Hunter team, go and sever its venom sacs. The Royal Dynasty Guild's tactics are extremely underhanded yet meticulous. Hundreds of Thunder Lords and Mind Hackers didn't seek to inflict damage, but only to create that moment of stun, ready, release. The moment one of the Hydra's heads opens its mouth to spew venom, dozens of lightning bolts mixed with mental interference strike its eyelids, forcibly stopping the attack. Using this method, 5 out of 10 attacks can be stopped. On the ground, countless Ghost Blade players activated stealth and risked their lives to rush into the venomous area, unleashing a barrage of attacks on the Hydra's body. Their health was plummeting in the poisonous fog. The Life Sage's staff behind them was even smoking as they desperately tried to heal. We can't keep up the bleeding. Retreat, don't retreat. I can still slash 3 more times, 1, 2. Oh no bro, I was wrong, stop hitting me, stop hitting me. The battle lasted for a full 3 hours. The plaza of H124 Fortress was covered with layers upon layers of player corpses, which were then trampled underfoot by resurrected players. Your gear's durability's gone. Just pick up someone else's from the pile of corpses on the ground, and you're good to go. Mana-depleted Yun Zhongyu led the charge, urging healers to grab their staffs and go in for a good whack. This is the most terrifying aspect of the fourth calamity, tireless. Fearless of debt hand endless finally, roar. With a mournful cry of despair the mountain of flesh, attacked by hundreds of thousands of players, collapsed with a deafening roar. Its legs had been brutally severed by the player's foot-splitting, leaving not an inch of its skin intact. Later, its passive healing ability weakened, and its entire hematopoietic stem cell was burned up. Bang, its massive body crashed to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust immediately afterwards. The last head of the Hydra was also blown to pieces. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the Player Alliance for successfully breaching the H124 hub. This is a great victory. The first important gateway to the liver region has been opened to you. We won, holy crap, finally it's worn out. My hands are so sore, holy crap. I died 8 times and lost all my money. But this is a total steal. My experience bar is skyrocketing. Cheers instantly engulfed the battlefield. Countless players collapsed to the ground panting heavily, but their faces beamed with the joy of a bountiful harvest. Where the boss vanished there was a huge crystal core, about half a person's height, emitting a blinding green light. Fengxing Tianxia stepped forward and looked at the core. Item H124 Flesh Core. Description: the fortress's power source contains high-purity bioenergy accumulated over a long period in area H124. Contains energy, 10 million units of bioenergy. 10 million bioenergy. Longzhan Yuyi sidled up, eyeing the core with longing. If I could get this thing, I'd be rich. Enough to repair all the gear for the entire guild. Tianxi also walked over, though he didn't speak, a hint of longing in his eyes. So much bioenergy was a huge sum of money in this early, resource-scarce stage. Fengxing Xiangxia placed his hand on the core. Feeling the immense energy within, he looked up and around. From Dawn Dragon War Dynasty, and countless other solo players, everyone was covered in blood. Their equipment tattered, and they looked utterly miserable. We can't divide this. The voice was calm, yet it reached everyone's ears through the regional channel. Everyone has contributed a lot, and this stuff is too valuable to be shared among just one family. My suggestion is to recycle it directly and distribute the bioenergy among everyone. This core isn't a material, nor can it be forged into equipment. The best way to use it is to break it down into bioenergy and distribute the profits. Although everyone was somewhat disappointed, they still agreed without hesitation. Fengxing Tianxia opened the server-wide quest panel, Titan Armory. The current bioenergy progress bar is stuck at just over 20%. That's the result of the entire server's frantic monster farming over the past few days, plus the accumulated drops from countless small monsters during the H124 raid. We're still quite a distance from 1 billion. Although we are still far from completing the mission, this core represents our success in defeating H124. Chen pressed the recycle button hard. System notification. Player Chinese letter has submitted H124 Flesh Core. Server-wide progress update increased by 1%. It increased by 1%, the progress bar visibly jumped. But some of the other players were disappointed. It only went up this little, this is way too difficult. How many bosses would I have to kill to reach 1 billion? But just then, a rumbling sound of machinery operating came from inside the fortress. H124 Joint Camp has been established. Regional announcement with the injection of core energy. The bile salt refinery at Fort H-124 has been activated. This facility has been occupied by a player. Functionality activated from now on. All players can accept the refining quest, here to refine the collected and recycled ordinary gallstones into high-energy crystals. These crystals are worth a large amount of bioenergy. Everyone's faces lit up with joy. This was the true value of the H-124. It wasn't a one-time reward, but this machine capable of continuously producing bioenergy. System announcement: the fortress has been detected as being breached by a combined attack from multiple guilds. Camp revenue will be distributed according to contribution levels. The allocation is 20%. The percentage for each organization is as follows: 1. Dawn Guild 6 41%, 2. Dragon War Guild 6 33% due to a large number of members, 3. Imperial Dynasty Guild 5 23%, other small guilds. Blue Star Dragon Kingdom Imperial Capital. The first rays of sunlight pierced through the thin mist, illuminating this ancient yet modern city. For most commuters rushing to work during the morning rush hour, it was just another ordinary Monday. But the world has quietly changed. With the conclusion of the H-124 campaign, the third batch of 5.0 doses of Titan's blood diluted version were distributed through the contribution system, including the first 2 batches. Over 6,000 people worldwide have now taken this drug. Some people used 2 or even 3 tubes, more importantly. After this night of bloody battle, the number of players across the entire server who reached LV 20 and unlocked the talent tree increased from just a handful to 53. The Zhao family's private estate. Young master, you're awake, the butlers, seeing Zhao Qiu push open the door and emerge, instinctively took a half step back. It wasn't just because Zhao Qiu had slept for a full 18 hours, but also because of the chilling pressure emanating from him, like that of a ferocious beast. Zhao Qiu along Zhan Yuyi wore specially made loose-fitting training clothes. His muscles were not exaggeratedly bulging like those of a bodybuilding champion, but presented a high-density streamlined shape, as if compressing infinite explosive power. His skin surface had a faint grayish-white matte sheen, and it had a metallic texture under the sunlight. LV21. Flesh and Blood Tier 1 dual talents fully unlocked. +3 Titan Blood. He is currently one of the strongest in the entire server in terms of physical defense and strength. I'm starving. Zhao Qiu's voice was deep and resonant, so loud that the vase next to him vibrated. Inside the restaurant, a long table was laden with high-calorie food. Zhao Qiu sat down and began to eat. This was no longer a meal, but rather a fuel-filling exercise wolfed it down. Where's the old man's? Zhao Qiu asked as he tore into a piece of beef, crunching the bones as he did so. The chairman is in his study. The board of directors has unanimously approved the additional investment in Titan Games. The butler wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Also, the testing equipment you ordered has arrived on the second basement level. Good. Half an hour later in the second basement level, at a private security training ground. This place was originally a training ground for the Zhao Group's bodyguards, but it has now been cleared out. In the center of the area stands a heavy-duty force gauge and a 2.5-ton bulletproof off-road vehicle. Zhao Qiu walked barefoot to the force measuring column. He took a deep breath, and the muscles in his back tensed instantly, making the grayish-white stratum corneum on his skin more prominent, as if he were wearing an invisible biological armor. Reality mapping, first-order myofibril remodeling plus first-order keratinized skin. Drink. He threw a punch. Boom. A deafening roar like a thunderclap from a clear sky. The special alloy force measuring column, capable of withstanding several tons of impact, was actually punched in the face. The numbers on the display instantly jumped to error. Followed by a plume of black smoke, the sensor had exploded. It's all right, I don't feel any pains. Zhao Qiu glanced at his fist, not even a scratch. He then walked over to the bulletproof SUV. He squatted down, gripping the edge of the chassis with both hands. His thigh muscles taut, the lines clearly defined like steel cables. Rise. with a sickening metallic screech. He actually lifted this 2.5-ton steel behemoth off the ground. The rear wheels were off the ground, and the entire vehicle tilted at a 45-degree angle. Zhao Qiuo put down the car and the ground trembled. Is this what power feels like? Zhao Qiuo clenched his fists, a glint of fanaticism flashing in his eyes. If he were to fight in underground boxing matches now, those so-called boxing champions would be nothing more than fragile porcelain dolls in his eyes. He's not human anymore. Butler, prepare the car. Zhao Qiuo took a towel and wiped his sweat. Go to the address I just gave you. Location: Beijing headquarters of the Breaking the Barrier project. Ban Jiangguo stared at a top-secret list on the big screen, the cigarette butt burning his fingers. But he was oblivious. His face was filled with undisguised excitement and shock. Global High-Risk Individuals Watchlist, Level 20+. Team Leader Data Verification Complete. An intelligence officer in military uniform announced in a spirited voice. As of now, a total of 53 players worldwide have broken through to Level 20. The nationality distribution is as follows. Dragon Kingdom 52 people, other regions 1 person. Suspected to be an overseas user studying in Daxia. Quite lucky. Ban Jiangguo slammed his hand on the table. Good. This is the situation we want. Because the game initially spread primarily within the Huxia internet, and due to timely blocking and guidance from the official authorities, this game, which could change the fate of humanity, has now practically become a private server within Daxia, especially among the top players. Foreign players are extremely rare. Has the composition analysis of these 52 people been completed? Report. The intelligence officer retrieved detailed charts. Dawn Guild 22 members. The first and second groups consist of 14 members, including the Core 5s. Dawn 3rd Regiment Special Operations Regiment, 8 people. Dynasty Guild 11 members, Dragon War Guild 9 members. Other small guilds 7 people. Casual participants 3 people. What did Lei Zhen say? Captain Lei stated that the 3 guilds will continue to be affiliated with the Dawn Guild, leveraging Dawn's resource advantages to develop rapidly. Simultaneously, they will send an instructor team to the newbie village to train the Great Wall Watch recruits. Very good, Ban Jiangguo nodded. This old mentoring new model is the most efficient. Tell Lei Zhen that the country fully supports it, also. Ban Jiangguo glanced out the window. For that one and only overseas player, keep a close watch. If he's friendly, make contact. If he's a spy or has ulterior motives, you know what to do. The base is located in the northern suburbs of the capital. This is a semi-military facility that Zhao Qiuo funded and Lei Zhendong rented using official connections. The security level is extremely high. Not only is there a high-voltage electric fence around it, but there is also a certified security team led by Lei Zhendong's retired comrade-in-arms patrolling the area. In the conference room, this is a tripartite meeting that could determine the future landscape of the extraordinary realm in the Dragon Kingdom, with their sharp edges traversing the world and dragons battling in the wilderness. Tianxi and the other core members of the 3 major guilds gathered here. The game is progressing well, but there are some new real-world problems. Tianxi, whose real name is Fangxi, adjusted his glasses. His eyes, enhanced by the psionic sequence, appeared exceptionally deep. My friends on the dark web told me that some overseas forces are getting desperate. Unable to seize accounts, they've started offering bounties on the black market for account holders. Since game eligibility is non-transferable once confirmed, they did something a bit dirty, kidnapping. Lei Zhen added coldly from the side. Yes, Fangxi nodded. The core members of our 3 major guilds are all right. They all have security, but those casual players, or mid-level players within the guilds, are easy targets. Zhao Qiuo's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Whoever extends a claw, I'll chop them off. Just chopping isn't enough, Chen Feng shook his head. We can't possibly monitor everyone 24 hours a day. He stood up and glanced at the other 2 tycoons present. In the game, we are competitors. But in reality, we share a common identity. This game has endless treasures. We don't need to be enemies at all. We can even cooperate for our common interests. I propose the formation of the Extraordinary Alliance. Chen Feng pushed a pre-prepared draft onto the center of the table. Everyone present showed no surprise. With so many extraordinary individuals gathered together, representatives from all sides and Leizhen, who could represent the governmental so present? It was clear to everyone what was going to happen. The Dawn Guild is responsible for military and tactical guidance. Any real threats against Alliance members will be eliminated by the Special Operations Team. We have official tacit endorsement and can lead cooperation. Dragon War Guild responsible for funding and logistics. Zhao Qiuo, you'll have to contribute some resources. We need you to use the power of the consortium to establish a network of player shelters covering major cities across the country. Royal Dynasty Guild, responsible for intelligence and technology. Fangxi, you need to monitor the dark web and data streams. For any bounties targeting players, I need to know the coordinates of the poster immediately. Fangxi picked up the draft, quickly glanced through it, and a smile appeared on his lips. Resource sharing. A defensive alliance. This is about uniting the extraordinary power of the Dragon Kingdom into one force. I have no objections. I have no objection either. Zhao Qiuo patted his chest. Money is no problem. As long as my brothers can play the game without worry and live a stable life, as extraordinary beings in real life, I'm willing to invest my entire fortune. Very good. Chen Feng extended his hand. Next was Zhao Qiuo. And finally Fangxi with his long slender fingers. The three hands clasped tightly together at this moment. A colossus that transcends ordinary business groups was born. It not only controls the high-end combat power of the Titan world, but will also stir up a storm in the real world. So, for the Alliance's first operation, we need to do some work for the authorities first. Chen Feng turned around and looked at the security team gathering outside the window. His eyes sharp. Some people get arrogant and overconfident just because they have a little bit of strength. Let's go stretch our muscles. Blue Star Dragon Kingdom, Tianjin Port District. The piercing sirens shattered the tranquility of the port logistics park. Dozens of SWAT armored vehicles surrounded an abandoned container warehouse. The atmosphere at the scene was extremely tense. Calling command, suspect Liu Bio is extremely unstable. During his breakout just now, he smashed a SWAT officer's riot shield with his bare hands. The strength was abnormally high inside the warehouse. A wild roar echoed, accompanied by the crash of metal shelves being violently overturned. Get the hell out of here, I'm Superman now. Anyone who dares to come in, I'll kill them. 10 million. Give me 10 million and I'll release them. Liu Bio, a God Guardian player who reached LV18 in the game, had an incredible stroke of luck and managed to snag 2 Titans' blood. Although he hadn't reached level 20 to unlock the talent tree, his current enhancements made him feel like a Superman. Outside the cordon, 3 unmarked black SUVs broke through the blockade and stopped next to the command vehicle. The car door opened. Zhao Qiuo walked downstairs wearing loose sportswear, followed by Chen Feng and Fangxi. Is this the troublemaker? Zhao Qiuo glanced at the warehouse in the distance. Even yawning, a level 18 divine guard. Judging from his voice, he's just an ordinary person with a bit more brute strength. Li Zihan pushed up his glasses, staring at the real-time thermal imaging footage transmitted back by the special police in the distance. His pupils contracted slightly. Psionic sequence brain domain overclocking had put his brain in an extremely calm, high-speed operating state, and his observation and analytical abilities far surpassed those of ordinary people. Although the current reality mapping of the psionic sequence seems to be the weakest, according to his and Fangxi's discussion, the psionic sequence may even become a humanoid signal transmitter in the later stages, with the possibility of directly taking over electronic devices. Tusk idiot. Even the dumbest villains in TV dramas would be hard-pressed to do something as stupid as extorting the authorities. Heart rate 148, muscles on the verge of spasms. Eyes unfocused, Fang Si calmly analyzed from the side. He's currently experiencing cognitive dissonance following a surge in power. The power has amplified his desires, but hasn't given him the mental capacity to control them. Let's take action. Chen Feng showed his red badge to the on-site commander who had rushed over. Sniper, get out of here. This kind of trash isn't worth wasting bullets on. Zhao Qiu, go and bring him to his senses. Inside the warehouse, Liu Biao was in a state of extreme excitement. He had just punched through a solid wood tabletop, and the destructive power he felt was intoxicating. The police are nothing, I'm incredibly strong in the game. Boom, suddenly, the warehouse's roller shutter door was slowly pulled up from the outside. Against the light, Zhao Qiu walked in empty-handed. Who? Don't come any closer, Liu Biao shouted instinctively. So your name is Liu Biao. Zhao Qiu picked at his ear, looking disgusted. You think you're all that after taking a couple of pills? You dare lecture me? Liu Biao sensed Zhao Qiu's contemptuous attitude and instantly flew into a rage. He shoved the hostage aside and charged at Zhao Qiu like a mad bull. It must be said that the effects of Titan's blood were indeed remarkable. Liu Baiao's charge was faster than that of a human sprint champion. His fist, the size of a clay pod, hurtled towards Zhao Qiu's face with a whooshing sound. Die for an ordinary person's. This punch would definitely shatter their skull. But in Zhao Qiu's eyes, it was too slow. Zhao Qiu stood still, not even assuming a defensive stance. He simply turned slightly to the side, letting the punch land on his shoulder. Bang. A muffled thud. Liu Biao felt as if he had returned to his ordinary life, as if he had been hit by a thick solid wall. The enormous recoil made his wrist numb and his finger bones ache. Zhao Qiu, however, remained completely still. Not even a speck of dust was stirred up beneath his feet. This is impossible. Liu Baiao's pupils dilated in shock. I've already drunk the blood of the Titans. How could I not be able to hurt you? That will only improve your physical condition a bit. At best you'll be a strong mortal. Zhao Qiu looked down at him, his eyes revealing a contempt that seemed to come from a higher dimension. If you have a little strength, you think you can do whatever you want. You can't even see the bigger picture. You're not qualified to talk about evolution, idiots. Zhao Qiu's muscles tensed instantly, and the grayish-white stratum corneum on his skin gleamed coldly in the dim warehouse. Real-world mapping, first-order keratinized skin. You're not even strong enough to tickle me. Zhao Qiu suddenly made a move. A large hand gripped Liu Baiao's neck and lifted him up with one hand like a chick. Cough, Liu Biao kicked his legs wildly, desperately trying to pry Zhao Qiu's fingers open. But the hand was like a hydraulic clamp, not moving an inch. I've got it, Zhao Qiu leaned closer to his face, his voice booming like thunder. In the games, you're a newbie. In real life, you're just a noob too. Zhao Qiu casually tossed it aside. Bang. Liu Biao was sent flying more than 10 meters, crashing heavily into a pile of cardboard boxes, where he couldn't get up for a long time. Take him away. Chen Feng walked and glanced at him coldly and said, Lock him up. This kind of trash doesn't deserve to play Titans. Half an hour later, an edited law enforcement video was pushed to every Titan player's mobile phone through official channels and major media outlets. There were no bloody scenes. The shocking gap. Liu Biao, at level 18, was as powerless as an infant in front of Zhao Qiu. At level 21, although there were a few enforcement actions against players causing trouble a few days ago, none of them were as deterrent as this widespread announcement. This means that the official stance is to tacitly acknowledge the connection between Titan games and supernatural powers, and is prepared to directly intervene following this. A set of supernatural management regulations jointly issued by the National Breakthrough Project Team and the Titan Supernatural Alliance was officially released, announcing the launch of a server-wide real-name census of players. This time, no one dared to ignore it. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away, Southeast Asia, the Golden Triangle. compared to the severe suppression and established order within the Dragon Kingdom. The scene here is quite different. A luxurious estate that once belonged to a local drug lord has now changed hands. In the hall, several Huxia men wearing tactical vests were sitting casually on leather sofas, with the corpse of the former owner of the manor under their feet. "Boss, the video from back home is out." A subordinate with a buzz cut looked at his phone, his face grim. That Liu Biao was taken down by Zhao Qiu in one move. Luckily, we ran fast in the center of the sofa. A man with a fleshy face and a sinister look snorted coldly. His name is Zhang Quangai's game ID is Tanling, and he was the former guild leader of the Wild Wolf Guild. "I told you long ago. Those people back home won't tolerate us." Zhang Quang swirled the wine in his glass, a cunning glint in his eyes. "I smelled it the very first time the Titan's blood was distributed. This power that can influence reality will definitely cause a drastic change. The official task force has probably been secretly investigating players with criminal records. If our past is discovered, we'll definitely be in jail for life. The boss is truly brilliant leading us to get ahead of time." Another subordinate flattered, "This place is great. Far from the Emperor's reach. Nobody cares if we're on the red list, that's it." Zhang Quang stood up, releasing his powerful aura without reservation. Yes, he also reached level 20 and unlocked the talent tree. Talent Neural Sequence Hunting Instinct. He walked up to a trembling local drug lord, picked up the gun from the ground, and yanked it with both hands. Click. He managed to bend the steel barrel with his bare hands. In Daxia have to follow the rules. We're constantly watched by the authorities. And we're suppressed by the big guilds, those idiots. All power and no use for it. Actually colluded with the authorities to set up rules. HMPH outdated and pedantic. Zhang Quang casually tossed away the scrap metal, his eyes gleaming with ambition. When individual power reaches a point where it becomes uncontrollable. "Here might makes right, second brother. Notify our smugglers in Daxia," Zhang Quang sneered. "Game accounts are linked to individuals. So we can't buy them, but we can recruit people. Go find those players who can't make it in Daxia. Those with criminal records. Or those with ulterior motives who want to get rich quick. Tell them to come to the Golden Triangle. There are none of those shady rules from those Fangxing Tianxia gang here. Here as long as you have the strongest fist. You can get whatever you want. Whether it's women, money, or the throne of this land. I will build a kingdom that belongs to us. Want to be a savior, let those saints be one." Zhang Quang looked out the window at the chaotic jungle, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Once we've developed our strength in the game and established ourselves in this chaotic area. He who will rule whom is still uncertain. Dragon Kingdom northern suburbs of the imperial capital. Alliance base." Chen Feng was reading a piece of intelligence that Fang Si had just intercepted. "Greedy wolf arrogant, this guy has a keen sense of smell. After H-124 was destroyed, he immediately ran away with the core personnel." Fang Si pointed to a red dot on the map. "The latest signals indicate they are active in the Golden Triangle area. They are recruiting blacklisted players from within Daxia through underground channels. A bunch of rats hiding in the gutter, trying to carve out their own territory and become kings." Lei Zhen snorted coldly. "The situation there is complicated. It's not convenient for the authorities to directly send troops to wipe them out. Let him be." Chen Feng turned off the map, his expression calm. A frog at the bottom of a well can only see a sky as small as the well's opening. They think that having a little power is enough to become local tyrants. They completely misunderstand the principle of gradual, long-term success. Chen Feng stood up, his mind filled with images of the disciplined and strictly disciplined Great Wall Watch Army. "Once we accumulate a significant advantage and acquire more power, including mechs, this kind of clown is easy to crush. Our top priority right now remains mining. This is the fastest way to generate energy. We need to complete the Titan Arsenal mission at full speed. By the way, target those people in the game. If they're just venturing out to explore on their own, that's somewhat sensible of them. But if they dare participate in the main storyline, beat them to a pulp, Chen Feng issued a death order. Tell all the brothers. The H124 refinery must operate at full capacity 24 hours a day. I want to see the bioenergy progress bar surpass 50% within a week. Liver H124 Joint Camp. If the H124 was previously a fearsome death fortress, it has now become a complete sweatshop. As a crucial gateway to the depths of the liver, the strategic significance of this fortress is self-evident. It is like a pass guarding the portal vein tributaries. Under the control of the Extraordinary Alliance, composed of 3 major guilds, this newly captured stronghold has demonstrated astonishing operational efficiency. On the moat that once flowed with deadly venom, hundreds of flesh craftsmen worked day and night, using the mountains of monster corpses piled up on the battlefield as raw materials. They built pale white bone bridges, completely connecting the fortress to external resource points. To get rich, what should you do first? Players from Daxia have their own conclusions. The core building, the Bile Salt Refinery, was billowing white smoke and roaring day and night. Regional announcement: Batch 108 of high-purity gallstones has completed refining and is now in storage. Hurry, 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 where's the transport team? Stop dawdling, a mind hacker, temporarily acting as workshop foreman, is waving a staff and directing traffic. Dozens of berserk beasts were seen unloading their weapons and carrying huge bone containers filled with raw materials they had just collected from the outskirts of the fortress. Get out of the way. Don't block my way while I'm carrying bricks. This trip alone will net me several hundred points of bioenergy. But this is just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the liver. Standing at the highest point of the fortress and gazing into the depths, one sees an endless green fluorescent world. Countless enormous, fleshy columnar structures, liver lobes, rise like skyscrapers in the depths of the poisonous fog. Each as large as a mountain that lies a deeper region, still shrouded in the fog of war, teeming with even more terrifying monsters. H124 is merely an outpost before the gates of this vast liver nebula. Coordinates: right lower lobe B4 segment bronchial sentinel. Compared to the bustling industrial operations on the liver side, what is presented here is a suffocating solemnity and discipline. These 1,000 new recruits of Great Wall Watch are currently in a vast, fine-grained jungle that resembles a primeval forest. From the miniature player's perspective, the tiny cilia on the tracheal walls used to clear away foreign objects now appear as translucent giant pillars, tens of meters high, swaying slowly in the airflow. In the distant dark abyss, Titan's faint breaths transform into a perpetually howling hurricane, with wind speeds exceeding level 12. Carrying massive dust particles the size of meteorites as it roars past. There were no gasps of surprise, no whispersonly the cold, steely commands echoing through the communication channel. A solemn silence reigned. Cleaning operation begins in Sector 3 of Area B4. The commander of ID Great Wall 1 stood atop a giant sill, surveying the battle. Attention all formations. The monster horde will arrive in 30 seconds, ahead. On that pinkish-green plain of mucus, a vast swarm of disgusting, grayish-green soft-bodied creatures was writhing and surging forward. Those were pus-like slimes LV8, carrying out a nauseating process of division and proliferation as they moved. First Echelon Divine Guard formation. Deploy your heavy shield and barricade formation. Wow. Warriors clad in uniform bone armor stepped forward simultaneously. Their bone tower shields slammed heavily into the mucous membrane ground, using special bone hooks to firmly grip the epithelial tissue. The shields fit together seamlessly, instantly constructing a white steel great wall at the edge of the fibrous jungle. Second echelon, the hunter's formation, climb the trees. Take the high ground, gurgle gurgle. Hundreds of agile soldiers used grappling hooks to quickly climb the dozens of meters high, hairy giant pillars, moving nimbly among the swaying canopies and looking for opportunities. Monster is within firing range 300 meters. Countless shrieks converged into a tsunami, and the monster army crashed into the defenses like waves, attempting to overwhelm the players with sheer numbers. Hold on. The squad leader in the front row growled into the channel. Shields tilted 30 degrees, prepare for the charge. Bang, bang, bangs. A dull thud echoed across the defensive line. The immense impact traveled through the shields, causing the frontline warriors' health bars to tremble slightly. But the entire battle line remained unmoved, as if nailed to this divine body. The moment someone faltered, the life weavers in the rear would immediately strike with pinpoint accuracy. The wind is blowing, let's take advantage of it. Wei Guo gave the order at this moment. Titan was in the middle of one of his breathing cycles. A violent stream of air surged from deep within his trachea. The Great Wall Watchers warriors, who had already anchored themselves, remained unmoved, while the round slimes lost their balance in the gale, being blown about and even being swept into the air. Now, indiscriminate coverage, throw fire, collapse. The sky full of bone spears and poisonous stings, accelerated by the gale exhaled by the Titan, carried terrifying kinetic energy and instantly pierced through the small monsters struggling in the air. PFFT, PFFT. Green pus exploded in the air like a shower of acid rain. Thrust, taking advantage of the monster's disarray. The hunters leaped down, their sharp blades precisely piercing the core of the virus. Reaping, pulling out, and stabbing again. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, like a sophisticated meat grinder. Several tens of minutes later, the battle ended. The ground was covered with a thick layer of viral debris. Clean up the battlefield. The first company is responsible for collecting bioenergy. The second company is responsible for cleaning up the battlefield. And the third company is responsible for guarding. Great Wall 1 glanced at the times, its tone completely unchanged. Rest for 5 minutes and check equipment durability. Continue moving forward in 5 minutes. We need everyone to change jobs within a week and reach the main quest threshold as soon as possible. Unknown areas of the liver and gallbladder. This place is far from the core area of H-124. It is a wild land filled with mist and unknown dangers. A small team of over 20 players was carefully climbing the massive blood vessel wall. Their equipment was a motley collection, and each of them had a fierce look in their eyes. The leader was none other than Greedy Wolf Zhang Quang. Brother Wolf, are we really not going to join the fun at H-124? One of the subordinates scrolled through the forum, his eyes gleaming with envy at the profits everyone was showing off. I heard there's money everywhere there now. You can get rich just by doing manual labor. Make a fortune, Maya asterisk, have you lost your mind? Greedy Wolf spat and stabbed a leech that had ambushed him to death. Don't you know our situation? The 3 major guilds have H-124 surrounded like an iron barrel. If we go over there now, we'll be killed the moment we show our faces. Don't you even look at how big this map is. Greedy Wolf pointed to the boundless fleshy walls and the abyss-like bile ducts around him. This single tributary of the bile duct is estimated to be tens of thousands of kilometers long, larger than the Earth's. Without the Crimson Ark's high-speed passage, it's impossible to traverse it. It's perfectly safe for us to clear this land, no matter how strong those 3 guilds are. They're just occupying a toll booth at the entrance. The Emperor is far away. Greedy Wolf said in a sinister tone. Let's build a base on this outskirts, develop stealthily. Kill monsters level up and collect equipment. The monsters here are a bit fierce, and there aren't many supplies. But the advantage is freedom once we're all level 20. Even if we don't directly confront them, these skills will make us local tyrants in the Golden Triangle. Everyone stay alert, don't cause trouble. Don't show yourselves and level up quietly. Time flies and another week has passed, thanks to the tireless efforts of all players across the server. The bioenergy progress bar of the Titan arsenal has finally crossed a significant milestone. Server-wide announcement, Titan arsenal bioenergy collection progress has reached 50%. Around H-124 joint base with a single slash. Fengxing Xiangxia cleaved a small monster in two and brought up the quest panel. Looking at the progress bar, he let out a long sigh of relief. 50% complete, faster than expected. But that's not enough. The data enthusiast poured cold water on the idea, pointing to the vast expanses of black fog on the holographic map. We've almost exhausted the shallow resources around H124. To raise the remaining 500 million, we must continue our advance deeper. The current map is as follows in the lung area. The lesions in area A7 have been cleared, but not all monsters have been eradicated. In areas B1 and B2, a large number of players are currently focusing their efforts on attacking the area. There are scattered players in other areas. In the liver areas, there is a detoxification camp at the entrance. A few guild strongholds and small individual strongholds scattered around. And H124 has established a joint camp. We can proceed on multiple fronts simultaneously now. Going further ahead is extremely dangerous. I almost died while scouting ahead myself. Going now would likely be more dangerous than beneficial. We could send some people back to clear the bronchioles and the liver lobules behind them. Level 20 players can form small teams and act independently. Everyone else join a group. Current number of users online, 186,422. With the construction of the H124 Hub Joint Camp, the Titan Arsenal has surpassed 50% completion, marking a period of rapid progress in the game. The previously open map could no longer satisfy the players' appetites. In the eyes of the Fourth Scourge, this colossal Titan body was an endless treasure trove, every vein and nerve brimming with the promise of exploration and conquest. Coordinates right lower lobe B19 bronchioles. This is currently the front line of the lungs' advance. The wind is howling and visibility is extremely low. A 5-person squad is engaged in a high-intensity battle here that would take ordinary players' breath away. A lava colossus LV 25 Elite, with its trachea blocked, is blocking the path of the server's top squad. This monster is covered in scalding pus, and every swing it swings creates a scorching shockwave. Interrupted spitting. Fengxing Xiangxia's voice rang out in the team channel. Common brief receive on the distant rock face. The Thunder King knelt on one knee. The Thunder magnetic levitation cannon on his shoulder already fully charged. The data enthusiast stared intently at the monster's enormous body. A strange light flashing in his eyes sizzle. A thick bolt of blue lightning struck the colossus precisely in the throat, sparking a burst of sparks, followed by a strange fluctuation. The immense kinetic energy paralyzing effect and nerve interference combined to cause the colossus's gaping maw to freeze abruptly, forcing back the scalding hot liquid that was about to erupt, which instead exploded inside its own body. Now's the time. The one who believed that great strength could create miracles was already at the forefront. His tower shield glowing red bang. He withstood the colossus's dying counterattack, then slammed his shield into the monster's knee. Another stun. At the same time, Chen Feng made a move. He had already reached LV-22, close to LV-23, and was saving some potential points to directly unlock the second-tier talent of the neural sequence. Synaptic acceleration. He left a black afterimage in the gale, leaping into the air on his powerful shoulders, and the Fang of Origin in his hand precisely pierced the weak point of the Colossus's defense, which had been breached by lightning. Pour it for me. Boom! This elite monster, capable of wiping out a 100-person ordinary raid group, collapsed in less than 10 minutes with the help of the Dawn Core group. Perfect coordination. The data maniac adjusted his glasses, observed the monster's body structure, and recorded its weaknesses. Let's continue. Wait, I'm level 23 now. Fengxing Tianxia looked at his stats with delight. Everyone immediately gathered around to witness the birth of the first second-tier talent in the entire server. The intermediate-level synaptic acceleration and hunting instinct are both enhancements to the first-level ones. I think we can try the other two first. Fengxing Xiangxia rubbed his chin, indicating that everyone should help him analyze bullet time and micrometer-level control. Is that even a question? That's a common trope in movies. Yun Zhongyu pouted in dissatisfaction. When the name Bullet Time appears, everyone already knows which one to choose. Fengxing Tianxia smiled and pointed to Bullet Time without hesitation. A chilling aura emanated from Chen Feng. I'm logging off, guys. I'm going to play for a bit. Good luck to you guys. Coordinates Liver H106 Edge. Compared to Dawn Guild's Elite Force strategy, Great Wall Watch demonstrates the overwhelming power of an army group. These 1,000+ elite members, all level 10+ and having completed their job advancement, left the relatively peaceful A7 area the moment the last one advanced, plunging headlong into the monster-dense liver zone. Divine Guard Regiment 1 advance with the shield wall. Spiritual Pivot Envoy cover with lightning net. The commander of ID Great Wall 1 stood on high ground, looking down at the densely packed bile duct crawlers LV. 15 below, the white wall of bone shields swept across. Behind it, hundreds of Thunder Lords simultaneously raised their staffs. No need for fancy maneuvers. The blue electric grid provides direct firepower. Crackling and popping, hundreds of crawlers convulsed and stiffened in the electric current before being harvested by the phalanx of hunters that followed. Don't stop, maintain formation, advance steadily. Has the Hunter Scout Squad returned? This army is like a tireless bulldozer, turning the red areas on the map green piece by piece. Coordinates Liver Gallbladder Entrance. The Dragon Wars Guild, with its adventurous spirit, has decided to explore and fight its way through the main storyline. Now that only the Titan Armory remains, hahaha. Now this is what you call fighting monsters. Longzhan was shirtless in the wilderness, and the greatsword in his hand had been replaced with a heavy warhammer that he had redeemed from the shop. He was carrying a massive hardened gallstone beast, LV. 22 elite, all by himself. The monster was covered in heavy armor, and normal attacks couldn't penetrate its defenses. But Zhao Qiuo didn't care. He activated keratinized skin and withstood the monster's attacks, smashing his hammer into the monster's head again and again. Clang, 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 it's like forging iron behind him. A dozen elite members of the Dragon War Guild. The Thunder Lords were unleashing a barrage of attacks. Guild leader is the aggro stable. Absolutely guaranteed, go ahead and electrocute me. I'll take responsibility if you get electrocuted. Other guards don't come and cause trouble. Zhao Qiuo laughed wildly and kicked the monster in the face, sending it tumbling over. In real life, I can lift an off-road vehicle. Surely I can handle a rock turtle like you in the game. This is how the top-tier whales play. They use their strength to unleash devastating attacks and confront opponents head-on. Coordinates Bronchioles A76. A fierce wind was howling. The wind speed here reached an astonishing level 14. An ordinary player would be blown away instantly if they didn't hold on tightly to a lintstone on the ground. An all-star team of 6 level 20 players is making steady progress. It's none other than the Dynasty Guild. Ahead of them was a massive, dark red sarcoma blocking half of their trachea. The system notification indicated it was a boss unit inflammatory sarcoma, LV-27, which resembled a living volcano, spewing out large amounts of high-temperature pus and fire demon larvae every few seconds. This thing deals burning damage. The guards in the front row had their shields glowing red-hot. What does this mean? Why is it so difficult to treat lesions in the bronchioles, even though they're also in the bronchioles? And this is just a lesion in a bronchiole. How will we treat it once it enters the lung lobe? Just as they were preparing for a tactical retreat, a streak of silver light descended from the skyboom. A 3-meter-tall silverwing sentinel landed heavily in front of the players. The light spear in its hand unleashed a crescent-shaped energy wave, instantly sweeping away the surging fire demon larvae. Soldier, stay close to me. The sentry's voice was cold and mechanical. Level III infection detected. Decontamination procedures are in progress. Holy crap. A high-level NPC has arrived. Stop watching. While the NPCs are drawing aggro, Focus fire on that meat tumor. The Spirit Master, Elemental Fury, was ecstatic. As long as we take down this lesion, the first clear of A-76 is ours. The squad immediately coordinated with the NPCs to unleash a barrage of attacks. This relying on NPCs to clear areas approach is currently the mainstream tactic for many players to conquer challenging lung-related areas. Coordinates diaphragmatic plane unexplored area. Not all players are interested in fighting and killing. A casual player with the ID loves eating watermelons is lying in a clump of huge, fluffy grass curiously staring ahead before him. A group of translucent blue jelly-like creatures were wriggling, devouring the surrounding black toxin residue. Neutral unit blue slime status, hungry friendly. The slime. Big Watermelon tentatively took out a low-level energy crystal from his backpack, which was actually just sugar dropped by monsters, and threw it over. Clatter asterisk a blue slime leaped over and enveloped the crystal, and instantly digested it immediately afterwards. A huge heart-shaped icon appeared above its head, and then it trotted over to the watermelon's feet, even spitting out a bubble to give it a minor health regeneration buff. Holy crap, it can be fed. The big watermelon was surprised. He threw in a few more pieces of candy, and the slime actually started to split, turning into two little slimes that circled around him. We've struck gold, it's a mercenary. Big Watermelon excitedly posted pictures on the World Channel. Coordinates diaphragm plains wild blue slime spotted. Just give it candy to lure it. It can also help heal and clear toxins. Casual players, come quick, here are the coordinates. The player loves watermelon has marked a location. On this day, dozens of scenery enthusiasts flocked to this area. Sweetie, eat this, then come with me, the big one is mine. Players have developed a brand new gameplay style, Bio-Mercenaries. As long as they have food, the native species within these titans become the best henchmen and pets. Coordinates around H124. Great news from the liver department. The persistent players have finally unlocked the racial talent of the Huxia Nation farming. Place it gently. This is a high-yield spore that was just redeemed. A player belonging to the Life Professions Alliance carefully implanted a green spore into the corpse of a corruption mother. The monster's corpses don't respawn instead. Players drag them back and use them as fertilizer. A few minutes later, the corpse quickly shriveled up, while the spore grew at a visible rate, turning into a giant detoxifying mushroom that was half the height of a person. Harvest Giant Antidote Mushroom X3. Effect: removes moderate poison upon consumption and restores a small amount of health. It's done, the casual gamers cheered with joy. This is way more profitable than fighting monsters. Drag all the corpses over there. We're going to cultivate 100 acres of fertile land. Looking around, the abandoned area surrounding H124 has been transformed into neat plots of farmland. Fungi of various colors are flourishing on the monster's corpse, continuously supplying the front lines. Making money on the side, hee. High-dimensional perspective tighten a bit. In the depths of the universe, Gu Yuan sensed the changes within his body, a flicker of emotion flashing in his eyes. Elite players are precisely eliminating high-risk lesions. Logistics players are establishing a virtuous cycle. Even the originally fragile native flora has had some of its flame preserved, thanks to the unintentional actions of casual players. This is a world that is recovering. Titan Arsenal progress, 50.5%, 56%. Although the growth is Slothai's gradual accumulation. Like a trickle of water forms the most solid foundation. My breathing is a bit easier as a cosmic-level being. Titan's heart is an enormous super-nuclear reactor. Fusion and fission reactions are constantly taking place. The cosmic matter he ingests with every move is incredibly diverse, covering the entire periodic table. But that doesn't prevent him from forging these substances into the essential components his body truly needs through his powerful heart. Such as oxygen, although he can survive without oxygen. This will accelerate his self-healing, Gu Yuan felt that. With the opening of the K nodes of the bronchioles, A long-lost ray of oxygen was being transported throughout his body via the blood. The temperature of his body's surface began to rise. Things are thriving, things are thriving. Then let's give them some new guidance. A golden mission beacon lit up on all players' maps, pointing to the crimson area in the lungs that connected to hundreds of bronchioles. Actually, some tourists had come here before. But unsurprisingly, they all failed. Step bronchial pipe inlet. This is a vast open space over 100. 0 kilometers in diameter, however. This space is currently filled with a despairing sea of fire. A roar unleashed a heatwave and storm. In the center of the sea of fire stood a terrifying behemoth over 300 meters tall, Flame Demon Lord LV. 35 Lord. Its entire body is composed of flowing lava and obsidian. With each step it takes, the ground turns into a pool of lava. In comparison, the player's proud melee weapon tactics, using divine guards to form a shield wall, appear as insignificant as dust beneath its feet. Retreat, everyone, retreat. Fengxing Xiangxia's voice roared in the command channel. Carrying a rare hint of urgency, it's simply unbearable. Dragon Warrior had already reached LV 25 and was equipped with top-tier fire resistance gear. But under the Flame Demon's lava whip, he was sent flying like a baseball. His health bar instantly reduced to 0. This is too amazing. The healer died from the burn before she could even heal her. Even though the top tier of players in the entire server has an average level of 25. Their mortal bodies still appear incredibly fragile in the face of such behemoths. Hundreds of meters in size and possessing their own domains. The player army retreated like a tide, fleeing in disarray back to the newly cleaned bronchioles A105. A high-dimensional perspective, the vacuum of space. This is a breathtakingly grand scene, a colossal titan of unknown size floats amidst a dazzling nebula. His chest, that chest that seemed to be made of stars, finally began to rise and fall very faintly as the A1A105 trachea were opened. There is very little oxygen in the universe. But Titans don't need oxygen. His heart is an extremely complex one, many times more magnificent than the sun, like a biological nuclear reactor encased in a Dyson sphere. Inhaled guyuans will swept over his lungs. With the airway clear interstellar dust, high-energy particle streams, and even tiny meteorites from the universe are captured by the immense gravity and inhaled into the body through the trachea. These substances are instantly pulverized and ionized in the alveoli, transforming into the purest nuclear fuel, which is then injected into the heart of the nuclear reactor. Thump, my heart skipped a beat. Energy surged through the blood vessels like a galaxy, eventually converging in the limbs and bones. Good job, kids, give you bodies of steel. A105 temporary frontline camp for 2 whole weeks. Players across the server were pushing forward like madmen. Dawn Dragon War Dynasty and the Great Wall Watch 1,000-man squad, who had honed their skills in Area H106, joined forces to clear over 100 bronchial lesions from A1 to A105. The surge in the number of level 20 players has greatly improved the efficiency of clearing low-level lesions. Moreover, the number of silver wing sentinels in the lungs is now also increasing. But today, the entrance to the Broncus is firmly blocked by that fire demon. Fengxing Xiangxia sat in the corner and poured a bottle of high-grade recovery potion into his mouth. Although he lost the battle, just know was not discouraged. He glanced at his character panel ID, Fengxing Tiangxia. Level LV 26 potential points, 1. In the past 2 weeks of intense battles, he has already completed the advancement of his talent. Talent Tree Neural Sequence. Activated bullet time costs 2 points. Effect actively activated. Thoughts accelerate to the extreme. The world appears relatively still in your eyes. Last 3 seconds. Activated micrometer level control consumes 2 points. Effect passively activated. Provides precise control over every muscle in the body down to the micrometer level. Greatly enhances evasion and critical hit rate. My reaction speed can keep up with it. I could even slice into the back of its neck. Chen Feng clenched his fist. his fingertips leaving a blur in the air as if cutting through it with pinpoint accuracy. But my body can't keep up in that kind of heat. If I get within 5 meters of it, me skin will carbonize. Should I get the flesh and blood sequence? I'm a bit torn. I want to max out my strengths just then. A golden light that shook the entire server burst forth from the upper right corner of the retina. Server-wide announcement, thanks to the tireless efforts of all players. The bioenergy collection progress of the Titan arsenal has reached 100%. Current progress billions. The camp was silent for a moment, then erupted into a thunderous cheer, full. A billions. I've been doing nothing but sleeping and manual labor for the past 2 weeks. And I'm finally full. Where's my mecha? Where's my Gundams? System notification. The bio-powered exoskeleton tech tree has been unlocked. Please proceed to the Hardcore Temple and speak with the NPC 0 for more details. The coordinates Hardcore Temple. A white light flashed Chenfeng Zhaoqiu Tianxi. And Great Wall 1 along with their core teams were teleported here immediately. Countless players have already gathered here, eager to be among the first to witness the Mechs in action. In the center of the temple, the suspended silver figure NPC 0 was emitting a soft blue light. Beside him, several tall silverwing sentinels were guarding a huge holographic projection platform. Brave members of the clan, Zero's voice was no longer cold, but rather carried a hint of solemnity. The Titans have sensed your loyalty. Faced with the Balrog's intense heat and the Abyss's corrosive influence, your frail bodies are no longer sufficient to sustain the fight. This is armor bestowed upon you by the gods. But to wield it, you must pay a price. Chenfeng stepped forward and opened the redemption list. The moment he saw the price, even he gasped. Item S1 type, Mech Pilot Qualification Certification Chip. Price 50,000 bioenergy. Description after implantation. The Mech's neural link port can be activated. From Titan's perspective, this is actually a special pheromone marker. Item Titan's Fist, Prototype Industrial Blueprint Complete Version. Price 1 million bioenergy. Description: industrial blueprints encompassing a complete suite of technologies including biotransmission, neural links and high-energy battery packs. Can be purchased by guilds, with guild members sharing manufacturing privileges after purchase. 1 million, Zhaoqiu's eyelids twitched. This is highway robbery. The billion we painstakingly scraped together has all been swallowed by the system. And now we have to pay for the blueprints ourselves. Purchase without hesitation. Great Wall 1 directly transferred the balance from the official account. Problems that can be solved with money aren't problems. The key is whether this thing can help us defeat that Balrog. We can consider ourselves on the same side now. Let's save up and buy one together. Fengxing Tianxia took the data chip that emitted a faint blue light and the heavy blueprint scroll, etc. The data enthusiast who had been following Fengxing Tianxia suddenly approached. Tian Xuho was standing to the side, glanced at the blueprints and raised an eyebrow. At this Momentha's top-tier computer science talent, data genius ACM gold medalist, and full-stack expert was staring intently at the complex blueprint unfolding on his retina. His hands trembling. Brother Feng, something's not right. The data enthusiast's voice became shrill with extreme shock. What's wrong? Is there a mistake in the drawings? No. It's absolutely right, absolutely F***G right. Li Zihan quickly unfolded the details of the blueprint on the holographic panel, pointing to the section about the neural signal transducer and the molecular structure diagram of the biobattery. Brother Feng, I'm a BME coder, but I actually studied biomedical engineering in college. I did research on invasive brain-computer interfaces with my advisor. Look at this neural bridging structure. This isn't some texture drawn by a game artist. This is a completologically consistent, and even theoretically physics-based engineering blueprint. And this alloy formula, Li Zihan swallowed hard. Although some materials are unique to Titans, if we replace them with titanium alloys or graphene in reality, this stuff can be made in the real world too. What? Upon hearing this, the surrounding bigwigs were all stunned. Tianxi, on the other hand, wore an expression of "I knew it." "You mean?" Great Wall One's eyes instantly sharpened. "This game gave us exoskeleton blueprints that are 50 years ahead of Earth's technology." "More than 50 years," Li Zihan murmured to himself. "If this direct neural connection technology is real, it could allow disabled people to run like normal people. And it could put current prosthetic technology straight into museums." Great Wall One took a deep breath and immediately cut off the surrounding public channels, issuing orders only in the core group channel. "Log off immediately. Export all the data from this blueprint. Give it to the people at the Academy of Sciences. If this is true, this game isn't just about games or individual evolution. It's technological assistance from an advanced civilization." Chen Feng looked at the blueprint in his hand, then at his character panel where the power of LV-26 surged within him. The real-world technological revolution is a matter for the government. He's a pure player, is tasked with tearing that daring Balrog in his way to pieces. We'll deal with practical matters later. Chen Feng gripped the chip tightly, his eyes blazing. Now I'm going to build one in the game first. Notify all flesh crafters. We're going to burn through monies. 1 hour later at Joint Camp H124 Workshop 1. This factory, which operates day and night, is currently undertaking the most expensive extravagant spending spree in the entire server. Countless precious items are being poured into it, and biological energy is being consumed like water. Under construction, Titan's Fist prototype consumes 20,000 high-purity gallstones. Consumable Hardened Flame Demon Skeleton X 10 tons. Consumable Bioenergy X 5 million. Inside the enormous biological furnace, countless rare materials were transformed into scalding liquid and poured into a mold that stood 3.5 meters tall. Dozens of flesh and blood craftsmen were sweating profusely as they sculpted neural circuits. Finally, with a deafening roar of pressure release, the steam dissipated. A black mecha, embodying a violent aesthetic, slowly emerged from the assembly line. It resembles a giant clad in chitinous armor. Its surface is covered with eerie blue energy circuits, and it has 6 miniature jet nozzles mounted on its back. Its right arm is equipped with a chainsaw thermal blade that emits a high-frequency hum. Titan's Fist is complete. The strength of a mech depends on the skill of its pilot. You go first. Longzhan Yuyi glared at Feng Tianxia with envy and dissatisfaction. Chen Feng stood in front of the mecha, looking up at the steel behemoth. He reached out and inserted his hand into the neural link slot in his chest. System notification. Player Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Level 26 has been detected. Titan's Fist activated. Buzz. The mecha's visor snapped shut, and its eyes flashed with a menacing red light. Chen Feng felt his perspective instantly rise, and an unprecedented sense of power filled his entire body. It was no longer the power of the flesh, but the immense power of the combination of steel and biotechnology. He raised his massive mechanical arm and swung it violently into the air. Boom! The sonic boom exploded, and the shockwave knocked over several nearby craftsmen. For my peanuts, work injury compensation must be paid. Chen Feng maneuvered the mecha to turn, lifting a craftsman up like a chick. His voice, amplified through the mecha, emanated like that of a steel god. Yet it couldn't conceal his joy. Wow, that's awesome. He looked at Zhao Qiuo, Tianxi, and Great Wall No One. Stop trying to save money, bring out all your savings. Mass production, build an army of Mechs with this thing. Let alone twisting off that Balrog Lord's head and kicking it like a ball. I feel like we could wipe out that parasite in the Broncus in one go. Blue Star Dragon Kingdom. Imperial Capital Academy of Sciences 3rd basement level. High-level military security laboratory. The air was so quiet it was suffocating inside the room. Ban Jiangguo sat upright, while Lei Zhen stood solemnly to the side. A dozen of the nation's top academicians in materials science, bioengineering, and mechanical engineering were gathered in a circle. intently watching the holographic projection of the disassembly blueprints for the Titan's Fist biomecha. Two elderly men, exuding an air of authority despite their lack of anger, sat in the main seats. Everyone in the country could recognize them at a glance. Academician Lee, what are the conclusions of the experts? The elderly man at the head of the table spoke steadily, but the knuckles of his fingers gripping the teacup tightly were slightly white. Academician Lee, the leading figure in neuroengineering in Daxia, who was mentioned by name, is now taking off his glasses and staring at the core neural translator structure in the blueprint with an almost pious gaze. Reporting to the commanders, we can preliminarily confirm that this is not as simple as a game setting. Academician Lee's voice trembled slightly. This zero-delay conversion logic between neural and electronic signals perfectly solves the bottleneck that has held our brain-computer interface for 10 years. Although we cannot synthesize the biological materials involved for the time being, using graphene and shape memory alloys as downgraded substitutes is theoretically entirely feasible. Another dynamics expert added, there's also this biomimetic muscle bundle transmission system, which abandons the bulky hydraulic rods. If we can fully master this technology, our individual soldier exoskeletons could conservatively increase load capacity by 5 times, with flexibility comparable to the human body. Ban Jiangguo stood to the side, took a deep breath, and still looked incredulous. The elderly man in the main seat remained silent for a moment, then slowly stood up. We need to invest more effort in this game. Issue the order to elevate the authority of the Breaking the Wall team, and simultaneously establish the Titan Engineering Bureau. Mobilize experts from relevant fields nationwide, sparing no expense to analyze the technology within the blueprints. Lei Zhen listened silently, not daring to interrupt. He was attending the meeting as a bridge between the players and the official team. Top players had long reached a consensus. Everyone in the game has an equal opportunity to become stronger. And relying on temporary power to disrupt the real-world order and oppose the collective is pure suicide. Data maniac. Tianxi, those who think they deserve special privileges just because they're strong don't seem very bright. Especially those idiots jumping around lately. There are so many strong people, yet they still dare to act so arrogantly, a bunch of losers. The old man's eyes were sharp and piercing. Judging from the current situation, the number of gamers continues to increase, and sooner or later it will become widespread. Our law enforcement needs to cooperate with those top players to strengthen the restraint on their power. Fortunately, they are all smart enough to see the situation clearly and don't feel they are unique enough to carve up territory. In the games, let them fight freely. In reality, we must turn these technologies into a powerful weapon to defend our country. With our current advantages, we might not necessarily need to use it solely for self-defense. In the Gameth liver is located at Joint Camp H124. In Special Workshop No. 01. Compared to the grand narratives of reality, the air here is thick with the smell of heartache. Take it easy, that's 5 million units of bioenergy. Longzhan lay sprawled in the observation window, watching the flesh and blood craftsman embedding crimson crystals into the mold, his heart bleeding to raise this money. I sold all the equipment and resources in the guild warehouse. Forging Titan's Fist. Fengxing Xiangxia stood at the workshop entrance, his expression solemn. Even if the 3 major guilds and Great Wall Watch have emptied their coffers, their current resources are only enough to build 4 units. This thing is too expensive. The data enthusiast shook his head. Looking at the back-end data, fortunately, the energy system doesn't use bioenergy instead. It uses the high-energy fire cores we found in the lungs. One fire core can sustain high-intensity combat for 30 minutes. Tusk, this thing isn't cheap either. The allocation plan has been finalized. The data whiz pulled up the list. Sharp Edge across the world, LV26. Mech Specialization, Chainsaw Thermal Blade plus Back Thruster. Dragon Battle in the Wilderness, LV26. Mech Specialization Double Tower Shield plus Thickened Composite Armor. Miracles happen with brute force, LV25. Mech Specialization, heat-resistant coating plus heavy power hammer. Thunder King, LV25s. Mech Specialization, beyond visual range fire control radar plus thunder magnetic sniper cannon. These four are currently the ceiling of individual combat power. Data Maniac Tianxi is a mind hacker. Currently cannot be compared with the DPS positions. Not to mention Yun Zhongyu healer. Tianxi adjusted his glasses. Quangren and I are in charge of controlling the situation and giving commands from the rear. Yun Zhongyu nodded. I'll just bring the Life Sage team and follow behind you to heal. Then it's settled. Chen Feng looked at the four black giants that emitted a cold, metallic luster of 4 mechs. 7 of the strongest combatants in the entire server. Remember, this metal armor only gives us the ability to avoid being instantly killed by that Balrog. The mech's durability and repair costs are still unknown, but they'll definitely be astronomical. Anyone who dares to be reckless will have to pay for their own mech repairs. Zhao Qiuo chuckled and patted the massive 3.5-meter tall machine. Don't worry, brother Feng. It's like driving a limited edition sports car. I'll handle it like a rock. After several hours of repairs, the bronchial inlet was repaired. The wind was fierce and the heat was intense. This is no longer a narrow Broncus, but a vast space with a diameter of over 100,000 kilometers. Roar erupted, unleashing a gale force wind of level 8. In the center of the sea of fire stood a terrifying behemoth over 300 meters tall, Flame Demon Lord LV. 35 Lord. Its entire body is made of flowing lava and obsidian. And with each step it takes, the ground turns into a pool of lava. Attention all units. The voice of Swordsman of the World emanated from the Mecha's loudspeaker, carrying a cold metallic quality. The mech squad is engaging them head-on, Tianxi. Lead the mage squad to clear out the surging fire demon larvae around us. Don't let them interfere with us. Yuzu, keep healing. Healers, rotate if you run out of mana. Action, rumble. The 4 mechs simultaneously unleashed blue flames, gliding across the ground in streaks of fire as they charged into the sea of fire that had once rooted them. Bang! Divine soldiers descend from the heavens. Let's team up. The Balrog Lord stared at the slightly larger insects with savage rage in his eyes. It raised its 100-meter-long lava whip and lashed it down hard at the black mech charging at the front. Last week, Long Zhanyu was instantly killed by this whip. Well done. Inside the cockpit, Zhao Qiuo's eyes were bloodshot. The power of LV-26 was fully unleashed through the mecha's transmission, perfectly synchronized with the mecha's power system. Unyielding bones, the forge of life. He piloted the heavily armored mech, forcefully bringing the 2 tower shields together and plunging them deep into the ground. The thrusters behind him sprayed air at full power in the opposite direction. Pressing firmly against the ground, we held on *smack. A deafening roar. The lava whip lashed fiercely at the tower shield, sparks exploding like a waterfall. Zhao Qiuo's mech was propelled backward dozens of meters by the enormous impact, carving 2 deep trenches into the ground. The armor value on the mech's surface instantly dropped by 15%. And alarms blared in the cockpit, but it didn't break. Zhao Qiuo didn't die either. It's blocked. It's blocked it behind them. The data stream in Tianxi's eyes flashed wildly, damage reduced by 80%. The remaining heat was absorbed by the heat-resistant coating. Hahaha, that's awesome. Dragon warriors roared with laughter. Brothers, no need for foot trimming, we can stand and fight this round. Let's do it. The calm command from Fengxing Tianxia was given, taking advantage of the moment when the flame demon's attack was still in motion. 2 black afterimages slashed in from the left and right sides respectively. With incredible force, the mech leaped high into the air, its heavy power hammer spewing flames, and using the momentum of its descent, slammed into the flame demon's toe joints. Boom. Rock fragments flew everywhere, and the Balrog's massive body suddenly tilted to the side. At the same time, Chen Feng activated bullet time buzz. The mech's rotation speed has reached its peak. In the slow-motion world, he maneuvered his mech to make a physics-defying mid-air maneuver, dodging the flame demon's protective ring of fire, while the chainsaw thermal blade on his right arm emitted a piercing buzz. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The hard obsidian shell was brutally sliced open by a chainsaw, spewing out scalding magma armor-piercing. This strike, though it only cut off a small portion of the boss's enormous health bar, was enough to inspire confidence. In the distance, Lei Zhen set up a sniper cannon. A beam of blue light pierced precisely through one of the fire demon's eyes. Bioelectromagnetic field brain overclocking. Energy resonance. The explosive power of the 6 potential points. All in on the psychic sequence, Tail interrupts fourth, roar. The Balrog Lord let out a painful roar. It hadn't expected that these tiny insects, covered in a layer of iron, could actually harm it. You can fight, you've broken through their defenses. The players behind erupted in gasps of surprise. Although they only had 4 mechs, with the cooperation of 7 top-tier players, they managed to tear a gap in this inferno. Don't be too happy yet. Chen Feng stared at the despair-inducingly long health bar above the flame demon's head. This is just the warm-up phase, keep the pace. We must take it down before the backup energy of 1,000 fire cores runs out. Booms. This is a head-on collision between steel and super creatures. In Gu Yuan's eyes, that flame demon lord had already reached the second-tier combat power of the universe. This was a true battle across levels. The fire demon lord, towering 300 meters tall, was enveloped in molten lava as hot as a planet's core. Each swing of its obsidian whip created a vacuum in the air. Beneath its feet, 4 black mechs danced like ghosts on the edge of a knife. Warning: 15% of the left arm armor is damaged. The heat-resistant coating is peeling off. Inside the cockpit, Long Jianyu was covered in sweat. But the fervor in his eyes was even greater than the sea of fire outside. Stripping Maya ***, hold the line. The heavy mech he was piloting suddenly sank, its feet plunging deep into the ground. Faced with the stomping of the flame demon's giant foot, which was large enough to crush a tank, Zhao Qiuo did not back down. Instead, he activated the 4 thrusters on his back. Using the engine's thrust, Zhao Qiuo raised the twin tower shield and actually managed to stop the descending giant foot. Sizzle, sizzle. The mech's hydraulic rods groaned under the strain. Sparks flying everywhere, damn it, no way. This is my newly acquired mech, it hurts, it hurts. Huff deep breath, don't think about it. Fighting the boss is the priority, I held on. Where's the damage output? They're here. The sheer force of the attack had already circled around to the fire demon's heels. No fancy moves. Just the simplest of principles, a furious swipe of the powered thermal hammer. 80, 80, 80, bangs, bangs, bang. Each hammer blow carried the kinetic energy of a rocket, slamming into the Balrog's Achilles tendon. The hard obsidian skin was shattered, revealing the muscle fibers flowing with magma beneath. In midair, a black streak of light was performing gravity-defying maneuvers. Fengxing Xiangxia was in a state of extreme calm. Bullet time had just cooled down, and he was preparing to activate it again despite the strain on his body. In his eyes, the Balrog's arm movements were as slow as if he were practicing Tai Chi. Too slow with micrometer-level control. It instantly adjusted to the optimal assault stance. There is a weak point under the left armpit. Hunting instinct precisely located the fire demon lord's weak point. Fengxing Xiangxia maneuvered his mech to a sudden ascent, the thrusters spewing blue flames as it traced a zigzag path through the air, dodging the giant hand that the flame demon reached for. The chain blade on his right arm emitted a piercing buzzing sound. Brushed a single precise cut. Large amounts of magma gushed out, sizzling as it poured onto the mech's outer shell. Awuo. The fire demon cried out in pain and was about to turn around and swat the fly when an armor-piercing bullet crackling with lightning slammed into its eyelid. Meanwhile, at the rear of the battlefield, Yun Zhongyu was waving her staff, leading a large number of healers to release waves of green healing energy that enveloped the 4 mechs. The mechs' biomuscle bundles are tearing apart, I'm activating them, use them sparingly, move. The Balrog's health has dropped to 70%. It was utterly enraged by the swarm of insects, humble. Dost not feel the rage. The flame demon suddenly plunged its long whip into the ground. Rumbled. The entire bronchial inlet began to shake violently. The ground cracked, and countless pillars of fire shot into the sky. System warning, boss enters phase 2. Ambient temperature is rising. Warning, a large number of battle demon larvae are hatching. From the cracks in the ground, thousands upon thousands of lava elementals LV. 20 crawled out, they were like a pack of burning mad dogs, roaring as they charged towards the player army. Don't panic. This is just a large area of effect AoE attack. Prioritize clearing out the smaller monsters. Great Wall 1 stands atop a giant rock, commanding with unwavering composure. Great Wall Watch Bone Shield Array. Keep these little firemen out. Don't let them interfere with the mech team. Dragon War Guild Berserker Squad switch to long weapons. Stab. Royal Dynasty Mage Corps lay down the electric net. The main raid groups from the 3 major guilds demonstrated an extremely high level of professionalism. Faced with the surging tide of lava elements, they did not retreat a single step. Charge. Charge, don't steal my monster, that fire core is mine. Although they didn't have Mechs, these elite players, almost all of whom were level 20, built a defensive line with their own flesh and blood, firmly blocking the monsters summoned by the boss on the outside. Meanwhile, in the edge of the battlefield, some players with unusual appearances were busy at work. They are the Summoner Squad, led by Loves to Eat Watermelon. His love for watermelons has made him a leader among summoners. They had no weapons in their hands but were holding huge blue jellies. Go, you're the one, Pachai. Eat those Martians. With a command from the big watermelons, hundreds of blue slimes, mutant probiotics, tamed by players, were thrown onto the edge of the battlefield. These normally harmless little creatures displayed an unusually strong appetite when they encountered sparks of lava spewing from the ground. Gurgle, a slime, pounced, engulfed in flames, its body instantly turning red, and then poof, exhaled a cloud of cooled black smoke. Although they are still too weak to fight monsters, they have effectively cleared the continuously burning areas on the ground. Hullet can actually change the terrain and reduce environmental debuffs. Holy crap. This actually works. A frontline guard, watching as a few slimes licked clean the sea of fire beneath his feet, suddenly felt a huge relief from the pressure. The casual players are awesome. Just as the battle was at a stalemate, and the fire demon was preparing to unleash a full-screen AoE attack, a dozen or so silver cross-shaped lights suddenly appeared in the sky. A risk of irreversible organ damage has been detected. Requesting intervention approval. Start the enzymatic digestion program. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh, a well-trained silver army. 12 Silverwing Sentinels LV. 20 use their bodies as spears-like precise scalpels, instantly piercing various parts of the Balrog's massive body. The one in the lead, a size larger than the ordinary sentinels, with dazzling crimson gold wings on his back, was none other than the Silverwing Sentinel Squad leader, LV. 30, faced with the impending eruption of flames, the captain thrust the light spear in his hand into the boss's body. Bacteriolytic field, Ugbuzz, a translucent rhomboid shield composed of countless microscopic biological enzymes instantly opened, enveloping the about-to-explode fire demon along with the dozen or so sentinels attached to it. Boom! The flame demon's ultimate attack exploded within the shield, the terrifying energy shock causing the shield to vibrate violently. But a shocking scene unfolded. The ordinary sentinels inside the shield, attached to the Balrog, were not blasted away. Instead, their silver fluid armor writhed wildly, actually devouring the raging fire energy. Treat the symptoms. Target armor analysis. Obsidian shell degradation initiation. At the captain's command, the light spears in the hands of the 12 sentinels simultaneously shone with a ghastly white light, piercing fiercely into the fiery demon's joints and chest. High-efficiency enzymatic hydrolysis. Sizzle, 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 the obsidian armor, which even the mech chainsaw struggled to cut softened, corroded, and dissolved into black pus the moment it came into contact with the bioenzymes released by the light spear. Just like butter meeting a hot knife, defense has dropped drastically. In the data maniac's eyes, the Balrog stats panel was flashing wildly. The Balrog's armor value has decreased significantly. It's been softened inside the shield. The energy gradually reached saturation. Soldier, the force field can only last for 30 seconds. The Sentinel captain turned his head high's pure white eyes, devoid of any emotion, sweeping over the mechs of Feng Xing, Tianxia, and the others. One of his arms had undergone a benign mutation due to excessive energy absorption, becoming even thicker. Its sternum has been enzymatically broken down. Quickly attack the core of the heart, 30 seconds. Did you all hear that? This is food being fed to you by an NPC. Chen Feng's voice was hoarse. The mech's energy bar had only 15% remaining. Without hesitation, he loaded the few remaining flame cores. All eyes are on me. Fire freely, clear. At the moment the enzymatic shield was about to shatter, Chen Feng piloted the mecha to take a running start. Each step shattering the ground, rise. The mech's engine roared to its limit, and the hydraulic arms suddenly sprang up. The enormous thrust sending Chen Feng and the mech flying 100 meters into the air. Your Majesty, cover us, last shot hit it. In the distance, the barrel of Lei Zhen's mech was already red-hot and softened from overheating. But he still fired the last shot. The bullet pierced precisely through the hollowed-out chest cavity created by the melting of the Silverwing Sentinel, shattering the last thin layer of cartilage. Click. The defenses completely collapsed. Chen Feng, suspended in midair, could clearly see the exposed, pulsating lava heart mech overload mode on. Energy, all remaining high-energy flaming cores injected all at once. Boom. The thrusters on his back spewed out a 10-meter-long blue trail of flame, and the entire mech transformed into a black meteor. At that moment, the chainsaw in his hand reached its maximum speed, turning into a blinding white light. Die PFFT. The black meteor pierced through the fire demon's chest without hindrance, and the chainsaw churned wildly, completely shredding the lava heart. Countless attacks followed one after another, engulfing the fire demon. Armor penetration, stun paralysis, softening weakness, despondency, severe wound, bleeding, poison, weakness, critical strike, breakthrough. In an instant, tens of thousands of data points flooded the screen. The massive body of the Balrog Lord instantly stiffened, and the flowing magma quickly dimmed and solidified. The next second, a deafening explosion resounded throughout my lungs, as the Balrog Lord's massive body transformed into an extinguished obsidian mine. This fierce battle finally came to an end. But this is just the beginning. Under Chen Feng's command, the three major guilds did not stop for a moment and quickly began their land-grabbing campaign. Flesh craftsmen group, stop looting the corpses. Put the windbreak up first. This is a vent in a Broncus. The wind speed is ridiculously high. There are no walls. Tomorrow, everyone going online will be blown back into their throats. With the efforts of hundreds of craftsmen, the flame outpost, built on the remains of the Balrog's corpse, rose from the ground. The Balrog's indestructible obsidian shell was dismantled and used to build the strongest city walls. Its remaining high-temperature core was extracted and used as a natural heater for the camp, as well as for repairing and recharging the mechs. The wind here is incredibly eerie, alternating between hot and cold. A temperature-controlled campsite is essential, and the blue slimes raised by the casual players have been invaluable. Zhao Qiu, piloting his battered mech with its armor nearly depleted, plopped down in the center of the camp, watching the busy players. This battle was damn expensive. He stared at the astronomical numbers on the maintenance panel, his heart aching so much he could hardly breathe. But watching this behemoth go down is G satisfying. Don't worry about the monies. Feng Xing Tianxia jumped out of the mech, patted him on the shoulder and said, once this outpost is established, We can continuously supply troops deep into the Broncus. According to the system prompts, the flame demon parasites inside can produce flame cores. Each one is a walking mech fuel source. Blue Star the real world as the game progresses. The situation in the real world is becoming increasingly delicate. Dragon Kingdom. Imperial Capital Titan Extraordinary Alliance Headquarters. Fangxi threw a thick report on the table. His expression somewhat grave. The cost of maintaining stability is rising exponentially recently. This week, the number of players at level 20 across the entire server has exceeded 3.0, although most of them are on our monitoring list. There are still a few casual players who completely lost their composure after gaining power. Fangxi pointed to the dense red dots on the map and sighed deeply. Robbery brawls, acts of revenge against society. Although we and the Special Forces team suppressed them all, the pressure from public opinion is immense. The fear of gamers among ordinary people is spreading. As the news spread, more and more people learned about Titan games. That's not even the worst part, Lei Zhen added coldly. He pulled up a satellite image. It showed a jungle base in the Golden Triangle region of Southeast Asia. The wolf park that Greedy Wolf has brazenly established in the Golden Triangle has tripled in size. They're using the dark web to recruit players who have committed crimes domestically or don't want to be controlled. It's said that there are now hundreds of desperados level 18 and above gathered there, and even a dozen or so level 20 talent unlockers. They operate under the guise of mercenaries, helping drug lords seize territory and even openly defying local government forces. The area has become a lawless zone. Chen Feng looked at the photo, his fingers lightly tapping the table. There are even domestic players who, in pursuit of so-called freedom, deliberately smuggle themselves across the border to join them. Yes, Fangxi sighed, everyone has their own ambitions. Some people just feel there are too many rules here and want to go over there to be superior. Then let them go. Chen Feng frowned, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. A fool who can't see the bigger picture. Such a large-scale group evolution. And he actually dares to try and disrupt the order. To carve out his own territory. Just because he has a temporary lead, right down the list. We'll settle this score when we have time in the real world. Now, all we need to do is protect this pure land of the Dragon Kingdom. Well, a high-dimensional perspective Titan's abyss. In the depths of the universe, Gu Yuan examined the condition within his body. Although the players managed to open the entrance to one Broncus, greatly relieving his breathing pressure with existing 200. 0 players were woefully inadequate in the face of the vast, star-studded size of his entire lungs. Furthermore, as the main storyline map level increases, the survival pressure on ordinary players increases dramatically, and they urgently need to replenish their combat power. Where short-staffed, Gu Yuan's mind stirred. A massive data stream instantly covered the Blue Star network. Major server-wide version update announcement, the awakening of Titan 6. First, the 6th large-scale expansion of enrollment. Description in preparation for the impending all-out war. The Titans decided to summon more familiars. New slots 300,000, total number reaches 500,000. Allocation mechanism. This draw will no longer be limited to a specific region, but will be randomly distributed globally. Second, the microscopic pet system is officially launched. Background, explorers have discovered that the Titans are not only inhabited by enemies. Those ancient, primordial microorganisms are your natural allies. Function, capture and cultivation. Players can use biobait to capture neutral creatures such as blue slime probiotic. Multiple pets in battle. Each player can bring an unlimited number of pets at the same time, but must pay for their own food. Encyclopedia system. Blue slime probiotics, it bubbles and replenishes blood, clearing toxins. Headless horseman lactobacillus creates bone walls through fission. Rampaging hounds eosinophils, although they look like mad dogs, they are incredibly effective against parasites. Evolutionary path, Feeding your pet different materials such as high-energy fire cores and gall crystals can induce benign mutations. Third, epic gameplay, the awakening of the Ancient Ones. Background before the players arrived. A powerful standing army existed within the Titans. Over countless years, they fell into hibernation due to energy depletion. Now, as their breathing resumes, they are awakening. Gameplay. Find the sleepers in the hidden corners of the map, such as deep within lymph nodes. On the front lines of bone marrow, there are statue-like Ancient Ones, dormant advanced immune cell NPCs. Awakening ritual. Awakening can be achieved by injecting a large amount of bioenergy or by meeting specific conditions. Favorability and hirings. Overseer Macrophage has a volatile temper and a craving for high-energy foods. High affinity with this occupant allows you to hire it as a siege beast. Assassin T-Cell, cold-hearted, enjoys killing viruses. High affinity with the assassin can teach them special skills. Armorer B-Cell enjoys collecting materials. High affinity unlocks the exchange of special bioweapons. Many more possibilities. The announcement caused a global uproar. Although Daxia has secured a strong position in high-end combat power and resources, thanks to its first-mover advantage, leaving a small number of foreign nationals isolated and helpless. The influx of 300 newcomers is bound to crack the previously stable structure. But to be fair, even 100 level 1 players can't beat a level 20 player. In the game at Blazing Outpost, it's been updated. So many new features. Look, the pet system is now implemented. A group of casual gamers excitedly gathered together. Loves to Eat Watermelon became an internet sensation as the first player on the entire server to discover probiotics. Look everyone, my blue slime, fed with some ash dropped by the Balrog, has mutated into a lava slime. Its basic attack inflicts burn, and it can even be used as a hand warmer. At the edge of the camp, Chen Feng and Lei Zhen were more focused on the third update. The Ancients. Chen Feng gazed at the unknown, dark abyss in the distance. The Titan's original army, based on the description. The Warlord and the Assassin correspond to our Divine Guard and Hunter. Just then, an assassin player who was in charge of reconnaissance ran back. Panting, President. A strange cave has been discovered on the side wall of the Broncus. Inside there seems to be a row of enormous stone statues kneeling. They look like giants holding huge shields. Chen Feng's eyes lit up. Let's go, let's take a look. The group arrived at the depths of the cave. With the help of the Mech's searchlight, they witnessed a breathtaking scene. A dozen or so grayish-white stone statues, each 10 meters tall, kneel on one knee, holding tattered giant shields, as if guarding the passage behind them. Although they are covered in dust and cracks, their chilling aura still sends shivers down one's spine. Interactive target, Dormant Overlord Ancient One. Status, Energy Depletion, Severe Hibernation. Awakening requirement, 50,000 bioenergy unit. 50,000 each, Zhao Qiu clicked his tongue. Much cheaper than building mechs, give it a try. Chen Feng stepped forward and directly paid 50. 0 units of bioenergy. Golden light shone into the stone statue, click click. The gray crust on the surface of the stone statue began to peel away, revealing pale but strong muscles underneath. The giant slowly opened its eyes, revealing a pair of murky black pupils filled with murderous intent. It glanced at the tiny mech before it. Its voice deep and thunderous, another new war, I am. Guardian 704, as long as I'm fed, I'll fight these enemy. System notification, the Ancient One Guardian has been awakened. Current affection level, indifferent. Hiring fee 2,000 bioenergy per day, including meals. After employment is terminated, the Elder will be free to act and will no longer obey orders. You'll work as long as you're fed, Zhao Qiu laughed. I like that kind of personality. Chen Feng looked at the awakened giant, a slight smile playing on his lips. With this group of ancients plus the 300, 0 new recruits and mech legions about to enter the fray. Deep within the segmental Broncus, How could it not be pushed horizontally? Coordinates Hardcore Temple at this moment. The Hardcore Temple resembled a bustling international food market. 300. Zero new players appeared like dumplings being dropped into a pot. With the release of 300,000 global slots, countless new players of different skin colors and speaking different languages descended upon the scene. They were awestruck by the breathtakingly grand Crimson Hall before them. Some crawled on the floor, while others tried to flirt with the aloof Silverwing Sentinels. The once serious newbie plaza is now packed with recruitment booths from various guilds. Dawn Guild's 9th Regiment is recruiting. Only healers and tanks needed. Joining includes a full set of bone armor. It's the #1 guild in the entire server. The Guild of the God of Edge. Dragon Wars Guild is recruiting. Join now and receive 100 bioenergy. We'll help you clear Area 7, leveling up is guaranteed. Dynasty Guild is recruiting high IQ players. A logic test is required, we need brains. Besides the 3 giants, there are many more small and medium-sized guilds and independent studios that have sprung up like mushrooms after rain. The Fraternity is recruiting. We're looking for loyal brothers who will never abandon or give up on anyone. Gold Farming Group recruiting daily pay. Bioenergy exchangeable for money. Anyone want to make money in the game, join us. A foreign player who had just entered the game was completely bewildered by the scene. Before he could react, a friendly Huxia woman grabbed his hand. Young man, want to join our guild? Our Sunset Glow guild may not be a high level, but we can cook. And our logistical support is top-notch. Location, Blue Star Dragon Country, a second-tier city. Time, late at night. Liu Wei is an ordinary food delivery rider, whose game ID is a man like the wind. He wasn't a highly skilled professional player, nor did he have the resources of a major guild. But he was lucky enough to enter the game early and was willing to grind. Every day after finishing his quests, he would log in to farm resource get assists and collect loot. Finally, last night he leveled up to LV 20 by scavenging the corpse of an elite monster. Fate was changed from that moment on. At this moment, he is riding his electric bike on his way to deliver food. And he is going very fast in order not to be late. At the intersection ahead, a car that ran a red light suddenly sped out and headed straight for him. Completion, this was Liu Wei's first reaction. But in the next second, the world seemed to be slowed down. Talent mapping, neural sequence blue, primary synaptic acceleration. In his field of vision, the car's trajectory became clearly discernible, and even the driver's terrified expression was crystal clear. He instinctively slammed on the brake, swerved, and lowered his center of gravity. The heavy electric scooter felt as light as a toy in his hands. Brush. The electric scooter slid past the car's bumper without sustaining any damage. The passers-by were stunned. Holy crap, a stunt driver. Liu Wei stopped by the roadside, looked at his slightly trembling handstook off his helmet, and took a deep breath of cold air. This is. Though extraordinary, he had never used the Titan's blood, nor did he have any comprehensive physical enhancements. But his synaptic acceleration was enough to make him far superior to ordinary people. He stood there pondering for a long time, then opened the Titan Extraordinary Alliance app and clicked real name registration. 5 minutes later, Dragon War Guild's new 26th raid group is recruiting. Forget food delivery. We'll offer you a squad leader position and pay you a salary. See you in the game, log in attached contract. Comment, wow, there are even high-level solo players here. Why didn't you come join us sooner? We'll carry you through the games. Liu Wei swallowed hard as he read the message. Although he was slow-witted and hadn't realized the game's value early on, he wasn't an idiot on this night. There are many ordinary people like Liu Wei who have just awakened. This extraordinary reaction and physical condition is quietly changing the underlying logic of society. Coordinates, right lower lobe segmental Broncus entrance, flame outpost. Compared to the carefree fun in the beginner village, this place is a real meat grinder. Although the Fire Lord has been defeated, The entire section of the Broncus remains occupied by endless inflammatory tumors and lava elementals. Players are engaged in a difficult tug-of-war, relying on the outpost Fengxing Xiangxia, piloting the Titan's fist, sliced through a level 30 elite monster with a single strike. The mech's warning lights illuminated, warning. Left arm drive shaft where 80%, major overhaul recommended. Tusk, it's broken again. Fengxing Tianxia exited the mech somewhat irritably, staring at the smoking steel behemoth. This thing is powerful, but the maintenance is too expensive. It's a complete money pit. The data enthusiast analyzed from the side moreover. Its combat power is locked at around LV35 meanwhile. The average level of our current top-tier players has already reached LV26 at this rate of leveling up in another month or two. The player's physical strength will likely surpass that of this prototype. Mechs are just a transitional measure, or expendable weapons for siege warfare. Fengxing Tianxia nodded. The future battlefield will depend on our own evolution, unless we have more advanced technology. On the other side of the defensive line, Zhao Qiuo was leading a group of people feeding pigs. Eat. Eat as much as you can. This is our guild's strategic reserve. Zhao Qiuo directed the logistics team to dump truckloads of high-energy protein blocks onto the ground. Before him sat 30 awakened overlords, ancient macrophages. The largest of the group, number 704, was already 12 meters tall, and its chitinous shield was covered in spikes. Behind it were 29 equally large minions. NPC Legion, Ancient Guardians average level, LV27. Affection level, friendly, fond feeding will increase affection. As long as there's food to eat, you're my older brother. Trait, Devour Evolution, Hiccup number 704 let out a burp, patted his belly, and then shouted an unknown ancient phrase at his underlings behind him. The sight of 30 giants standing up simultaneously created an oppressive atmosphere. Much like a moving city wall, intruders clean them up. Rumbled. The Guardians charged forward like a line of biological tanks, smashing several lava elementals in front of them to pieces, then casually grabbing the monster remains and stuffing them into their mouths to continue eating. See that, Zhao Qiuo said smugly. If you're willing to feed them. These gluttons are more powerful than mechs, and they can even heal themselves if they break. Ha ha ha, the chosen working class. If the ancient ones are the strategic weapons of large guilds, then the pet system is the source of joy for ordinary players. Besides the ubiquitous slime probiotics and rabid hounds eosinophils, some incredibly lucky players have started showing off rare items on forums. Holy crap's third brother, what the hell is that thing? One player pointed to a small black ball floating behind his teammate, surrounded by purple arcs of electricity, and with a wicked grin on its face, teammate, looking like he'd seen a Versailles, said, "Oh. It was from cleaning a cyst near a lymph node. I think it's called NK Ghost, Natural Killer Cell, NK Cell, Assassin Type. Pet NK Ghost LV18 Rarity Epic. Skill, Identify Cancerous Formations. Deals 500% critical strike damage to mutated creatures when backstabbing. Randomly attacks enemy units depending on the user's mood." Before the words were even finished, the small black ball suddenly vanished, reappearing a second later behind an elite monster. This low-level elite monster's health bar instantly evaporated by half. Damn, this game not only requires grinding but also luck. Those who watched from the sidelines, despite their bad luck, shed tears of envy. Server-wide announcement. Just as players were immersed in their daily routine of petting pets, feeding NPCs and repairing mechs, a new system notification broke the peace. System notification, due to the player's continuous clearing of the bronchial inlet. Various blockages near the outpost have been cleared. Titan's respiratory efficiency slightly improved, 0.2% only 0.2%, Fengxing Xiangxia frowned. This indicated that the size and degree of blockage in this area of the lung were far greater than expected. Because it wasn't just the players making progress. As far as he knew, the Silverwing Sentinel Legion was constantly clearing the bronchioles. The next second, a red alarm went off. Warning, an abnormally high oxygen concentration has been detected. What? The oxygen-rich environment is activating the flame demon parasite in the segmental bronchi. Due to the oxygen-assisted combustion, the originally reddish magma is transforming into high-temperature blue flames. What? Limited-time server-wide mission, defend the blazing outpost. What? Mission description, the monsters in the Broncus are gathering, attempting to retake this ventilation shaft. Hold the line for 4 hours. Basic rewards, abundant experience points, bioenergy. Special rewards ranked by contribution. Ranks 1-3000, purchase qualification for Titan's Blood diluted version, X1. 3000 the players, who had been laughing and joking, suddenly became emotional. Who doesn't know the immense power of Titan's Blood? Using Titan's Blood is comparable to investing in your first talent tree. Everyone stop feeding the cat and stop petting it. Prepare for battle, a strange tide is coming. Its sharp edge points to the distance. The once crimson sea of fire now had an eerie blue tinge. Countless mutated parasites, their bodies engulfed in blue flames, surged forth like a tidal wave. They were hotter and faster, a qualitative leap brought about by oxygen-rich combustion. Don't drive a mech that's not fully repaired. That little bit of armor can't withstand the blue fire. Guards on top, healers keep a close eye on the healers. The ancient legend, clear the way. For the blood of the Titans, kill them, fire outpost. Stop trying to save money, plant all those biobeacons. Get a lot of them. The voice of Fengxing Tianxia boomed across the command channel. In the central plaza of the outpost, several players were forcefully plunging 3 fleshy spheres, emitting a soft white light into the ground. Item, biobeacon, undifferentiated pluripotent stem cell. Cost 5000 bioenergy. Description, a condensation of Titan's life force. After being implanted into divine tissue, it can differentiate into miniature hubs, providing resurrection teleportation and resupply functions. The enemy was coming on strong, and the players didn't hesitate to use their biggest trump card, resurrection. Buzz. The beacon was planted in the ground and instantly took root and sprouted. White, filamentous tendrils spread across the ground at a visible speed, and 3 5-meter-tall beacons rose from the earth. This inexpensive outpost, requiring only 5.0 units of bioenergy, is the source of the Fourth Scourge's confidence in establishing a defensive line in such an extremely harsh environment. Respawn point activated, brothers. We've already laid out our coffins. If we die, we'll just respawn in a second and keep fighting. From above, a large number of blue slimes are frantically absorbing the spreading heat wave. This is one of the few ways to directly clear high-temperature terrain. Casual players deserve a lot of credit. Faced with the overwhelming swarm of blue flame parasites, the players displayed an astonishing level of infrastructure-building frenzy. The flesh and blood craftsmen were in a frenzy, while the poison-wielding rangers were exhausted from applying poisons. This is yours and there's more for you. Finish yours first, then do yours. Chicken Cutlet Guide JPG. Numerous barricade turrets and trenches were constructed, and countless traps and highly toxic substances were laid near the outpost. Tower defense games start on the city wall. Every 5 meters there stands a biomortar, assembled from monster skeletons and acid glands. This is a masterpiece created by the Flesh Craftsman and the Venom Ranger. Ready a release. The mage leader of the Imperial Dynasty Guild gave the order. Bang bang bangs. Hundreds of biological projectiles, coated in highly concentrated corrosive liquid, tore through the sky, slamming into the blue swarm of insects. The acid exploded, emitting plumes of white smoke. While it couldn't instantly kill these thick-skinned monsters, it successfully slowed their charge. Many parasites writhed in agony, their bodies steaming. Below the city walls lies the meat grinder defense line constructed by the Dragon War Guild. Hundreds of infernal guardians activated their fire-resistant auras, forming a wall with their tower shields, followed closely by a large number of iron barriers. From the gaps in the shield wall, countless metal spikes crackling with electricity extended, These were magnetic storm coils, constructed by the Thunder Lords and Fleshcrafters together. Sizzle thick. Chain-like lightning bolts leaped through the monster horde, each leap dealing massive amounts of damage. Combined with the trap's slowing slime net, the entire outpost became a precisely operating slaughterhouse. Awesome, this is what a tower defense game should be like. Awesome Flesh Craftsman got MVP. A player controlling a bone gatling gun roared excitedly, his weapon continuously spewing poison bone spikes. Come on, let's see how many lives you have to fill this gap. However, this excitement did not last long. System warning, ambient temperature exceeds 400 degrees Celsius. Warning, oxygen-rich blue flames have armor-melting properties. Defensive fortifications will experience a rapid decrease in durability. Crack, a crisp sound, the bone-based Gatling gun, which had just been fearing suddenly turned red-hot. Softened and then bent down like a candle. Immediately afterwards, the obsidian walls that the outpost was so proud of, built with the corpses of fire demons, began to melt under the continuous scorching of the blue flames. We can't stop it, this fire is too strange. Longjan was at the very front. His mech's coating completely peeled off, and his armor value was plummeting like water. This blue fire not only burns my health, but also my equipment durability. The healer can't keep me alive at all. What the hell is that? Even more terrifying. These blue flame parasites seem to be wearing an invisible armor of fire. Most of the players' attacks were vaporized and neutralized by the high-temperature blue flames. Melee players will find it even harder to get close. The damage is only 30% of normal. The Data Maniacs panel was a sea of red. Their blue flame shields are too thick. Their physical and magical resistances are ridiculously high. We're just scratching them. The ancient guardians ahead also let out a painful roar. Even the thick-skinned macrophage giants, once enveloped in blue flames, experienced rapid carbonization of their outer skin, although they continued to frantically devour enemies to regenerate health. Their recovery rate could no longer keep up with their rate of health loss. Number 704, take your people back immediately. Zhao Qiu roared, stop eating. If you keep eating, you'll be cooked yourself. Retreat. Chen Feng glanced at the resurrection tower behind him. Where to retreat to? This is the last line of defense. If we lose here, we'll have to fight our way back through the bronchioles. What should we do then? Just tough it out. Tianxi glanced at his nearly depleted mana. The monster tides are endless, will be worn down. Just as the defensive line was about to collapse, and several defensive towers were about to explode one after another, a critical moment occurred. System notification, high-risk infectious agent detected. Immune system response. Request for support approved. Deployment unit, White Blood Cell Legion Silverwing Sentinel. Suddenly, a silvery rain began to fall from the sky. Those were countless streams of silver light seeping from the walls of the blood vessels. They landed and materialized into hundreds and thousands of warriors wielding light spears and clad in fluid armor. NPC Legion, Silverwing Sentinels level, LV-20. Quantity 5,000. This is no longer the small-scale support of the past, but a true Legion's arrival. 5,000 Silverwing Sentinels raised their light spears in perfect unison, their electronic eyes on their visors flashing a cold blue light. By the command of the Titans, cleanse the filth, buzz. 5,000 light spears lit up simultaneously attack. Aya high-efficiency enzymatic hydrolysis. Armor peeling off. There was no earth-shattering explosion. Only precise beams of white light shooting into the swarm of blue flame insects. A miraculous thing happened. Those parasites, who were originally invincible and protected by high-temperature blue flame shields, had their flames extinguished the moment they came into contact with the beam of light, as if they had been doused with cold water. Immediately afterwards, their hard chitinous shells began to soften and decompose rapidly, turning into a grayish-white brittle crust. System notification: the Silverwing Sentinel has been given the enzymatic dissolution status. Effect: enemies' all elemental resistances are reduced to 0. Armor value is reduced to 0. Blue flame shield is disabled, lasts 60 seconds. Holy crap, it's penetrated my armor. What does this mean? The NPCs are acting so outrageously. Zhao Qiuo slammed his hammer down on the elite monster, which was originally only able to lose a sliver of health. Had its head explode like a watermelon. That's incredible, the players instantly went wild. Assuming the player deals 1200 damage and the monster has 1000 armor. A single hit will only deal 200 damage. The Silverwing Sentinel directly removes armor, effectively increasing players' damage by 6 times. This is practically a super buff that gives all players on the server true damage with every hit. See that guy's Fengxing Xiangxia, piloting his battered mech, stood up again and raised the chip chainsaw. The NPC peeled off the monster's turtle shell. If you can't even beat a plot-driven kill, you might as well just go to bed. The defenses, which were on the verge of collapse, launched a counterattack in an instant. The Steel Torrent and the Silver Legion converged, launching a desperate charge towards the sky filled with blue flames. Players are responsible for dealing damage. Sentinels are responsible for breaking armor. Ancient beings are responsible for tanking damage. And a large number of pets roaming the battlefield clear away harsh conditions. Perfect coordination, the smoke cleared, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. Although the defense was successful, the cost was severe. Sizzle, sizzle with a sickening metallic screech. The black mech that had charged through the inferno 7 times finally collapsed to its knees. The cockpit canopy popped open with difficulty, releasing a pungent burnt smell. Fengxing Tiangxia crawled out covered in dust and dirt, his face as black as the bottom of a pot, as he looked at the pile of almost melted scrap metal in front of him. System notification: your mech Titan's fist has had its core engine melted down, and its left arm transmission system is destroyed. Repair assessment requires 2,000. 0 bioenergy plus a large amount of resources. Appendix material list. Recommendation: scramble it immediately. It cost 5 million to build, and we only heard a sound after 4 hours. Fengxing Xiangxia's heart was bleeding. Although this thing was indeed powerful and helped them withstand the most difficult first wave of impact, the attrition rate when facing a high-heat enemy was simply outrageous. Brother Feng out with the old, in with the new, beside him. Longzhan Yu Yi's mech, though also battered and tattered with its coating completely gone, still had its frame intact because it was a heavy-duty type. He patted the mech's leg triumphantly. Looks like stacking armor really works. As long as it doesn't fall apart, I can get it repaired and still use it. Fengxing Tianxia ignored him and instead looked at his own rapidly flashing experience bar. This defensive battle, combined with the immense experience gained from previously slaying the Balrog Lord, finally allowed him to cross that threshold. System notification: congratulations on leveling up. Current level LV27 gained 1 potential point. Remaining potential points, 2 points. Chen Feng took a deep breath and opened the talent tree. He activated neural sequence at LV20 and decided to go all in on 10 points, at LV23 and LV25. He respectively selected bullet time and micrometer level manipulation. He still has 2 enhanced versions of the first-tier talents left. Talent tree neural sequence second order. Consume 2 potential points to unlock talent, intermediate synaptic acceleration. Intermediate synaptic acceleration. Description: your neural signal transmission speed has surpassed the limits of carbon-based organisms. Your brain can process multiple threads simultaneously. Reality projection: your thought process will be twice as fast as normal, and the world will always appear in slow motion to you. You can even see the bullet spinning inside the barrel of a gun. Buzz as the talent points were allocated. Chen Feng felt a roar deep within his brain. The previously chaotic battlefield suddenly became distinct in his ears. The movement of the wind in the distance, the vibration of Zhao Qiuo's mecha engine, and even the movement of every speck of dust in the air were magnified and analyzed infinitely in his senses. He grabbed a handful of ashes and let go. In his vision, the ashes fell at an astonishingly slow pace. He even had time to draw his dagger before the ashes hit the ground, flicking away the larger, underburned particles in midair before sheathing the blade. When the ashes landed, the flung particles had only just bounced up. Call. Chen Feng exhaled a breath of stale air, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. The frustration of his mech exploding vanished instantly. Don't overthink it. Surpassing the combat power of mechs is only a matter of time. At the edge of the battlefield, the distribution of Titan's blood has concluded. On the other side, the Silverwing Sentinels who remained on the battlefield became the new focus. Most of the Silverwing Sentinels, like after their previous battles, left without looking back. But these hundreds of Silverwing Sentinel Rangers LV 20 with golden insignia above their heads were coldly watching the group of players. Employment contracts. Price 100,000 bioenergy plus 10 blue flame crystals. Feature unlimited hiring. You can bring a company of sentries as long as you can afford it. Ability powerful enzymatic hydrolysis, armor breaking. 100,000 each and it's LV20. Many casual players were deterred. It's more expensive than most ancients and it looks fragile, unlike the more durable ancients. But for advanced players, this is a god-tier item. Anyone who can break through armor is my father. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Qiuo directly used his personal wealth to hire 20 sentries. Father, come on, line up in 2 rows from now on. When we go out, you're in charge of skinning the monsters, and I'll take care of smashing them to death with my hammer. Soon a strange scene appeared on the battlefield. High-end player groups are often followed by a large group of silver sentinel bodyguards, their presence illuminating wherever they go, while ordinary players can only follow behind with a few blue slimes, scavenging for trash after resting and recuperating. The top-tier players discussed the matter and decided to temporarily halt their in-depth exploration of the segmental bronchi. Preliminary estimates suggest there are at least level 40 boss units inside. Currently, it's estimated that any player who goes in will die. Chen Feng opened the map and pointed to a fork in the road on the side of the Broncus. The main road is blocked, let's check over there. The scouts report that the airflow there is strange. Completely still. It seems the Crimson ship can't get through. We'll need special methods. Coordinates right lower lobe outside the lateral Broncus. B404, there's no way out, President. The scout pointed ahead. The once surging Crimson Starry River came to an abrupt halt here, like a waterfall cascading down a cliff. Ahead lay a dark void with only the faint, eerie blue B404 area visible in the distance. Red blood cells can't get in. How are we supposed to get through? Long Jianyu frowned. Walking a tightrope. Fengxing Xiangxia glanced at the intelligence provided by the previous exploration team and pointed to the several grayish-white giant cables connecting the 2 ends in the void. Those were hardened collagen fiber bundles, left behind after necrosis. An enormous fiber bundle of unknown lengths, stretched into the endless void. The necrotic vascular fibers' tough connective tissue do not collapse, instead. They form countless grayish-white, thick bundles of hardened fibers, as thick as the cables of a cross-sea bridge, stretching across the dark abyss and connecting to distant areas. This is a skyway made of fibers, craftsman team. Making bone rollers on the spot, 1 for each person. Hang it up, slide it across, hold on tight. You'll die if you fall. After a long and thrilling descent, everyone finally found solid ground beneath their feet. When the joint exploration team of about 500 people from the 3 major guilds stepped into this area, everyone felt a chill. There are no raging winds, no seas of fire, and not even the roars of monsters. There was only deathly silence. The mucous membranes under my feet were no longer a healthy pink or a restless crimson, but instead a lifeless grayish-black. This was necrotic tissue. Here he's dead. The data enthusiast stared at the monitor. There's no oxygen exchange, no blood flow. The cells here have all died, the group continued deeper. Within the dark necrotic tissue faint, eerie blue light flickered. This is As they drew closer, they finally saw what was in front of them clearly. It's actually a city. It was a complex of structures built from countless luminescent hyphae, calcified bone and a crystal-like substance. They clung to the necrotic tracheal walls, emitting a soft and desolate glow. In the heart of the city stands a colossal withered and broken fleshy tower, a necrotic nerve bundle. Is anyone there? Zhao Qiuo gripped the warhammer tightly in his hand. A group of strange creatures emerged from those crystal structures. They are only about 1 meter tall, semi-transparent, and emit a pale blue fluorescence. Their form is not fixed. They resemble a cloud of light with 4 limbs, each holding an exquisite bioluminescent staff. Neutral civilization, photogenic bacteria Titan clan. Race, mutant probiotic symbiotic civilization. Level LV1, LV35s. Status, alert, weak faith, collapse, outsiders. An elderly luminous being, LV35, at the head of the group shakily raised his staff. Its voice did not travel through the air, but rather resonated directly in the player's mind through a faint bioelectric wave. That voice was filled with vicissitudes and despair. Are you here also to plunder the last spark of life? Chen Feng raised his hand to signal everyone not to attack, and stepped forward. We are the Titan's kin, here to eradicate the infection. Family. A flicker of confusion crossed the elder's cloudy eyes, which quickly turned into deep sorrow. It pointed to that withered neural tower. It's too late. It's too late. The Thunder Messenger has been dead for a long time. Since the heavenly path was severed, we can no longer hear the voice of the Father. The sky no longer sends down rain, and the earth no longer provides nourishment. The elder's body was hunched over, and his light was so dim it seemed as if it might be extinguished at any moment. We are the tower keepers for generations. We have guarded this signal tower, awaiting the moment when our Father God awakens, but for centuries there has only been silence. Endless silence. Our people are about to collapse. Within the magnificent bodies of the Titans resided countless beings, including many highly advanced civilizations. They all shared a common identity, the Titan Familia. Living within it, one enjoys divine grace while also bearing responsibilities. However, during the War of the Gods, nerve bundles were severed, neurons, dead blood vessels died, and blood flow was interrupted. The photoluminescent bacteria civilization was thus isolated from the world and struggled in a region with almost no resources and nearly complete necrosis. The heavy feeling of a civilization slowly dying in isolation and despair silenced all the players present. In fact, most of them didn't understand. But that didn't stop them from feeling sad. In short, this is a living, breathing microrace that has persevered through countless years of despair. The data enthusiast quickly recalled some physiology, roughly understood something, and whispered a few words to the Thunder King. The Thunder King walked out of the crowd, looking completely bewildered. He exuded the aura of a Thunder Lord, and his body crackled with electric arcs as the first wisp of blue electricity pulsed in the air. The elder abruptly raised his head, his dim eyes instantly bursting with a dazzling light. This fluctuation. It trembled as it reached out, wanting to touch the current. Yet it seemed to be on a pilgrimage. Thunder. It's the aura of thunder, the heavenly road. The heavenly road is open. The elder suddenly turned around and let out a heart-wrenching cry towards the desolate city behind him. Fellow tribesmen, wake up, all of you, look. A new thunderbolt has arrived. Father God has not abandoned us. Buzz. The once lifeless city instantly came alive. Countless blue lights emerged from the building, and tens of thousands of photoluminescent bacteria gathered in the square. They looked at Lei Zhen with devout eyes, as if gazing upon a descending deity. Hidden epic quest triggered, remnants of the past, light the lost lighthouse. Background during Titan's long slumber. This region became an isolated island of information due to nerve necrosis. The symbiotic civilization here desperately guards the last signal tower. Target. Restart the heavenly path. Thunder Lord injects a large amount of electrical energy into the withered neural tower, activating the dormant nerve endings. Unblock the blood vessels, rebuild the crimson channel, and restore blood supply. Award. Affection, gain permanent friendship with the Light Energy Bacteria Clan. Special Unit unlocks the Lightbringer hiring privilege. Area unlock. Area B404 will be transformed into a high-security zone special plantation. This game, the data enthusiast pushed up his glasses, looking at the group of weeping blue figures before him, and a strange emotion welled up within his otherwise absolutely rational heart. We actually managed to save a civilization. Lei Zhen took a deep breath. Then let's give them a glimmer of hope. All Thunder Lords come here charge. Then how do we repair the Crimson Lines? For a moment, everyone was at a loss. The data enthusiast revealed a confident smile. Call for help, weavers of fate, the more the better. Let the sages of life and the craftsmen of flesh and blood directly connect the blood vessels. Break through natural barriers. And build a super project comparable to the Yunnan Guizhou Plateau. Let's rekindle the light in this desolate galaxy. Brothers, I'm on the new book chart. My heart is pounding with excitement. And my hands are trembling. You can customize your character on this floor, including name, game, ID, class, personality, and various other settings. I will select suitable ones to add to the main text. Feel free to share any creative ideas you have. Thanks again for your support and encouragement of Rion. This humble writer is truly grateful. Tilde. Coordinates, right lower lobe B404 necrotic CT scan. Hoo-hoo Heriel was deathly silent, with only pale white fibrous bundles piercing the sky, above the dark abyss spanning 30. 0 kilometers. Several grayish-white collagen fiber bundles, like strings connecting heaven and earth, were taut at the ends of broken tissue. Suddenly, a piercing scraping sound broke the silence. It's too fast. Hundreds or even thousands of black dots are sliding at high speed along the fiber bundle. Those were reinforcements of life weavers, urgently transferred from various districts, including many life sages and flesh craftsmen. In the real world, even astronauts would feel uncomfortable after experiencing 3.5 g of gravitational acceleration for a few minutes during takeoff. Prolonged exposure or greater acceleration could cause permanent damage. However, in the game, even a non-god guardian player at level 15 has the physical ability to withstand nearly 100 g of overload. This allows them to survive briefly in a vacuum and even withstand the impact of sound. With bone pulleys and biopropulsion on their backs, players' peak speeds soared to an astonishing thousands of kilometers per hour. Even without the Crimson Ship, players' current strategic mobility should not be underestimated. Even crossing this 30.0 kilometer chasm still requires several hours of tedious flight. Is this B404, a flesh craftsman with the ID Lubin? No. 7 landed steadily, his chitinous combat boots leaving 2 deep craters in the necrotic tissue. He dusted himself off and looked at the city radiating a ghostly blue light ahead, and the completely dried-up Crimson Star River behind it. The chairman said he's going to connect blood vessels. Luban No 7 glanced back at the vastness of the abyss. Swallowed Hardan said, dude, this isn't connecting blood vessels. It's building a suspension bridge around the equator. Brother Luban, didn't you say you were the chief engineer of a major bridge? What haven't you seen? You're a professional with extensive knowledge. Could you give us a brief overview? Brothers, I've never seen anything like this before. A mega project, vascular reconstruction plan. A temporary command post has been established on B404 Square. There wasn't much fluff. This was the domain of engineers and infrastructure enthusiasts. The plan has been finalized. The data enthusiast unfurled a holographic blueprint, which was surrounded by top-tier fate weavers from various guilds. On the periphery, roughnecks like Fengxing Tianxia and Longzhan Yuyi were completely unable to blend in and could only wait patiently. Fault length preliminary estimate is 32,000 kilometers. Objective, rebuild Crimson Channel and restore blood supply to Area B404. Challenge: there are no support points in the middle, and the blood vessel walls must be able to withstand the impact of high-pressure blood flow. That depends on us. A top player from the Dragon War Guild, known as Flesh Craftsman, stepped forward. His ID was Great Craftsman of a Great Nation. He pointed to the skeletal structure on the blueprint. The Flesh and Blood Craftsmen are responsible for building the bridge, using calcium and collagen extracted from the surrounding necrotic tissue. We first construct a hollow bone-like tube as the keel of the blood vessels. It doesn't need to be aesthetically pleasing, but it must be robust. We need to install a booster pump station every 500 kilometers, totaling about 64, and ensure they function properly. What about the inner walls? Just having bones isn't enough. What if the internal substances leak? That's a matter for us life sages. Yun Zhongyu stepped forward. As the top-ranked life sage in the entire server, she served as the life sage representative for this operation. We will use regenerative proliferation technology to induce the previously ruptured vascular endothelial cells to divide rapidly. Once the framework is in place, we can allow the tissue to grow in. The workload is enormous. The data enthusiast adjusted his glasses. If we can gather half of all the level 10 and above Fate Weavers on the server, that's about 30,000 people. The estimated construction period is about 20 days, averaging 1,600 kilometers of road repair per day. During this time, we'll need the Fate Weavers to take turns unleashing their skills. Besides manpower, we'll also need a large amount of resources. Mana regeneration items and a massive amount of patience. Done, the master craftsman waved his hand. Building a blood vessel that runs through the galaxy in a game, that's something we can brag about for the rest of our lives. Construction site, a road to heaven through blood and flesh. The massive infrastructure construction has begun. The first batch of several thousand flesh and blood craftsmen flew into the fiber bundles high in the sky. Countless more players are on their way. They weren't as wild as combat professionals, but rather possessed a certain eerie artistry. Osteosclerosis, fiber weaving. Countless pale bone spikes shot out from their hands, intertwining and locking together in the air to form enormous rings hundreds of meters in diameter. Then, a large amount of biogelatinous substance filled them. From a distance, it looks like a white dragon skeleton, slowly stretching towards the other side of the abyss. Inside the skeleton, the life sages were performing even more precise operations. They waved their bone staffs, and green life energy poured down like rain. The previously dry blood vessel ends began to wriggle, and pink granulation tissue grew at a visible rate, climbing along the skeleton, covering it, and eventually forming a smooth and elastic inner wall of the blood vessel. Although these are insignificant compared to the total distance traveled, at least we're on the right track. For every kilometer repaired, a logistics player will hang up a glowing biobulb. Within the pitch-black Titans, a luminous band of light is slowly but steadily emerging. This is the first super project, 100% handcrafted by the players. While the infrastructure enthusiasts were working feverishly, another group of players were having in-depth exchanges with the local inhabitants, the light energy bacteria. Dynasty Guild Headquarters Temporary Laboratory. Incredible. A player with the ID Quantum Mechanics was holding a biolight staff gifted by the Glower. His eyes filled with more fervor than if he were seeing a beautiful woman. This crystal structure, it's not ordinary biofluorescence, he excitedly told Tianxi beside him. It's a highly efficient biophoton storage technology. They seem to be able to convert the bioenergy within the Titans into high-energy photons and store them in these special crystal cells. What nonsense are you spouting? Tianxi's brows furrowed into a deep frown. My major in mathematics is not an excuse for you to fool me. No, he's serious. If this technology can be reverse engineered. Another military-trained technician's voice trembled. Our laser weapons could be reduced in size by 100 times. Energy consumption reduced by 90%. The civilian applications are immeasurable. Given the precedent of Mecca, this thing could probably actually be replicated. Fang Xi subconsciously pushed up his non-existent glasses and glanced at the luminous elders who were paying homage to Lei Zhen in the distance. These NPCs think we're divine messengers performing miracles. But actually, every single fire poker they wield is cutting-edge technology to us. Maintain friendly relations, even if it means trading the best equipment. We must acquire their core technology. A gathering place for casual visitors, a mushroom farm. Compared to the hardcore tech groups, the style of casual players is completely different. Fellow villager, could you sell me some of this mud? Loves to eat watermelon was pulling along a passing phototrophic bacterium, pointing to the glowing blue soil on the ground, which was actually a mixture of high-energy excrement and necrotic tissue from the phototrophic bacterium. The little creature glowing all over looked quite surprised and uncertain. After hesitating for a moment, it generously offered a large clump of food. Big Watermelon excitedly planted a spore of the detoxifying mushroom that it had brought from its liver. Brush at a speed visible to the naked eye. The mushroom grew to half a person's height, and its entire body turned into a translucent blue, radiating an alluring luster. Mutant Phantom Blue Mushroom. Effect instantly restores a large amount of mana upon consumption and grants the night vision ability. Holy crap, this is god-tier fertilizer. The farmers around them went crazy. The soil here can grow mana potions, a godsend for mages. Quick, get on good terms with these NPCs. Helping them clean up will get you new soil, thus. In this forgotten corner of civilization, a series of wondrous scenes unfolded. A group of players dressed in high-tech mechs are asking an NPC for advice on crystal technology. A group of players with shovels were following behind an NPC. Collecting poop fear JPG. The photogenic bacteria race. Looking at this overly enthusiastic Titan familia, felt bewildered for the first time experiencing a feeling called social anxiety. The main city of the light energy bacteria clan, which had long been steeped in despair, has surprisingly been revitalized. A high-dimensional perspective Titan's abyss. Gu Yuan watched everything that was happening in Region B404 within his body. That white skeletal blood vessel, slowly extending above the abyss, is like a bridge connecting life and death. These little guys always surprise me. Although the repair process has only just begun, this creativity in creating something from scratch showcases the player's ingenuity. This is something that pleases Gu Yuan even more than simply killing enemies and monsters. Since you've worked so hard, let's give you a reward. Gu Yuan's thoughts stirred slightly in Area B404. The necrotic nerve tower Thunder King and other Thunder Lords are constantly recharging. At the top, the previously weak signal wave suddenly intensified. Various blueprint fragments and genetic codes from the cerebral cortex were quietly transmitted into the database along this newly connected Sky Road. Gu Yuan decided to use the power of neurons to offer the microtechnology as an extra reward for players who later completed the project. Go explore, go learn, Gu Yuan's thoughts raced, his mind replaying the earth-shattering Divine War. The war between clans was also a crucial part of the Divine War. All of this will eventually become the strength that allows me to stand up. Coordinates Hardcore Temple as time went by. This starting village was no longer chaotic, but rather a bustling transit hub. Although the system has built-in real-time translation, eliminating language barriers, cultural and factional barriers still exist. On the east side of the square is the gathering place for the new guilds of the Dragon Kingdom. While on the west side of the square, dozens of flags with different styles are erected. The Wings of Freedom Guild is recruiting. We're going to attack the left kidney and establish our own kingdom. It's the land of milk and honey that God promised us. A burly man with the ID capital MAGA Captain Know-It-All stood on a high platform, giving a passionate speech. A large number of new players had gathered below. Not far away, a group of players from the Arctic Bear Kingdom, whose IDs ended with Euro, were wrestling their guild. Iron Torrent was all serious. Everyone had switched to the Berserker class, focusing on sheer strength and incredible power. And their bromance was palpable. As for the true big shots, the core members of Dawn Dragon War and Dynasty, and the early players, they have long since disappeared into the vast depths of the map. Those remaining are only second-tier personnel responsible for absorbing a small number of new players and leveling up newbies. Although there have been constant frictions, no large-scale conflict has broken out yet. This is because the newbies in this area are all quite weak. And also because of information from predecessors, everyone knows that the real treasure is outside. So it's better to seize territory than to waste time here. PvP is certainly fun, but PvE allows you to actually produce resources. Above the higher dimensions, Gu Yuan surveyed these 500 restless souls. In order to harness this chaotic power into a weapon, he reorganized the entire mission system, constructing it into a tightly structured tree-like framework. Server-wide campaign system update, the resurgence of the Titans. Level 1 strategic objective, server-wide progress. Restart breathing, thoroughly purifies the lungs and restores blood-oxygen exchange. Energy circulation, unblocking the transport channels for resources from the liver to the whole body. Defense line construction, establish a defensive zone on the skin's surface against void invasion. Expand to view remaining content. Secondary operational objective, regional level. Belonging to restart breathing, clear bronchi from B1 to B10. At least 3 outposts need to be established. Belongs to defense construction, dermal expedition. Explore the wounded area on the back and gather void intelligence. 10,086 campaign objectives omitted here can be expanded. Level 3 tactical objectives, individual squad level. Daily bounty, submit 100 gallstones / kill 50 flu viruses, escort a supply transport. Clear blockage, heads to the designated capillaries to clear away blood clots and debris. 985, 211 tasks omitted here can be expanded. This interconnected task design allows each player to find their own role. Major guilds fought tooth and nail for the development rights to the second-tier campaign zones and the tax revenue from their strongholds. Small groups and lone individuals, like industrious worker ants, began to spread throughout the Titan's body in pursuit of the experience and bioenergy from the Tier 3 quest. Although the total number of players is less than a drop of water thrown into the ocean, sparks have already been ignited in every corner. Coordinates, subcutaneous tissue on the back zone D. Wound edge. This is the area that the player with the ID anatomy class representative previously explored in their live stream. This is different from the moist environment inside the body. Looking up, the Skyway should have been pink, was now replaced by a huge gaping rift in the void. Those were wounds on the Titan's skin, and also the gateway to the endless abyss in the vacuum of space. A joint expedition team of dozens of players is lying prone on a high ground covered in a thick layer of fat. They are the best of this new batch of players, my god. What is that? The voice of a player from the United States trembled. On the distant Black Plains, a battle was unfolding that shattered their worldview. On the ground, there were countless melanoma legions that had sprung from the Titan necrotic organism. Each of those black, fleshy tentacles was tens of meters thick. Like a wildly waving forest. They had been wiped out by these monsters several times. And even with all their strengths, they could not harm the monsters in the slightest. In the sky floats a terrifying creature comparable in size to an aircraft carrier, the Void Devourer. It looked like an interstellar centipede covered in heavy purple crystalline armor, nearly 1,000 meters long, and it floated quietly in the abnormally gravity-defying space beneath its skin. Boom, the devouring insects moved. It paid no heed to the menacing, cancerous tentacles on the ground, instead opening its mouth large enough to devour mountains. And taking a deep breath downwards, skill Void Devour. A terrifying gravitational wave erupted. Hundreds of melanoma tentacles were uprooted, along with the surrounding necrotic tissue, and even large chunks of land, all mercilessly swallowed by that gigantic maw. It's eating cancer cells are these friendly forces. Friendly my foot, it's eating the flesh of titans. Cancer cells are just a side dessert. The Huxia commander and the team turned pale. These monsters' levels are all question marks, retreat. This isn't the place we're going, however it was too late. As the worms fed, they seemed to grow somewhat annoyed by the cancerous tissue that was still resisting. Its massive body trembled slightly, and the numerous holes on its back opened, buzz. Thousands of black dots were ejected. Those were void fleas the size of tanks once on the ground. These fleas immediately displayed frenzied aggression. They not only tore apart the cancerous tissue but also, with their kind sense of life energy, instantly locked onto the player expedition team hiding on the high ground. We've been discovered, fire, fire now. A barrage of colorful skills rained down. Lightning, poison, bone spears. All struck the hard purple carapace, only resulting in a series of -1 damage deductions. Hiss, a dozen or so void fleas leaped high into the air, traversing a distance of several thousand meters, before crashing heavily into the crowd of players. Boom. This was a one-sided massacre. Newbie players were like paper in front of these elite monsters of unknown level. With a swift swing of its sharp forelimbs, several divine guards were sliced in half. Shields and all, run, don't look back. Why are you running? You can't escape. Record the footage, guys, in just a few seconds. The entire expedition team was wiped out, turning into a sky full of white light. Respawn point, Lymph Node G4 Outpost. This is the first base that this group of newcomers has cobbled together and built for their own organization. The white light flashed continuously. The players who had just died walked out in a daze, the fear of being crushed by absolute power still lingering in their hearts. Too powerful. That behemoth seems even more powerful than the Flame Demon Lord. That's all the rage on the forums. I doubt even the Blade God's mech could withstand a single hit. On the forums, a video titled Void Devourer's Debut quickly became a trending topic. At the end of the video, after devouring the entire cancerous forest, the giant worm, as large as an aircraft carrier, slowly turned its head. Its eyes, burning with purple void fire, seemed to coldly gaze through the screen at every living being within the Titan. Everyone realized one thing: while internal troubles were not yet resolved, external threats were also a Damocles sword hanging over their heads. Task priority increased, rewards doubled. It's not about the reward. It's mainly about protecting Titan and fulfilling the responsibilities of a clan. Let's team up. The players were overjoyed and ready to set off to find out what was going on. On the other side, in Bronchioles B404, the three men, their bodies trembling and faces beaming with joy, seemed to tremble. They strode through the air, their strength creating miracles. Come on, let's all go together and get some more people. In B404, Tade engineers are working feverishly. Researchers are going all out, farmers are happily farming, and those recharging are full of enthusiasm. Only a few others, whose professions don't match their skills or expertise, can't do anything. They're idle, pure social outcasts. Reality Earth, Dragon Kingdom capital, the secret base of the Academy of Sciences, Titan Engineering Bureau. The atmosphere here is even more tense than on a battlefield. 40-second simulation test passed. In a futuristic laboratory, a dozen white-haired academicians, a large group of outstanding young scientists, Yangtze River scholars, researchers, and senior professors are cheering around a newly assembled robotic arm. This robotic arm is incomplete, even revealing many complex circuits, but its core transmission structure completely replicates the design concept of Titan Fist in the game. Incredible. Academician Lee stroked the bionic muscle bundle, simulated by carbon nanotubes. His eyes bloodshot yet frighteningly bright. His expression excited. The blueprints in the game are real, although we don't have that kind of biological material. This neuroelectron translation technology directly helped us overcome a technical hurdle that had lasted for decades. Beside him, Ban Jiangguo looked at the robotic arm that moved with the agility of a human hand and asked in a deep voice, "How long will it take to apply?" A military exoskeleton prototype can be produced within 3 months. Academician asserted, if we can obtain more advanced blueprints, or a sample of the flame core used for power generation like in games, Daxia's individual combat capabilities will undergo a qualitative leap. Ban Jiangguo nodded, then turned to his assistant and gave the order. Notify all regions to work with the Extraordinary Alliance to intensify the screening of players within their jurisdictions. Pay special attention to players who are expected to reach level 20 soon and experience a significant improvement in physical abilities, or players with high levels of education and knowledge. Tell them the country needs them. We need them to actively explore and research within the game, strengthening themselves as much as possible to acquire more technologies they can take out of the game. Once they achieve results, they will be richly rewarded. Currently, there are 500,000 players worldwide with over 300. Zero from Daxia alone, in a country with over 1 billion people. 300,000 players are like a handful of salt in the ocean. However, under the precise operation of the national machinery, everything proceeds in an orderly manner. Any hint of lawlessness or disorder is swiftly nipped in the bud by the superhuman enforcers. Order remains sent for the time being. No one is above ordinary people across the ocean. In the United States, in the political center of DC, the air here is thick with the scent of money and power. The luxurious sanatorium room of a private estate. Senator Smith, who is over 70 years old, has just taken off his gaming helmet. He looks radiant and full of energy. Amazing. It's so amazing, Smith looked at himself in the mirror. Although he was just a LV5 newbie in the game, experiencing all sorts of deaths, the feeling of his nervous system being reactivated intoxicated him. I want that thing, that potion called Titan's Blood. Smith turned to his personal assistant, a greedy glint in his eyes. Go contact those gaming masters. I'm willing to pay any price, I just want the Titan's Blood. Green cards, gold cards, give them family trust funds. Equity, dividends, they can even use special privileges. The highest level of protection from the United States. Tell them if possible. Just find a way to get me the qualification to buy that drug. I can give them everything they can imagine. There's nothing I can't do in reality, meanwhile. At the Pentagon's recruiting office, a new internal directive is being issued. Special Operation Project Titan. Recruiting players, high-level players preferred. No ethnicity or gender restrictions. What kind of look is that? Fine. Then we'll break up the Latinos, Indians, Asians, and Africans to prevent them from banding together. I know I won't make the president worry, MAGAs. Loyalty, these players don't need to go to battle. They just need to join a specific guild in the game and work for a specific company in real life. We'll arrange everything. Move them all to better neighborhoods. Let them learn from Silicon Valley. Commercial medical insurance companies reimburse expenses. If they learned from Daxia's policy of exempting property taxes, offering interest-free loans, and implementing housing provident funds, wouldn't these people be ecstatic? Immigration offers a fast track to citizenship. International students have full scholarships. And there's a military rank reservation for anyone with an opportunity, specifically for those at LV20 and above. Unsurprisingly, the United States chose the method it excels at most, using capital to select elites and create a new elite class. Little St. James Island. A group of middle-aged men wearing top hats and sporting beards sat around a long table, dining elegantly. The medium-rare meat glistened enticingly under the lights. Friends, we must participate too. There can't be one more thing on this planet beyond our control. Seconded. We must take direct control and not give the United States a chance to escape our control. Golden Triangle, Wild Wolf City. If Daxia is a bastion of order and the United States is a marketplace of fame and fortune, then this place is a lawless land where the evil of human nature is unleashed. What was once a dilapidated warlord's stronghold has now been transformed into a luxurious fortress. Beside the huge outdoor swimming pool, There were even 2 armed helicopters that had been obtained through smuggling. Brother Wolf, this is a new batch of players. A subordinate led in dozens of people with various expressions. Among these people were wanted criminals who had just fled from Daxia, desperate fugitives from Southeast Asia looking to make their fortune, and even a few blonde-haired, blue-eyed Western adventurers. Most of them were newcomers from the 6th batch, with the strongest being below level 10, and some even just starting out in the game, but in reality. Each of them was armed with real guns and ammunition. Greedy Wolf was lying arrogantly on a lounge chair by the pool, while 2 scantily clad beauties were massaging him. He didn't open his eyes, but lazily raised his hand and picked up a walnut next to him. Pliers were not used, he gently pinched it with 2 fingers. Click, the hard walnut shell shattered instantly. But the kernel inside remained intact, LV-22. Talent points: Neural sequence, hunting instinct plus flesh sequence, muscle fiber remodeling plus flesh sequence, keratinized skin. The newlyweds' expressions changed, and their eyes filled with fervor. A display of power is both a way of establishing authority and a way of promising something in return. Unlike most top-tier players who go all in on a sequence, Tanling Chinese letter opted for a survival strategy, high defense. Great strength, hand, sharp intuition. This skill point allocation might be mediocre in the game, but in the chaotic Golden Triangle region rife with firearms, it represents the perfect template for a top-tier soldier. Welcome to Wild Wolf City, we're all brothers here. Zhang Quang sat up, his strong muscles covered with various scars from his past involvement in the underworld. Combined with his current extraordinary physique, he exuded an extremely strong sense of oppression. Here there is no law, no morality. There's only one rule: the strong take all. He pointed to the mountain of wealth behind him, filled with US dollar skull jade guns, and most importantly, a high-spec gaming pod. What are those people in Daxia doing? Treating games like quests, working themselves to the bone for, Zhang Quang sneered, pulled the beautiful woman beside him into his arms, and gulped down a mouthful of strong liquor. We're different, we play games to get stronger. And to get stronger so we can be successful in real life. The strong should ruthlessly humiliate the weak. His arrogant gaze, sharp as a knife, scrutinized the newlyweds below. He responded with satisfaction to those with eager eyes, while a hint of disdain flashed in the eyes of those who were still somewhat timid. Titan Games is the greatest opportunity of our time. As long as we can hold out here and slowly strengthen ourselves using the resources in the game. From now on, this golden triangle will be our backyard. Even Zhang Quang looked northwards, his eyes gleaming with ambition. Everything was understood without words, Honde. Nobody will be able to ride roughshod over me anymore. In this chaotic land and uncontrollable, savage force is quietly growing.